After 3 long years and 2 lackluster and divisive entries, Call of Duty Zombies has returned in full force with Black Ops 6 Zombies. Leaving itself bigger and bigger shoes to fill, it was up to the team at Treyarch to step up to the plate and deliver a launch like those of the past, while continuing to provide an experience like no other. Over time, fans became increasingly worried at what Black Ops 6 might look like. Has Treyarch truly lost the sauce and this entry would be another Vanguard? Or could they pull this off and regain their crowns as kings of the co-op horde shooter subgenre? Well, that's what we're here to talk about. And after covering AW, World War II, Cold War, IW, MWZ, and Extinction, it only felt right to continue to avoid Black Ops 3 and 4 and review what is seemingly the most divisive entry yet. So, with all that said, hello there fellow zombie slayers, my name is Stanley557. I urge you all to sit back and relax as we continue our review series of Call of Duty Zombies with Black Ops 6 Zombies. Bigger, better, blunder?
And here I thought you'd been counting the days since you last saw me.
Honestly, where do we even begin? Well, I think it's best we actually start off where we left off at the end of the Cold War review. My primary hopes for Black Ops 6 was whether or not it could properly build off the groundwork laid by Cold War, and I'd have to say the game absolutely does that on every front. The story picks up right where it left off at the time skip, the gameplay is a near perfect evolution in every regard, and the mode includes many new features that continue to surprise and switch up gameplay. To be candid, I think the team at Treyarch more than delivered, and as its own experience, Black Ops 6 is the great next step from Cold War. But as a whole, I do feel it leaves more to be desired, with both things in the developer's control and not. Now, if you want a quick summary of what I think about Black Ops 6 without having to wait over 4 hours to hear the final verdict, I'll describe it just like this. Black Ops 6 Zombies is the next step up from Cold War. It's an entry that attempts to truly wow players, both new and old, and nearly captures that zombies magic around every corner. But if I'm being honest, it continually comes across as derivative of previous entries and hampered by a clear lack of experimentation with map features and story elements. And honestly, it does move a little bit too quick, and many of the gameplay decisions are wrapped around this, hampering side content and even hurting main quest length a bit. Now, that is a gross underestimation of what this game is all about, but if you wanted to hear that without having to run through this marathon of a video, then there's the door. As for the rest of you, let's dive a little bit deeper by first starting with the gameplay, as that's the main meat and potatoes. Black Ops 6 is a greatly refined version of the past 3 iterations of Zombies. Let me put it like this. Where Cold War is the quickly put together solar system, Black Ops 6 is the project being completed a week early and given the time to be spruced up with little personal touches. Now, this isn't to say the first solar system wasn't turned in on time, but it lacks the time management skills to truly come into its own. A passable product the teacher will give a 70 to an 80 and call it a day. Black Ops 6 is the gameplay loop of Cold War and Vanguard done right, with quotations around that. Now, it still has problems, don't get me wrong, but it feels like it has a better understanding of how each of its tools in the player's arsenal works in conjunction with the undead and the pace that the game wants to have. First, let's go over some major talking points, like balance. Everything in Black Ops 6 is a near pristine balance, at least I think it does. The overpowered grenades that could one-shot hordes, well now they only kill a few undead in their immediate radius, but make for amazing support items that greatly weaken undead. Felt the game overwhelmed you with loot pickups in the previous entries? Well, now it's been streamlined in all the best ways, with there only being one salvage type, and equipment is dropped at a much smaller frequency, forcing you to really consider where and when it'll be best to use what you're currently holding. Also, the ground isn't covered in just complete visual garbage, so that's always a plus. The entire game is like this, and I adore it. Weapons both fall off as you get close to the high rounds, but also stay consistent if you use things like double tap, dead shot, and cryo freeze, making them viable late into the mid-game. This system isn't perfect, hell, it actually has a number of issues we'll get into, but it is no Cold War. Not every area can be made into a camping spot, especially with this AI, but for normal players, this will more than suffice. All of these new changes drastically change how you play, and I'd say it's harder to exploit the usual strategies for the first 80 or so rounds before you're able to just infinitely coast. Where it all falls apart though is once Super Sprinters spawn in. Like Cold War and Black Ops 4, they're able to easily chip you down, and without armor, there are plenty of times where you'll just take what feel like an unfair death. The mechanic is still insufferable, and I don't feel Treyarch has done enough to actually balance them. Either you're too powerful due to the armor system, or they're too strong as they deal too much damage if you're not covered in plates. So while I appreciate how much balance goes into your tools, the enemies either feel like cannon fodder, or completely destroy you due to how fast they are. Like, you look away for 2 seconds and you're already dead. And that doesn't even get into the idea of how special enemies basically get free damage on you, like the Mangler shots just fire out like from their cannon, and it completely tracks you and does basically free damage, or the scream that the Elder Disciple does in Shattered Veil, where it screams and no matter what you do if you're close to it, it's just free damage that the enemy gets on you, which isn't the coolest thing in the world because it constantly chips at your armor, and then once the armor is gone, the enemies are doing over 120 damage and they basically 2-hit you. Speaking of speed, let's go over player loadouts and progression. Players once again start out with the loadout system, which comes with a primary weapon, a dedicated and upgradable melee weapon, lethal and tactical equipment, field upgrades, and gobblegums, and they all come with their balance changes from Cold War. Loadout weapons are even weaker than before, and you must maintain a constant push to upgrade your weapon's rarity and PAP level if you want to keep up with the health scaling, which is a good idea on paper. It either forces you to hit the box or better weaponry to stand a chance, or you have to invest all of your salvage early on to keep up. New to this game, or technically returning from MWZ, you can choose to spawn in with one of each equipment type. Field upgrades have also had their charge requirements increased, so you can't spam them as easily as you could in Cold War, with each field upgrade taking a different role based on what you need. Energy Mine and Dark Flare are damage, Healing Aura is support, Aether Shot is a get out of jail free card, Frenzy Guard is tank, Tesla Storm is also support, and Frost Blast is sure as hell there. I honestly think the selection of field upgrades is actually quite strong, but ones like Frost Blast being added into the game as late as Season 3 Reloaded is still so strange to me considering how redundant it is when it comes to Energy Mine. And it's also strange the field upgrade was added back in when we've typically been giving it at launch for the past 3 games, so it's weird that it's repackaged so late into the life cycle. And finally, there's Gobblegums, which can always be freely purchased from various machines around the map. When recording a podcast with Afterlife, which you should totally check him out by the way, he described the gums as a release valve mechanic, which is meant to relieve the stress of the current situation, like some gums giving you more resources, while others are giving you better odds of survival. And they excel in Black Ops 6 by typically doing exactly that. They're a bonus that are meant to enhance the gameplay without limiting the player's options should they not use them. This doesn't even go into the fact that Gobblegums are actually fun to earn, and you're rewarded with them for playing automatically, rather than spinning in Dr. Monty's factory, which is a change some would argue is better, and some would argue is worse. It entirely depends on how you like the gums being distributed, despite both systems acting pretty identical. It removes the loot box gambling aspect of them, and frankly, it just feels like a better system that feels less predatory in presentation, if you ask me. You know, that's if you ignore the fact that you can buy them directly from the pack screen with an ad always being there, Goblins being updated to cycle faster and incentivizing you to use and buy them more, and Grief not having private matches, so if you go in without Gobblegums, you might put yourself at a disadvantage. You know, fun, non-predatory stuff like that. At the time of writing this, I do have a pretty good stash saved up. But if I had to choose a problem with this entire system, it's that the Gobblegums range from being really good to either entirely redundant. And even now, they just sit in my loadout unused because I constantly forget about them. And features like the mutant injectors are always guaranteed to ensure survival, and they aren't tied to a monetary transaction or a randomized system of earning them. These main mechanics make up the player loadout in Black Ops 6, and due to the speed of the game, you are encouraged to utilize every option in quick succession. Sometimes you might use a C4 to weaken the horde before killing them all. Other times you might use Healing Aura to revive your teammates safely rather than throw a decoy to get the revive off. Or maybe you'll just spawn in a double points with a Gobblegum to earn more points and progress quickly. And all of it is done with the click of a button meant to keep the action going. My only complaint, just like the one I had in Cold War and MWZ, is that many of these different options border on complete redundancy. Like, we have a frag grenade, a Sentex, an impact grenade, a C4, a blast trap, a thermal grenade. Like, okay guys, I don't need every variation of a grenade that there can possibly be. A frag and a Semtex was more than enough. Then there's perks, rarities, alternate ammo types, and score streaks, the other half of the player setup coin. The perk system has been more or less carried over directly from Cold War, with Melee Macchiato being the game's first new perk. It's unique except for the fact that there's been Ethereal Razor, Faust Splits, and Slappy Taffy, the first of its kind. Melee Macchiato increases the damage of your dedicated melee weapon, and by meleeing while holding out your weapon, you'll perform a powerful 1-inch punch that hits one zombie at a time, and locks you into an animation that you can't move from that well. And god, does this animation just not work in a game as fast-paced as this? Maybe if the animation didn't slow down your movement to a crawl and lock you in place, it could be a bit more effective in combat.
Gonna snap necks like a cop with a ponytail.
Included later in the year also comes Vulture's Aid, Death Perception, Double Tap, the 4th and 5th perk, with Vulture's Aid being loot-based, Death Perception being something, and Double Tap being based around additional damage and fire speed. Each perk, including the returning 7 core perks like Jug, Stamina Up, Speed Cola, Quick Revive, Deadshot, Elemental Pop, and PhD, has their place in player setup. My only gripe is that there just isn't really any new perks for the players to sink their teeth into. Melee Macchiato is just Ethereal Razor, and the DLC perks are either reimaginings of previous perks or simply ones that are ported over from Cold War in MWZ. Not the worst system in the world, but it's sad we don't get any new ones that change the way that you look at the maps when you obtain them. Now, granted, what is really cool is that for some perks, this is the first time they've been on the game together since probably Black Ops 1 and 2. Like Double Tap and PhD, ignoring Cell Block and Grief, have not had their machines together on the same map since all the way back in Moon, which is crazy. Then there's alternate ammo types, rarity, and Pack-a-Punch. Each of these systems have been slightly reworked since the last time we saw them, with alternate ammo types being moved from the PAP to a device known as the Armory, which players can utilize to trade in their salvage for AATs and rarity upgrades. This is a good change because now that armor has been moved to a wall buy and AATs have been taken out of Pack-a-Punch, you have condensed the two distinct viable menus from Cold War into one, which is greatly appreciated, and I don't think people consider how nice this is for a UI kind of flow perspective. A big issue Cold War ran into was how to present these two mechanics to the player. Weapon rarity seemed obvious as it was displayed to you as you hit the box, but armor was a different story. Only the first armor piece drop was guaranteed to re-roll into an armor vest in Cold War, so if you're in a co-op game, you might not even know armor is a feature, and you can just flat out miss the first armor vest drop and be put at a disadvantage. It doesn't help that the Ivan station blends into the environment, so there's a good chance you don't even know that's there. But in Black Ops 6, you start with an armor vest, which instantly clues into players the mechanic even being a thing. Now that it costs points to increase your armor tier, it presents to the player a better transactional flow. It also helps that the armor vest buys are always in easy to spot locations, with tier 2 armor often showing up in earlier areas, and in the DLC they just flat out start showing up in the spawn room to further introduce you to their purpose. Then there's tier 3, which is often reserved for an endgame location. Something you'll probably only see when approaching Pack-a-Punch, but definitely not have enough money to purchase it alone, cluing you into its existence, but leaving it up to you, the player, to return and purchase it, which I do think is really cool and some flawless game design. It also helps that the armor wall buys are painted in distinct blues and magentas, not typically found in objects on the map, which further reinforces to the player that armor is as useful as the colorful perks and Pack-a-Punch machines scattered around the map. Then there's the weapon damage system. Unlike MWZ, weapon damage is calculated differently depending on whether you upgrade your weapon through PAP or through the rarity, with PAP providing a flat damage increase and rarity adding a multiplier. Sadly, one can't be ignored over the other, and if you want to keep up with the ever-increasing hordes, you have to upgrade your weapon in both ways. Inevitably, the undead HP will outpace what you can upgrade, and you'll be forced to think of different strategies, which I personally really like. Weapon falloff is important in zombies, and in Cold War in general would have benefited from the difficult gameplay. For example, in that game, you can use just about anything and everything to kill hordes at any given round. This gives players an abundance of choices. But this also creates this homogeneous glob of combat options. Sure, they all might do slightly different things, but at the end of the day, something like the Shatterblast alternate ammo type does the same job as the Chopper Gunner, kill undead with relative ease. In Black Ops 6, you have a nice balance of weapons that eventually fall off, and score streaks, wonder weapons, and traps all have a variety of use cases for high rounds, giving these options distinct reasons to be used, whereas in Cold War you have traps that I bet most of you didn't even know that it had. And finally, there's score streaks, which are just as overpowered as they were in previous entries, and due to the high enemy spawn rate and large on-field presence, they get more use than ever. Most of the score streaks are 1-to-1 to their multiplayer counterparts that were introduced in Black Ops 6, but there are 2 new unique additions. The Mangler Cannon, which is dropped by the titular enemy, and the Mutant Injector, a large comically sized vial of Ethereum that transforms your character into the undead Jugsuit counterpart of the Mangler. While in this suit, you are invincible, can run down undead with your large stature, infinitely fire the Mangler's cannon, and melee undead with your large sickles. The score streak is everything that I wanted from the systems back in Cold War, with the Ethereum RCXD being a good step in the right direction, but not enough. Fingers crossed the DLC will introduce more exclusive items to this mode.
Hey, so that was written at launch. We're now in Season 4, and they still haven't added any new cool exclusive score streaks, so... Hey, there's always Season 5 and 6, right?
Another cool change brought over from Vanguard and MWZ is that special enemies can drop score streaks, bringing even more mayhem to the gameplay loop. But honestly, as much as I love it, the Mutant Injector is far and above the best tool in the game the player has access to. Becoming immediately invincible to nearly every type of attack, the Mutant Injector makes a joke out of the game's entire balance. It's stronger than In Plain Sight, has higher horde killing potential than insta-kill and a nuke, and wipes the floor with every combat option in the game, including some wonder weapons. It's 100% an intentional feature, but due to how often you'll come across them in gameplay, they're arguably more powerful than the game's entire pay-to-win gobblegum mechanic, which is comical to say the least. Genuinely, this should be the most coveted item in the game, with its price being doubled to compensate for how strong it is. But to its credit, and to not contradict myself, I do think it is important to have something this powerful in the game. It creates gameplay variety, and without it, I just complain all the tools besides score streaks blend together. And yes, it is the top of the totem pole. Most strategies are just wonder weapon into score streak spam. So then I think the best way to balance it is to just double the price of that score streak or even triple it so that it is coveted, but you can't just constantly loop it. You do have to try harder. And I don't know why they haven't balanced it that way yet. Then there's player selected upgrades known as augments. These abilities are another variation on the Cold War crystal system, and I appreciate the dedication to trying something completely different again in terms of systems. This experimentational method has had constantly varied results over the years, from Transit to Shadows to even entire games like BO4 and MWZ, and Black Ops 6 is seemingly no different, at least at launch. Augments are another additional ability that players can unlock that make their perks, ammo types, and field upgrades more powerful. These can range from returning abilities like Speed Cola augments decreasing field upgrade recharge rates, to entirely new abilities like Deadwire summoning a large bolt of lightning whenever it activates, instantly stunning all nearby enemies. As you gain XP, you can research a total of 3 major and minor augments for each of these items, with major augments typically granting you a new ability, while minor augments typically boost the already existing stats of the selected item, and this system is awesome. It provides a unique level of customization and progression that hasn't been seen before, and unlike the Cold War crystal system, I think it's better balanced. Some players might see this as a step back from Cold War though. For example, in Cold War, Speed Cola gave you the ability to swap weapons faster, decrease field upgrade recharge rate, mystery box time slip ability, and Gung Ho just by itself. But now in Black Ops 6, you have to choose between the field upgrade ability, the ability to reload your gun at 50% speed, and weapons being reloaded whenever they are stowed for major augments, and then for minor augments you'll need to pick between time slip mystery box ability, swap weapons faster, and deploy equipment faster. And honestly, while it seems like a reduction in player power, especially when you consider each perk, field upgrade, and weapon classes had this nerf between player systems, it was ultimately for the best. Cold War went a bit too far in one direction with power scaling, and for BO6 to build off of that as a base, it would have been a bad idea. I mention this because going from World at War to Cold War, each mainline entry gave the player more tools and made them more powerful, and Black Ops 6 has brought the player back down a bit in a meaningful way that benefits gameplay without straight up cracking the door wide open to balance. Now, quick sidebar, let's just name off some of my favorite augments because I'm not really going to get another chance to do so. Dying Wish on Quick Revive is utterly broken, and blows equivalent exchange out of the water. Like, why go down and risk not being able to kill a zombie to revive myself when you just don't die when you have Dying Wish equipped? Seems a bit redundant, but what do I know? Every single Deadshot augment has the word dead in it, which is really funny. Citrus Focus on Elemental Pop is so cool, as it cancels out all other alternate ammo types from appearing, which I adore and have been waiting for something like this forever. I don't want Brain Rot to show up. Turtle Shell on Juggernog turns your armor into the shield mechanic from previous games, but it sucks so bad it might as well be a meme, and I can commend that level of trolling. Like, they finally conceded and found a way to give players back the shield mechanic just to show off how it literally doesn't work anymore in this current iteration of gameplay. Like, pop off, you divas! Using Electric Cherry on Elemental Pop and Pheromone on Brain Rot is a great way to keep undead distracted and stunned while maintaining camping spots. Running Supercharged on Speed Cola and Extra Charge on Aether Shroud allows you to quickly charge additional uses of Aether Shroud and use them again in quick succession. Using the Augment Hotfoot, which increases your movement speed by getting equipment kills on Stamina Up and Tribologist on PhD, you can reach some insane speeds. And that's just 3 examples. I could go on all day. Running Reactive Armor on Jug, Vampiric Extraction and Stick and Move on Melee Macchiato vastly improves your ability to melee and creates a dedicated melee build. Double Jeopardy on Double Tap is insanely good and is basically free double damage with very little downsides. And Vulnera Beam makes you more effective at killing specific special enemies you don't like if you know their weakness. It's easily the best system in the game, and once you unlock them all, you have free reign to just go wild and use builds that change the game. And due to only being able to equip one of each augment type, you're forced to get creative and find combinations that enhance your chosen abilities. There are so many that you can go through. There's a Stamina Up augment that prevents fall damage, you have a Juggernog augment that gives you basically Widow's Wine, you have a Speed Cola augment that lets you throw equipment faster, Quick Revive which lets you revive player teammates and have their perks back, you have Energy Mine which can turn into the Dead Ops arcade ability where the lightning spawns around you, or you can have it be a turret, or you can have it just be a scatter mine. There's so much cool stuff that they do with it. And some people would say that it's actually more of a power increase from Cold War, some would say it's less. I just think the system is really cool. But together, all of these factors create the basic gameplay loop of Black Ops 6. Difficult, yet engaging and enriching combat. While some of it borders on having too many options, much of the gameplay is dictated by how you play and set up, which is always going to get a big thumbs up from me. As talked about, the Mutant Injector is too strong, and Undead range wildly in their effectiveness, but this is easily one of my favorite modern combat systems, and I can't reiterate enough how much fun it is to mow through hordes, which is something that they were clearly aiming for. Now, before we get into the main point of the review, let's talk about resource management. One of the smallest yet most impactful changes made to the game is your resource balancing. Between armor, pap, and rarity, you have to balance and maintain both points and salvage. Spend too many points hitting the box or repeatedly buying perks, you won't be able to use Pack-a-Punch and upgrade your weaponry. Don't collect enough salvage or spend too much of it on score streaks and self-revives, then you won't be able to upgrade your weapon's rarity. To repeat myself from my day 1 review, every action has immediate agency. The progression and health scaling is so tightly packed together that if you aren't always upgrading your weapon, you'll be left behind in the dust. This is both the game's greatest strength and its biggest flaw, but if you play the game properly, you'll have just enough points to make the right purchases at the right time. I feel in Black Ops 6 they finally got it right by having just enough total purchases to be fully set up. In a standard game of Black Ops 6, you have to purchase doors, perks, pap, the mystery box, SAM trials, and armor, with doors, perks, pap, and armor being the bare minimum the player needs to purchase in order to be fully set up. But even if you maximize your efficiency, you won't be set up till about round 30. And honestly, I think this is a great change, with a major asterisk next to it. But let's put a pin in that for now. In Black Ops 6, the addition of armor, the moving of AATs, and how quickly health ramps up, you're forced to make difficult decisions constantly. And if you wish to purchase the max pap tiers, max armor, and have all the perks, you're going to have to work for it. I just love the way the game makes you balance these pillars. Upgrade your weapon too much, and your armor will be constantly whittled away. Purchase the box too much, then you may not be able to buy perks. Purchase ammo at the ammo box too much, and you may not be able to make any late game progression without the extensive use of score streaks and equipment. The game's in-map progression is super lengthy, but due to how fast the game is, that progression is spread out between a long series of rounds that all move super quickly. And I think they do a really good job balancing it and trying to force you to figure out how to juggle these 3 pillars. And I almost forgot to talk about ammo boxes. Due to weapons being weaker, they require more ammo to kill undead, and since points are in such strong demand in this game, every purchase counts, especially when purchasing ammo for pap weapons, which goes from 1,000 to 2,500 to 5,000 per purchase. I love their implementation, and if you aren't careful, you'll find yourself just short of purchases due to buying ammo. And finally, there's the SAM Trials, a revamped version of the trial machine concept first started on Origins, then continued in Gorod, Revelations, 9, Ancient Evil, TOG, and all of Cold War. Black Ops 6 version of this concept is another iteration meant to engage players with kinetic combat scenarios while offering rewards that consistently applaud player skill. There are key distinct changes that make the system vastly improved over its Cold War counterpart, and most of them have to do with just feeling like the developers understand game design and the nuances of round-based zombies. One of these changes is that there aren't enough zombies in the round to complete the trial. The round continues to persist with specific purple-eyed trial zombies that offer players only 10 points. It might seem like a small change, but in combination with the increased spawn capacity, it makes the trial more than worthwhile to play through. And if you happen to get a kill-all trial at the end of the round, you don't sit there doing nothing while the round changes. It keeps the gameplay going. The same can be said for the trials themselves. Ancient Evil and Cold War had a problem of creating unique and engaging trials, as it wasn't clear what the player could be using at any time. So at least half of the trials were just wait in X location for a minute 30, or kill in X location for a minute 30. But in Black Ops 6, the trial loans you whatever you need to actually complete it. Need to get kills with a specific score streak? Well, the game loans it to you. Need kills with a specific perk? Well, the perk is temporarily given to the player free of charge. Need to get equipment kills? Well, the machine spits out a bunch of free equipment in case you have none of your own. It's my favorite version of this system, and the rewards can be earned much quicker, pushing forward this practice on how quick and snappy the gameplay is. And finally, there's the machine's voice. Called the Synaptic Algorithm Module, the SAM AI is a Cerberus-inspired brain scan of Samantha Maxis that runs the trial machines. She has a greater narrative purpose than Terminus, but we'll get into that later.
Easy mode, likely craptacular tier reward achieved. Yay.
And that should be every feature covered besides the in-map specifics, like side Easter eggs, characters, narrative, and main quest. I love most of the gameplay of Black Ops 6. It's a greatly refined product that doesn't hold the player's hand as much as you think it would. Once PAP is open, the game is entirely up to you. Whether you're going for a main quest completion, camo grinding, or even just with friends, the gameplay of Black Ops 6 is near perfect. And based on opinions by the general audiences, I'd say this is a shared sentiment. Now, I should mention, there is a big but to all of this. That asterisk I brought up earlier, and it's an issue that I don't see being brought up by many players. Now stay with me, because this might be a bit contradictory to what I just said. But the game is too fast. Like, way too fast. And it mainly has to do with progression and game flow. Bear in mind, this issue applies to every map because it's a gameplay core issue, but I do want to talk about it. While I praise the game for its arcadey feel and committing to it at the end of the day, it can become quite repetitive. This was an issue I had in Vanguard and Cold War, but one I brushed aside due to both PAP and Rarity being combined to one system in Vanguard, and in Cold War's case, it's Cold War. But in Black Ops 6, the progression is the gameplay. In order to keep ahead of the undead health ramping, you need to be constantly upgrading your weaponry, whether it be through PAP or Rarity, because the health scaling is so important to stay ahead of. This was also a concern in Cold War's gameplay loop, but never as much of a concern due to equipment always dropping from undead and everything being completely busted. I feel the gameplay loop falls apart the most if you attempt to build multiple weapons, hit the box, purchase expensive ammo boxes, or go down too many times. I'm not saying these things aren't things that you can't do, but your available resources are so tight, it's almost like the game actively discourages it, which is really weird. Like, why would I hit the box besides maybe switching up my gameplay a bit when I can just spawn in with the Maelstrom and destroy whatever I want for the entire game? And it doesn't help that by the end game, no weapons in the box are papped either, so if you want to use a weapon that comes out of the box, you either need a whole bunch of points beforehand to get that weapon caught up to be papped to like PAP 2 or 3, or you have to just continue using your primary until you get enough points to then pap that new gun to PAP 3. It's really weird. The mystery box almost feels like a beginner's trap in this game, and it doesn't help that the loadout and point systems reinforce this notion too, by making what you spend such a commodity. Like, you're meant to get a weapon up to PAP 3, gold rarity, and have 6 to 8 perks, and have tier 3 armor alongside score streaks and gobblegums by round 30. And this might be where said gobblegums come into play, but if you don't use them, then your options for creativity are quite low. Then the second beginner's trap that you can make in the early game is trying to equally pap and upgrade both your main weapons and your melee slot, because by the time you already do, you're already falling behind the very quick health cap. and then you'll need to constantly purchase ammo from the ammo box, which makes it take even longer to upgrade your weapons, which prolongs how useful they truly are, and then it's all just this big issue. Like, there are specific rounds where your weapons are most effective. Rounds 1 to 3 for gray non-PAP weapons, a green rarity is best used from rounds 4 to 10, PAP 1 is most effective from rounds 9 to 15, blue rarity 11 to 16, PAP 2 16 to 24, purple rarity 19 to 25, PAP 3 26 to 30, and gold rarity 28 to 35, with the addition of double tap adding just about 5 rounds to all of these numbers and usefulness. These weapon systems are meant to be upgraded in tandem, and sure, completing these upgrades is as simple as pushing a button, but it's the constant tedium every single game that makes me wonder why it was designed this way. It's always something you have to consider because weapon progression is so heavily tied to gameplay, because half the time, that is the gameplay. It reminds me a lot of Exo-Zombies gameplay loop at times. Now honestly, I am exaggerating a bit, the issue really isn't as bad as I'm making it out to seem, but it is one of the game's major flaws, and due to each game going so quickly, the problems become apparent as soon as you make it to round 35, when the game ramps up in difficulty and your standard weaponry become less effective. This isn't that abnormal. If anything, this is statistically the place where the weapons have fallen off since Black Ops 3, but it's due to the pace of the game going so quickly, you notice the effects much quicker, as well as getting a bunch of fatigue. Unlike previous games, matches in Black Ops 6 are the quickest that they've ever been. If you play properly, which there really is no definition for that, but I'm going to use my own experience for reference, you can reach round 30 in about 45 minutes, a near 50% reduction in average game time from Cold War and Black Ops 4, which average about an hour 15 to an hour and a half to achieve the same progress, and a near 67% reduction in average game time from Black Ops 1 and 2, which average about 2 hours to reach the same progression. Now, this isn't to say that there's less content, simply the speed of said content makes it feel so shallow. Cause honestly, I love the maps in this game. My only issue is that unlike every other Zombies game, where you can spend a few hours playing however you want before the high rounds really begin to force you to understand specific strategies and nuances, in Black Ops 6, you get about 30 to 40 minutes of hardcore undead killing action. But by the time that you're fully upgraded, the fun is basically already over. Let me put it like this. The comparison isn't apples to oranges, but just roll with it. In Origins, it can take you about 3 to 4 hours, based on your experience, to get fully set up before the real high rounds start to take over. And let's say that happens at about round 40. In that time, you can collect and upgrade all 4 elemental staffs, dig up 4 additional perk slots, complete all the challenges, complete the Easter egg, collect the G-Strikes, the upgraded Thunder Fist, unlock the golden shovel and the golden helmet, and voila! You are more than set up to take on whatever the game throws at you. It wasn't easy, but if you work for it, there's a ton of content at your disposal. The only thing that can truly counter you is a Panzer Soldat if you aren't paying attention. Throughout this entire process, you spend a grueling 3 to 4 hours combating undead, completing side objectives, and surviving. But at the end of the day, it is all side content. It doesn't feel actively required for progression. They're simply tools that can be utilized to enhance the experience should you seek them out, like the golden shovel opening up the gateway for more perks, completing the Easter egg rewarding you with an upgraded melee and training spot in the crazy place, and the golden helmet preventing death by robots. This isn't to say Black Ops 6 doesn't have those things, but ironically, by making the tools too conducive to gameplay, you lose the natural build-up previous entries had and the freedom of choice in your setup. Because in Black Ops 6, the most important things to your loadout are perks, weapons, armor, and score streaks. All things the game actively throws in your face in an attempt to get you to use them again, which is fine, but loses a lot of the creativity that comes with exploring the map and figuring out what works best for the setup. Because many of these side objectives are a lot of fun. Want to complete a speedboat minigame? Have at it! It's wacky and fantastical. Itching to solve the main quest? Go for it. The ones on both maps are perfect beginner quests that I believe most players could actually solve if they give themselves the opportunities to do so. Want to simply camo grind? Hey, it's not for me sometimes, but I'm glad it is for you. The problem here isn't that there isn't things to do, it's simply the fact that the game is too fast. And no matter how much work you put into combing the environment, your endeavors won't be any more useful than the mutant injector that you find on the ground, or just collecting a few more points to purchase all of the perks that you need, rather than be given them for completing the main quest. Cause if you ask me, what makes the gameplay of Zombies so iconic is the marriage between fast-paced gameplay, slow puzzle solving, and exploration that grants you unique rewards that change how you play. But in Black Ops 6, the gameplay is simply too geared towards making your base tools so powerful, and crafting things that topple the hordes. Which is a great dopamine rush, don't get me wrong, but once you sit down and truly think about the experience, you realize just how fast it goes by and how meaningless exploration and side content can be outside of a few notable exceptions. This main point is the main reason why I called the video what I did. Bigger, better, blunder. It stands toe-to-toe with its compatriots, it's faster, and always seeks to engage the player, but I feel after 4 entries, all progressively ramping up the speed of combat, I think I'm finally burning out on this style of zombies, because it can honestly feel exhausting. Which is the keyword I want to use when describing this complaint. In older entries, there was this satisfaction in increased killing potential over time through your own efforts and discoveries. Matches last quite a long time if you're smart enough, and even if you had to reset a game, the amount of work it took to get to your base loadout to full effectiveness was pretty minimal outside of side quests, and you could forgo upgrading your weapons as systems like the old point system incentivized and rewarded you for using different types of weaponry, especially weaponry that did little damage but gave you lots of points, giving you plenty of options in your decision making and being punished less for going a specific route. But in Black Ops 6, revamped features like the new point system incentivize killing and maintaining weapon power as undead get stronger, and you are punished for not keeping up with the undead health cap, and in turn being given less autonomy as you progress through a match. And at times, matches can feel like you're going through the motions in terms of progression. Because ironically, despite there being more upgrades, they simply aren't as exciting. Besides the first Pack-a-Punch, which offers every weapon a unique effect, every rarity upgrade and additional PAP level provides just enough of a bonus to feel satisfying for a round or two before the next upgrade is required to continue staying ahead of the curve. And at the end of the day, you could say it doesn't matter, but I feel it does. The game's psychology is pushing you toward in-game progression and killing potential. Score streaks are always being offered up by the enemies, points are actively awarded to you for swift and effective killing, and it's further reinforced that you should obtain more powerful weaponry to keep the action going. So you do all of this work, collect 9,500 salvage, acquire nearly 100,000 points needed for PAP, perks, and armor, and complete whatever objective you're looking to do, then get the added bonus of beginning a new game and having to do it all over again. Like, it's so much you have to juggle all at once, but it all comes at you so fast. So I'm hoping future installments find a better way to balance progression, exploration, and fatigue. Because so far, you have an exciting undead entry that has a ton to do, but little reason to actually do it when the tools are simply more readily accessible and matches can be exhausting if you're planning to do consistently repeated playthroughs. Which is funny, because a game I would actually relate the energy of this gameplay loop to is Extinction, which is another mode that constantly has the energy cranked to 11, and is missing the ebb and flow that helps make these co-op experiences more palatable in the long run.
Nothing like a little upgrade to make a man feel young again.
So, just to reiterate, the game is too fast, but it's too fast because of the way that the game constantly pushes you towards killing progression and the double horde sizes, and because of that and the way that the tools are constantly being given to you, exploration isn't as satisfying, and you're also not exploring because your tools are so good, there's little reason to sometimes. So all of this comes together to create a fast, fun, great gameplay experience that can sometimes feel shallow and leaves many of its cooler side content seemingly redundant. Like, for example, there are a couple of side Easter eggs on Terminus that are really cool, like the Mega Stuffy and the boat racing minigame, but the Mega Stuffy is basically a 3-minute long silver protector that doesn't really do a whole lot and goes away the second it shows up, and the boat race minigame simply offering you a tiny and minuscule loot pool. It doesn't give you anything to change the gameplay, and it doesn't really give you anything cool besides a cool side Easter egg, which is cool, but there should be a good enough reward behind it that makes you want to do the side Easter eggs. The problem being, so many of the tools in the game are too good that you don't even need to do some of that stuff sometimes, which narrows the gameplay so much more than it should be. I know, it's a lot. But that's my biggest issue with Black Ops 6, and what I found constantly coming up in my notes when writing this video. Although, if you want other criticisms, there's still ammo boxes, super spinners, lack of gameplay variety, matches feeling samey, side Easter eggs mostly being redundant, and the main narrative is really bad, but we'll talk about those in the map reviews.
Looks like a portable disco. Calvert's gonna love that.
Alright, now let's get to some of the fun stuff. This will be a more condensed section wrapping up my overall thoughts before we begin the actual review of maps like Terminus, Liberty Falls, and everything preceding them. The ray gun is back once again, with a slightly more modern design and functions nearly identical to its Cold War post-launch patch counterpart, which means it also gets all of its downsides as well.
Please, Treyarch, just give it a bigger explosive radius. I'm begging you.
It's also nice that we have a zombies dedicated crew, which the game actively promotes to you in the character select menu. Then there's the HUD, which is alright, but being able to turn off specific features is a godsend. And honestly, it truly changes the experience just being able to remove the minimap, compass, medals, kill and score feed, and subtitles. I truly can't understate how much of a game changer it is. Self-revives being reduced to only 3 purchases per match is a perfect balance, and with the addition of Dying Wish to Quick Revive as an augment, you have more than enough uses for one match. I love the greater inclusion of Dark Ops cards in this game. You have ones unique to both launch maps, one unique to a specific kill requirement, and one that involves secret challenges, both new and old. This was something I wanted to see more of since they were introduced in Black Ops 4, and it's perfect here. Like, you have one where you need to get specific kills while using Aether Shroud, die immediately after using a Perkaholic, collect 20k points without getting hit using a special talisman on Terminus, defeat the Guardian on Citadelle only using the swords, and defeat the Z-Rex while riding atop it with melee, just to name a few. Oh, I also forgot the armory. Randomly dropped by specials and elites, players can spot keys which can be traded into the game's armory room.
I can't stop winning!
The higher the rarity, the better the chance of the good reward. And these make for great additional bonuses to your loadout. Also, I do want to mention how many different ways there is to get a ray gun on these maps. Between the box, SAM trials, the armory, and the abundance of side Easter eggs, it almost feels like the devs want you to obtain the ray gun as a core part of your progression, which is interesting. Then there's the wonder weapons. For a first for the series, players are able to equip skins on their wonder weapons, both earned through progression and ones that you can buy in the God Shop, including Mastercraft variants. I'm shocked it took them this long to monetize the darn things. Also, how could I forget the undead models? A common complaint thrown at Cold War, Vanguard, and MWZ was this near constant reuse of undead models throughout the game's entire lifespan. What we got in D Machine was what we got in Forsaken. It further reinforced how similar each map felt, and a shakeup would have been nice. Well, just like the games of the past, every Black Ops 6 map comes with an entirely new roster of undead skins. This gives every map a distinct feel, and there's a large variety of them. I'll show off just a few, but it shouldn't be understated how good each and every one of them looks. The Tomb has easily the best selection, with armored and heavy zombies having unique skins and armor. A small touch that's unique to the mode is a series of animations that play based on the end of the game. Properly exfilling rewards you with a small victory animation, but the real charm comes in the death animations, which nearly every enemy in the game has. I'll be playing some of my favorites now, but I just wanted to say how much I love them. It gives Black Ops 6 and its enemies their own unique flavor of ferocity. Next up is Directed Mode, which is something I've been begging them to do since the Final Reich introduced the notebook system and the casual Easter egg. Directed Mode is a guided Easter egg mode made to carry inexperienced players through each of Black Ops 6's main quests, presenting the map like a campaign mission. And if players don't immediately complete an objective, the round will be capped and will loop indefinitely until the objective is complete, giving you the ability to continually kill undead to set up and grind for Nebula if that's what you're looking for. I adore this mode. It's everything I've ever wanted in zombies. My only complaint with it is that eggs should get more difficult to compensate. Directed mode is perfect for being a baseline for how easy an egg can be, since it's like holding your hand. So the hunt itself should be harder to give hardcore fans something to work towards during the community hunt. Let's see, I got rid of this in an earlier part of the script, so I'll mention it here. Zombie numbers have been doubled. In every other entry besides maybe MWZ, zombie limits capped at about 24. But in Black Ops 6, they are capped out at 50, and this is a great change in my opinion. It allows the enemies to take up the wider area design and map layouts that the developers have been doing, while also allowing you to speed through rounds quicker, give you more points, and overall just make action feel more action-packed. I know I said the game is too fast, and that is a problem, but when the system works, it really works, and gives you this feel that the Horde is ferocious, and that even with how powerful you are, there are now more enemies than ever that you have to account for. It also lets you get better use out of score streaks, field upgrades, wonder weapons, and really anything else under the sun with good Horde killing potential, which is what they wanted. And I also can't forget that almost every weapon gets some kind of unique upgrade when you pack-a-punch it. There are a ton of weapons that it changes, but some weapons get rapid fire, some get better hip fire, the snipers, one of them turns into an explosive sniper, the pistols, you have the GS-45, which turns into the Mustang and Sally, most melee weapons get at least, I think, a speed increase, and every gun just gets a flat damage increase that's really good for them. And finally, there's save mode, a feature we've been clamoring for years. While playing a solo game, players are given the ability to save their match and return to it next time they pick up the game. While this comes at an added downside of pause timers only being 15 minutes long, even in co-op matches for some reason, the feature is one of my favorites. It makes testing things really easy without having to redo a 40-minute match if I were to make a mistake. And that's the not-so-basic overview of Black Ops 6 Zombies. There was probably still a ton left out, but overall, this game is a ton of fun and feels like a direct evolution from Cold War, taking out what failed to resonate with audiences and improving upon what worked. While the game moves way too fast and becomes repetitive and monotonous at times, all of its systems feel built around this speed, and it's impressive how well it is designed. It has some major glaring flaws at a foundational level, but ones that still don't directly ruin the whole package by themselves. So fingers crossed more and more is added to improve the game throughout the year. But with all that out of the way, seriously, I had a lot more to say than I thought I did. Let's begin our discussion by going to the Philippines and arriving at Terminus.
This place is a cesspit of pseudoscience. I, for one, hope it burns.
Terminus is a monumental Call of Duty Zombies map. Following the failures of Black Ops 4, the middling success of Cold War, and the failures of Vanguard and MWZ, much rested on the map's shoulders. Was this entry going to be a return to form for Treyarch, or would it be another watered-down blunder in their catalog? Community expectations were high following up to the release, and Terminus seemed like the map players would be able to sink their teeth into the most. Personally, I adore Terminus, and the map almost steps up to the plate, giving players nearly everything they could ever desire out of it. It is fun, well thought out, and extremely engaging. So put on your raincoats and get ready to dive into the return of Call of Duty Zombies with Terminus.
Who the hell are you? This is Maya. She's with me.
Coming off of the heels of Black Ops 4, Cold War, Vanguard, and MWZ, Terminus had to step up to the plate. This map is defined by its aspirations to truly wow players once again, and prove that Zombies still has that magic it started with all those years ago back in Noct. In the map, you have an engaging and active narrative, an incredibly designed map layout, side Easter eggs up the wazoo, and an exciting main quest. Terminus is nearly everything that I wanted it to be. But let's start this review like we always do and ask one simple question. What's the story? Continuing right off with Forsaken left off in a time jump that takes place 5 years later, Terminus sees our characters held at a prison and research facility known as Terminus Island. Following the events of Cold War, Edward Richtofen finally reveals himself as the director of Requiem and has the group disbanded. The man uses his recent success of capturing the Forsaken to offshoot the government program into Project Janus. And after 5 brutal years of being trapped there, Gregory Weaver, Mackenzie Carver, Elizabeth Gray, Oscar Strauss, and Raptor 1 are all broken out by none other than the mad scientist William Peck, a man hell-bent on retrieving his life's work and killing Edward Richtofen. Alongside him is his assistant Maya, who has traveled with Peck in search of her brother, who was taken to the facility as well via human trafficking. But just when the group plan on making an easy getaway, the facility comes under attack by another Dark Aether incursion. Ready to fight for their lives, it's up to Weaver, Carver, and Gray to find Maya's brother and escape with their lives. Terminus' intro is serviceable, but lacks any truly exciting hook for fans who haven't been following along since the end of Cold War, Black Ops 4, or even Black Ops 3. It plays out exactly as you'd expect, and besides the sudden incursion of the undead threat, there isn't a whole lot to chew on thematically. If anything, the cutscene feels indicative of what you see in one of those numerous Warzone or Battle Pass cutscenes. And whether it be time, budget, or simply creative restrictions, it's a shame that just like Cold War, we don't get anything bombastic or out of this world. This is a cutscene that will be viewed for years to come, and there's less going on than a Cold War mid-season cutscene no one will ever talk about again. My biggest issue with it is that it feels too similar to MP and Warzone cutscenes, and I think that Zombies always has a distinctive style and flair that helps separate it from that, so not seeing that is not always the best kind of thing. I know, not off to an amazing start, and it doesn't get much better when talking about the characters, which were sadly one of the map's biggest letdowns in my opinion. I know, I've got a lot of negativity for a map I supposedly really like, bear with me. Feverishly following the intel throughout Cold War, I was excited to see where they would take the characters. They've been trapped in prison for nearly 5 years. How have their mental states changed? Are there any shifts in their dynamics and routines? And how are they grappling with their sense of freedom? Well, none of this is answered exactly. Both the main quest and character quotes would have you believe these characters have been here for no more than a month or two, with the only one seeing a visible change being Elizabeth Gray, who went from a pencil-pushing researcher to an unshakable Amazon willing to do anything to get Samantha back. But besides that change in Gray's personality, none of our main crew are shown to really grapple with their previous situations. To say it's non-existent would be a lie, but it feels like you have to dig through some obnoxiously edgy lines in an attempt to find a semblance of character. Even then, what remains is inconsistent character dialogue that feels like it's trying way too hard to be funny, like it's the Premise or Ultimus crew, but falls flat on its face due to delivery, direction, and story inconsistency, something many previous crews have faced too. For example, Carver, being a Vietnam vet, knows more than anyone what it's like to be discarded and ignored by one's own country, community, and the people you were drafted to fight for. And now here he is again, a pawn in someone else's scheme, and once his usefulness was up, he's been spit out and cast aside. Carver, more than anyone, should be bitter, angry, and upset, but he ends up sounding disillusioned in the conflict he's faced with. Not because he's tired and broken from interrogation and suffering, but because it feels like the writers don't know what to do with him or how to utilize his strengths. Carver should be leading the group's charge, and if he wasn't, we should be exploring why. It'd be the perfect gaming situation to make him the leader, especially considering he's been mentoring Gray off to the side.
It appears that, much like us, our guard was no big fan of Dr. Moody. She was in charge of this horror factory.
Modi. I know the name. Word is she's not terribly concerned with the ethical side of her work, and that's me saying that.
Yeah, Modi's a lot like you, Peckerwood. No friends.
Weaver is a man torn by his dedication to his home. He's had his eye torn out, watched friends and family die, and now he's been locked away for doing the very thing he was ordered to do and the people he was trying to protect. Weaver is not a fool, and looks out for his family he's found in Requiem, including people like Sam. If anything, Weaver should be quiet, dismissive, and broken. He knows he's responsible for the death of Richtofen's son Samuel. At least he should be, but we never see that in him. Like Bruno from Chaos, Weaver should be a tortured soul tied desperately to the fact that he's trying to atone for his sins and mistakes. But in the map, he comes across as an uncharacteristically macho warrior. Again, not because of the trauma inflicted upon him at the prison, but because the writers are worried you won't like him if he's not acting that way in some vague attempt to elicit a laugh.
This day just keeps getting worse. As if these Dark Aether fucks aren't enough. We've got homegrown monsters to deal with.
Lighten up. We all have enough piss and vinegar to face this head-on and laugh.
Why Peck? There are plenty of idiots in the world who could help you find your brother.
I stitched him up after he got rolled in a back alley. After that, he figured he owed me. Wasn't gonna tell him otherwise. Why do you hate Peck? Sure, he's got an ego the size of a planet, but he's not all bad. Kind of funny in his own way.
Let's see. He locked our friend in a hostile dimension and tried to unleash hell on Earth. But hey, at least he makes you laugh. 6 years. 6 years in that cell. Wherever Richtofen is, you and I I'm gonna bury him.
Damn straight. That motherfucker picked the wrong people to stick in a cage.
Gray is a woman who has fallen down and come out the other side stronger than ever, using workout as a means to cope with the loss that she's faced. While she still has a soft center at her core, she fights in a vain attempt to get Samantha Maxis back, a woman she developed a deep bond to. But even when things slow down, we never get to see how she really feels. You don't get to peek into that soft Elizabeth Ray core, and at times it feels like that she was swapped out with a different character. But again, not because she was naturally broken by a system around her, but because the writers want you to laugh and cheer her on. Also, she is quite literally a different voice actress, so that doesn't help.
Janus was the Greek god of beginnings, right? So what the hell is Richtofen trying to start?
If he's employing sadists like Dr. Modi, he must be desperate. If not insane.
This is an issue the entire game faces, and it doesn't do a very good job at balancing its serious and more campy dialogue. And in the end, you have an interesting on-paper crew that are uncharacteristically changed and seem to have a lack of direction. Now, to be frank, I do love that we do have a canon crew, but they currently hardly seem to be tied to any central theme, and seem to be lacking in any nuance that would make them instantly engaging to the audience. It doesn't help that the quotes they do say aren't all that funny or interesting either, which is an issue that Victus, Chaos, and the IW crew went through in their experiences as well.
How is this outbreak possible? I thought Max has sealed off the Dark Aether.
Sam dealt with the Forsaken, but the Dark Aether still sat atop our reality like oil on water, just waiting for someone to stir things up.
But to talk about Chaos and where I think that they do work, Chaos tries to have a mix of action-adventure macho dialogue, which is reserved for moments of combat and weapon progression, and serious world-building dialogue, which is saved for the early game, map progression, main quest, and Pack-a-Punch, which usually yields the most intriguing insights.
Starting to lose track of where I am. Getting worried my life is unraveling.
But for Weaver and the gang, they primarily only have the action-adventure macho dialogue, with little of the serious dialogue to build the characters off of, which is a real shame.
Thanks for coming to Bodies by Weaver. Come again. All aboard Weaver's Death Express. It's like a symphony of bodily harm. I could do this all day. I got plenty of corpses.
The Pack-a-Punch quotes were some of the best in Chaos, and BO6 would have benefited from making these quotes the strongest as well. Then there's Maya, who seems to avoid most of the criticisms that the other three characters face, but that mostly seems to be because the map's narrative is based around her, and she gets thrown through the Marie Fisher character development machine, and easily comes out as the group's strongest member. We'll talk about her more when we get to the main quest. But upon further investigation, I finally realized the exact cause of many of these issues, and it's sadly the operator system. When comparing quote lengths between Voyage of Despair and Terminus, you'll notice the immediate problem. Diego Nicali has 50 minutes of dialogue. This includes character conversations, interactions with the environment, Easter egg hints, teamwork reactions, combat quotes, specialist weapons quotes, reactions to things happening, and plenty of boss fight specific quotes. And that's just Voyage alone. Between it, 9, and Ancient Evil, Diego covers over 2.5 hours of dialogue. In Terminus, Weaver has at most 8 minutes of unique dialogue, which is spread between his solo interactions with Peck and Strauss, and the character conversations with Gray, Carver, and Maya. And then there's the operator-designated lines, which are quotes shared across all maps as if Weaver was a nondescript operator, which covers an additional 20 or so minutes of dialogue. And if you include his map-specific dialogue, there's maybe at most 5 minutes of it. This includes quotes used for special enemy interactions, perks, AATs, and so on, and all of those operator quotes are all reused across the various BO6 maps, kind of like the shared special enemy lines used during World War II. This gets so bad to the point where you can hear quotes of Weaver and the gang reacting to an abomination on Liberty Falls, an enemy that they will probably have to inevitably fight at some point throughout the season.
Sit down, you beam breath pile of ass cheeks.
In comparison to the Chaos crew, who, despite having reused enemies like the Blightfather, always had various reactions to it on each of its various maps. With the gang first showing surprise when it showed up on Voyage, shock when it came back on 9, and then confidence and groaning when it returns again on Ancient Evil, providing a nice through line of events as similar elements return, while still providing unique dialogue to complement the evolving situation. But sadly, Weaver and the gang get none of that, which is a real shame and one of the major blunders of this game. It also explains why Weaver and the gang's dialogue is so inconsistent, because the game is trying to have its cake and eat it too. with some of the quotes belonging to the operator system, and explains the over-exaggerated machismo dialogue and the quieter, yet nearly non-existent character dialogue. This will become more apparent as we go forward, but it marks a major problem with the game, and we're only just getting started. It also doesn't help get people attached to the characters simply because there's less dialogue for them to be memorable. Then there's Peck and Strauss, who provide comms in the guard station, and they get some of the best lines. Sure, Strauss isn't as irrational as I'd hoped he would be, but it works for what it needs to be, and Peck's cocky and exaggerated nature has blended perfectly with the game mode at this point, and he's probably the narrative's strongest character, which is something I'd like to see for the main crew throughout the season, and also sad, because it's William Peck.
I've seen my share of secret labs, and believe me, there's a reason why they're always located far the fuck away from everything.
It's good that even an imbecile such as yourself understands why such a decision is prudent.
Work out your differences, or at least ignore them till we get shit under control.
But that's really my biggest complaint about the map. Part of what I love about Terminus is how vast and well explored the concept of Terminus is. Unlike Liberty Falls, with washed out whites, grays, and browns, Terminus feels like a proper zombies map. I legit just want to walk you through all of my favorite areas, because words hardly do it justice. The lighting in each area feels precise, the color palette is incredibly vibrant and distinct, and each area feels more unique than the last. Terminus creates so many unique vignettes and arenas, but my favorite has to be the main lab stashed within the island. Dark and dilapidated, Dr. Modi's research facility is any mad scientist's dream, and everything D Machine and Maurer Toten's labs wishes they could be. Undead are strung about on tables, kept tightly secure in water tanks, and across the area you'll find scores of body bags from living subjects who didn't make it. Terminus does a fantastic job of telling the story of the facility through its environments, and the subsequent results of the incursion. It reminds me a lot of the elements we see on Kino, specifically the use of these body tanks used to move the undead and overcrawlers around. It built a surprisingly good mystery at what's going on here, and Terminus perfectly reflects that as well. I also love how the entirety of the lab is stashed right underneath the top of the playable area, making the environment flow really well from a visual perspective. Next up, I want to talk about something unique to Black Ops 6, which are called living world elements. This is something first pioneered in World War II thanks to Michael Condrey's work on Dead Space, and whether or not the developers at Treyarch knew of this, it's a delightful feature seen added. Liberty Falls also sees this feature included, but it's best pulled off on this map. Even just spawning in, you'll encounter Project Janus soldiers still fighting undead. Unlike the mercs in MWZ, these enemies are thankfully incredibly weak, and even if they do manage to get a few pot shots off at you, they're relatively harmless. And if they somehow manage to survive the undead attacking them, they'll eventually be pulled into the Dark Aether by Sam, which is great world building considering what's happening in the Liberty Falls intro at around the same time. Killed mercs will also drop their weapons, giving you additional early game firepower. Other elements include undead breaking out of water tanks that they're stuffed in, undead devouring human corpses, and body bags twitching as you walk by them. It's small details, but something that adds a ton of unique personality to the map and lends credence to the fact that there is an undead outbreak actively happening, which is something that many maps neglect to do simply by having our characters arrive to a zombified location weeks, months, if not years after their initial outbreaks. So it's so cool to see the team try their hand at something different. And also, it's simply more expensive to do this compared to the latter option as well. Then there's the map layout. Terminus is intelligently designed, and it feels like each and every pathway was thought through meticulously. It's fairly complex, and as you make your way through the prison, you're forced into areas that give you less and less lines of sight towards what's in front of you, increasing the difficulty in a seamless way while being linear and pointing players in the right direction using careful lighting and funneling. And instead of using complexity to create overarching pathways that can confuse players like Voyage of Despair, Terminus uses complexity in a way to present to players multiple entrances and exits. My favorite area in the map has to be the loop created by the recreational yard and the sea cannon. There are also plenty of unique ways to interact with the environment and utilize omni movement. For example, you have a ton of railings to hop over around the map, and overall, you don't feel as restricted as you do on Liberty Falls. Terminus feels like it was built from the ground up to take advantage of the enhanced movement, unlike maps in Cold War, which at times feels like the map design came second to the movement system. There's plenty of freedom in how you choose to corral the zombies, make quick getaways, and overall make moment-to-moment decisions, and it's something the map excels at that I rarely see talked about. Despite its cramped nature, it's an incredibly forgiving level, and makes for a much cleaner on-disc experience than, say, Shadows of Evil or Voyage of Despair. It has plenty of flow too, and you're never too far away from where you need to be or specific items of interest, like ammo boxes, perks, or PAP. Then there's the water. Taking the larger map sizes of Outbreak into a round-based setting, Terminus has plenty of additional islands to explore. And while many of them are simply used for side content, they extend the map greatly, and give players more to do. It also helps that on the islands can be found SAM trials, additional tier 3 armor wall buy, and the Wonder Fizz. But to be frank, I do agree with the general sentiment that there's no reason to actually head out there most of the time, and they can feel like aimless additions that bloat the experience. As talked about in the previous section, it's one of the features of Terminus that falls apart due to how powerful basic progression is, and most side Easter eggs you can find out there aren't worth the investment. These islands and the design philosophy in general would have worked better in a game with more restrictions on what you can use, making side Easter eggs more lucrative and more attractive to your build loadout. I also like that to prevent players from using the water too much and avoiding unnatural barriers, they have an otherworldly tentacle monster attack you should you stay out there too long. It's a great mechanic, but how Peck and Maya snuck onto the island with it around is never explained. Speaking of those side eggs, there are a ton on the map, including multiple free perk side Easter eggs, the Meteor side Easter egg, the Cursed Talisman, the Mega Stuffy, the Boat Race, the 8 core power-ups, the basketball free points, the Oxygen Tank, the Jump Scare, the Cooked Fish, and the Music side Easter egg. Each of these quests are pretty simple to complete, and the rewards range wildly from a permanent double points to a random stash of loot. And then there are some with temporary side effects, like the Cooked Fish giving increased alternate ammo type ability activations. And when I say increased, I mean like really increased. Most of these side quests aren't remarkable, but make for easy to solve Easter eggs. They're cute, interesting, and have a wide range of unique abilities to spice up the gameplay. During the main quest, for example, you have to build the Beam Smasher, and if you choose to build the Wonder Weapon, you'll be presented with a math puzzle you have to complete in order to move on. If math isn't your forte, Peck offers to solve the puzzle for you for a price of 5,000 points. But there's an additional side Easter egg within this quest. If you collect and cook a fish, you can offer to give Peck the food, and in exchange he'll give you back the 5,000 points that you spent. It's such an obscure feature on the map, but again, feels like a proper Easter egg most players wouldn't know about. It's something I 100% feel the rest of the game should shoot for.
I could be persuaded to crack that code for the right price. I offered to help, extended an olive branch, but apparently your stubbornness wins the day.
Another notable side quest is the Cursed Talisman, which also features unique voice work and a pretty cool reward. In my opinion, it's the perfect side quest. It's lengthy, easy to solve if you use your brain, and offers cool rewards should you listen to what the sailor says. By listening to the demands of a merchant marine soldier skeleton, you can retrieve his wristwatch and take revenge on 3 of his crewmates who took buried treasure for themselves, who take the form of 3 HVT Manglers. Each Mangler drops a cursed coin, which delays health regeneration and causes slowed movement speed. And by returning them to the soldier's corpse, he'll reward you with a bunch of legendary tier weapons, and a clue on where to find real secret treasure hidden on the southern island. But if you manage to hold onto all 3 cursed coins and return them at the same time, the sailor will tell you exactly how to find the secret treasure on the southern island, and which can be found by waiting until a storm appears, and digging up the cursed talisman, which grants you permanent double points, but you lose points if you're hurt. It's an exemplary side quest, and one of my favorites just due to the amount of sheer work that goes into it, and also the vibe that it creates. It's wacky, nonsensical, but it feels like a side Easter egg that fits into the environment really well.
I'd say you showed mettle carrying all 3 coins at once, so I'll let you in on a secret. There's an honest-to-God treasure chest out there, but it can only be seen when the wind gets angry enough.
If I had to give a complaint about all this side content, it's how minimal most of the rewards feel. Like sure, permanent double points is nice, but the ability is situational at best, and by the time that you obtain it, points aren't the most useful resource in your inventory. Then there are additions like the Mega Stuffy, which is a one-time Civil Protector-like drone. It's a cool side Easter egg, but should be a permanent feature once you unlock it, because once it's gone for the entire game. And since rounds go by so quickly, it only shakes up the gameplay for like 3 minutes. It also doesn't help how many of the rewards are just loot pools, like the boat minigame. I feel it should have given player access to a faster boat around the map, but maybe it's slow simply to save on load times. Now granted, to play devil's advocate, these are side Easter eggs, small additional tasks that you can discover around the map should you know that they exist. But it feels like the rewards should be a bit more impactful. And to reiterate, these side Easter eggs have a hard time competing with normal progression, when normal progression is easier and more conducive to gameplay. Then there's the map's enemies. Terminus features the reintroduction to parasites from Shadows of Evil, Vermin, a rework of the spiders from Tetsubo no Shima, the reintroduction of the Mangler from Firebase Z, and the newly introduced Amalgam. The parasites and vermin are such mute points of the conversation, but to keep it quick, they're small popcorn-style enemies that range from slightly obnoxious to fight and ones you hardly even give a second thought. They usually blend into the horde and are killed as quickly as they're spawned. My only issue is the range attack the parasites have, which seem to heat seek to your location as if they have hit scan. It has led to so many random downs and can even hit you even if you're an Aether Shroud. And when there's like a billion of them, the damage stacks up fast. The Mangler, oh my god, I feel like I'm groaning just reading that, is another iteration of the fan favorite enemy. On Liberty Falls, he feels pretty right at home, especially considering the revamped Project Janus armor. But on Terminus, he feels incredibly out of place. I really enjoy the map's body horror theme, and the vermin, parasites, and amalgam all fit it perfectly. It's the Mangler that's this big metal blister that sticks out like a sore thumb. And just like on Liberty Falls, it doesn't help that before Nurse, the enemy spawned in comical droves. And then there's the Amalgam. Being a combination of the Thrasher and Mimic, the Amalgam is a body horror monstrosity that consumes undead to refill its HP, and grabs players from a distance to chomp down on them and deal large amounts of damage. Truly the best of both worlds. On high rounds, its HP becomes astronomical, and due to its regenerative factor, disruptive attacks, and non-weakness to the Wonder Weapon, you usually have to use a mutant injector to take them down, which ultimately defeats the point and purpose of encountering the enemy in the first place. And if you don't have an injector, well then you're kinda just out of luck. Now, to be fair, the enemy does have an elemental weakness to Deadwire and Shadow Rift, with Deadwire being the only immediately accessible AAT you unlock at level 1, so it does encourage you to utilize the feature, and alongside Vulnera being augment on Elemental Pop, you can take them out much quicker. But for the average player who isn't min-maxing their damage, the Amalgam can be quite annoying to deal with. What I dislike the most about the Amalgam is the combination of their abilities. They have high health, grab attacks, and health regeneration. I feel like 2 out of the 3 would have been more manageable, but all 3 seems incredibly excessive, especially when more than one of them can spawn in the high rounds, and that's including the fact that whenever they do their grab attack, they can get slowed down and stuck in the horde, giving them more time to grab undead to heal, and also allowing them to regenerate health, but making it harder for you to hit them as now they're deeper into the horde, so you have to kill more zombies to start attacking them, and it just kinda gets annoying. I know I stated earlier that it's a good thing that these elite enemies force you to use all the tools at your disposal, but just like specialist weapons in BO4, having enemies designed around using your delete all tools isn't exactly the best kind of game design. It's an issue I have with the basic gameplay of Black Ops 6, and the Amalgam is no exception. Now, as a footnote, with the introduction of Double Tap, you can manage to kill them much quicker, but I don't think it's the best game design decision to introduce a perk that buffs your already weak weapons and makes it easier to kill your tanky special enemies, when you could just buff the weapons a little bit or reduce the health on the special enemies, like pick one. But aside from all that, I love the enemy's design. It invokes a lot of the hallmarkers of the Thrasher, but unlike Manglers for example, doesn't feel like a direct copy-paste of previous enemies, but instead feels like a unique spin made specifically for the world that it inhabits. Like, did you know the reason it eats undead to regenerate health is because amalgams feast on flesh? So it's basically regenerating the holes that you're putting in it with your weapons. Man, it sure would suck if this annoying to fight enemy was unceremoniously brought back on other maps for no reason whatsoever, but they would never do that. Then there's the map's wonder weapon, the Beam Smasher. Utilizing both supersonic and electrical frequencies, the Beam Smasher weakens undead using a sonar pulse, and then kills them with electrifying power. And if the magazine is completely diminished, it'll shoot out one final pulse, dealing additional light damage to undead in the immediate area, and causing them to be stunned due to the blast. Undead affected by the sonar pulse are also more susceptible to increased damage from other weapons as well, making it one of the few support-adjacent wonder weapons. In normal play, however, the Beam Smasher ends up feeling subpar, especially in its current state. While it manages to stun and slow down Manglers, and just simply slow down Amalgams, it doesn't have the best horde clearing potential, nor the best single target damage, especially in the high rounds. leading to it feeling like a weaker tool in the player's arsenal with some unique capabilities. This is to the point where the best way to use the weapon is to spam the empty mag pulse repeatedly to kill enemies, if they haven't patched it by now. If I had to give the weapon some credit, it'd be its unique design. I don't know, I'm a sucker for how rigid it is, and I love the detail of Peck being jealous of the technology and taking pride in actually completing the prototype, unlike its creator, who you find dead when accessing her secret lab.
Shame Tanofsky didn't live to see this. Oh well, she's dead, we're not.
I think it could have been fixed if they allowed it to do electrical damage against the amalgams, because then it'd at least be good against the map's special enemy and make you want it more. Kinda like how the jet gun deals fire damage on Liberty Falls, dealing extra damage to both abominations and manglers. Speaking of the secret lab, you get started on the main quest trying to find a hard drive to locate where Maya's brother Nathan is. To locate the hard drive, Peck delivers hints to the players, including that in order to find Anya Tanofsky's secret lab, you'll only find it if you're so inclined, which is a hint to utilize the incline lift in order to find the lab. I love how stupid it is, and the hint actually clues you in on how to solve the step.
Interesting. There's an encrypted file in the database written by Technical Officer Anya Tanofsky. Clever minx kept a secret workshop that, quote, can be found if you're so inclined, though most will be refused.
The fuck is this, some kind of carnival game?
In any other entry, you simply shoot the electric box with dead wire in order to open the door, but I legitimately prefer the hint given here. It feels reasonable while not entirely giving away how to solve the step. But let's move on to that main quest now. Terminus' main quest is split into two halves. The first half being setup and locating Maya's brother Nathan, and the second half is a race against time, pitting Weaver and the gang against the mad scientist known as Dr. Modi. So we'll start at the first half, which mostly involves building the Beam Smasher and giving access to Nathan's cell. In order to locate Nathan, you'll need the system's backup hard drive, which can be found by locating and investigating the open tentacle traps around the map. This is indicated to players by one of the 3 traps around the map already being smashed through by the tentacle trap creature, and having eaten the scientist who had the hard drive with his keycard lying in rubble. If you use the other tentacle traps around the map, the beast will break through the air vent for the first time, further cluing you in to how important one of the traps already is. To get to the hard drive, you just need to shock the beast with a Beam Smasher in order to force it to throw it up. Again, good visual hints in the environment without outright giving it away. It's found Nathan is located in the main lab, and if it wasn't obvious, it's pretty obvious now. Nathan won't be making it back in one piece. Once the code has been located, you can face off against the monstrosity, taking the form of a souped up amalgam.
Well, I told Maya we'd get him out.
Hurry! I got buried in here!
Modi would have just used you for parts anyway. What the hell have they done to you?
Nathan attempts to kill players in a mini boss fight. I personally love this scenario. It makes for a great emotional centerpiece of the map, Nathan makes for an easy to learn combatant, and it isn't all too difficult. If anything, the fight makes the best use out of the Amalgam's abilities, and it lasts just long enough without overstaying its welcome. And how could I forget the music? I also love how if the PAP incline lift is set to be at spawn, it'll come down to make the arena a perfect loop. And I have to applaud the cinematics and lighting. I love watching all the lights begin blaring, and the fight makes good use of the powered down version of the main lab. And then there's all that unique voice work that Maya has as well. It ties the fight together really well. This is also a good point to bring up here, but during the Nathan sequence and all boss encounters, enemy damage is set to 30, the lowest it can possibly be. This is a great balancing measure to ensure that undead don't easily overrun the player, and allows the developers to properly tune the boss fight and allocate how much damage it should and shouldn't be doing. This is something that games like IW, World War II, BO3, and even BO4 have all struggled with. Cold War had the right idea by giving you armor, but if you ran out of that armor, you would then be taking way too much damage from the spawning undead. But now in BO6, because they can set enemy damage to be the lowest that it can possibly be, it allows them to spawn in way more undead, but the difficulty is at a point where it's balanced and manageable without being completely frustrating, which is something that annoyed me about boss fights in IW in World War II. These games had a really hard time trying to balance making a boss difficult without making undead unfair to fight through, while also making it fun.
I can't save you!
If you kill me, you'll be alone.
And finally, there's Maya herself. Coming from the Philippines, Maya runs a smuggling group with her younger brother Nathan. While working for the French syndicate in Avalon, Nathan eventually goes missing, and it's up to Maya to find out where he went, eventually leading her to teaming up with Peck. The two do make a pretty good team, and get some of the best moments on the entire map. I love the way the team handled the situation between Maya and Nathan, and I do feel it's better handled than how Marie and her brother Klaus are handled on the Final Reich. Maya has multiple dialogue moments, and a lot of them work really well at getting you attached to her character. At least it worked on me. I've also got to applaud the way the map handles Nathan's body horror. It doesn't feel like the concept stops halfway like Klaus on the Final Reich. And on Terminus, it invokes some truly horrific imagery, especially when he's begging his sister to stop hurting him. But as much as I love it, it definitely feels like the amalgam was first designed for this specific scenario, and was then plucked and made into a regularly appearing special enemy, which does slightly lessen its impact. Once Nathan is defeated, it's Maya who puts him out of his misery, and there's a great mid-game IGC where Dr. Modi makes her presence known, and taunts the group and their success. She then announces that she's long left the island in her midi-sub with Peck's warheads in tow. Now the group scramble to find a way to locate it before she gets too far offshore. The second half of the quest follows this back and forth as the two groups scramble to kill each other.
I'm afraid Dr. Modi has your precious warheads. What if she chooses to use them? Is that even a question? Of course she's going to use them.
With Weaver and the gang gaining access to the SAM unit in Liberty Falls. Now this is where they learn that outbreaks have affected all Project Janus facilities, with the mystery being who caused them. Quick aside, it's incredibly stupid for Strauss and the gang to announce themselves to the Project Janus security system. If the AI wasn't heavily based off of Samantha Maxis, it would have outright noticed them as high-value targets and sent in reinforcements to kill them and destroy the island. For all anyone knows, the Terminus Black Site has been compromised and needs to be wiped off the map before word of it gets out. But story's gotta happen, I suppose. I love the introduction of Sam on the map, and she's just the entity the group needed to tip the scales in their favor. Once Sam is contacted and Modi's mini-sub is hijacked, she attempts to blow up the island in a fantastic rendition of the bomb step from Gorod.
Connection established. Overriding submarine controls.
Ha! In your fucking face, Modi. Damn you.
I'm gonna need a few minutes alone with her. Got some things I need to say.
So, you convinced the synaptic algorithm module to assist you. Well, I have a little remote control surprise of my own. Authorization code RM75. Activate Apocalypse Protocol.
Arming self-destruct system. Commencing countdown to thermonuclear detonation.
By locating 3 bombs within the main lab, players must activate them before it's too late. The sequence makes great use of the event unique undead, and as the bombs are defused, manglers, and even amalgams join the insanity. I love all the set dressing done for this experience, including the fantastic score that complements the dialogue. What's also cool is that each bomb takes 20 seconds to be defused, so you're required to stand still and not fire. But if you leave the bomb prematurely, the timer doesn't immediately go down, giving you an opportunity to walk away, work on another bomb, or kill undead in return. The map does end, by the way, if you fail to defuse all 3 bombs in 5 minutes, but I really enjoy the way this encounter is set up. Once the bombs are defused, you can now begin preparations for the boss fight.
No nukes, saberways? Sure, I'll have both of those.
Apocalypse Protocol deactivated.
Oh, shit. You actually did it.
I am directing Dr. Modi's submarine to the docking area.
Splendid. The door to the docks is on the lower floor of the biolab.
Roll out the welcome wagon. Just don't damage my warheads.
Finally arriving back at the facility, Dr. Modi is defeated by the tentacle monster that roams the map. and by absorbing the power of Peck's Tempest warheads, the creature mutates into a Kraken-like entity, and thus arises one of my favorite boss fights in quite some time, Patient 13.
Something's happening. Aesthetic energy spiking off the chart. Oh dear, your so-called inversion warheads have certainly inverted Patient 13. Oh no, this is not my fault. Hey, boots on the ground, we're all rooting for you.
Hey, did you fuck up? Because it kind of seems like you fucked up.
I love this creature's design, and the fight itself is a ton of fun. Taking place in a box-like arena, Patient 13 will follow players and attempt to kill them by slamming down with his tentacles. This attack can also be used to your advantage to inadvertently defeat undead trying to attack you. The fight is split into 3 distinct phases, with Phase 1 pitting you against undead, vermin, and parasites. During Phase 1, the boss's weak point is the large red pods that periodically appear on its shoulders. These pods are weak to Napalm Burst. Once a third of the boss's HP is depleted, an intermission phase begins, which introduces Manglers. During Phase 2, the boss evolves, using the mutagenic powers of Peck's warheads to turn orange and become resistant to most damage except through the mouth, which becomes weak to Cryo-Freeze. About halfway through Phase 2, it'll evolve again and gain a distinct hardened black look, and now only its tentacles can be damaged and are weak to Deadwire. Once the second third of the HP is depleted, you'll immediately go on to the second intermediary phase, where amalgams are thrown into the mix. And finally, during Phase 3, it'll add a fourth blue phase, lock off half of the arena, and summon a screen nuke which can be avoided by hiding behind terrain, jumping in the water, or by shooting out its many glowing eyes. This phase is weak to Shadow Rift. If not defeated, it'll begin to cycle through its other phases, and it'll also gain a tongue grab attack which can kill you if it attaches itself to you, which is a lot harder to avoid now due to the shrinking arena. While in Phase 3, more undead will continue to flood the arena, making it even harder than Phases 1 and 2 on top of the amalgams that force you to move around the space. To add on to all of this throughout the fight, you are constantly bombarded by attacks from nearby tentacles, which shoot parasite-like green orbs at you, and lob poison gas clouds like they're scorpions from Extinction. But thankfully, due to how much faster you move, these usually aren't an issue. I love the Patient 13 fight. It's one of the few Treyarch encounters to properly balance its endgame content, makes the bosses scary, if not scarier to fight than the undead, and understands how to properly up stakes and build upon itself without becoming impossible. A masterclass in game design, and that hasn't even mentioned how good the map's boss fight theme is. And the fight dynamically changes the environment by locking off ease of access to the back half of the arena is a chef's kiss. My only complaint with the fight is that Peck and Strauss seem to get the best dialogue, and again, our main crew is given a back seat and seem to react more to what Peck and Strauss say rather than have their own unique thoughts and outlandish opinions. Like, no one seems to react to the screen nuke, which is fine, I get it has an extremely obvious visual tell, and the way the arena is locked off, there are almost no ways to miss the nuke by line of sight, but I wish our unique characters had a reaction to it. The operators are fine because they're operators. You choose to handicap yourself with them and their lack of unique dialogue. But if you want everyone to hear them, then fine, just have Peck say something like, "What the hell are you doing? Take it down or duck for cover, you numbnuts!" Overall, Patient 13 is a love letter to the many crazy ideas throughout the series, and fits right at home in the zombies pantheon. It's difficult, it's well balanced, and it feels like the developers put a lot of thought into making it engaging without making it unfair. It truly feels like a concept that they've been wanting to tackle for a while as well too. Also, the death animation is super cool. Something you think would never happen in zombies, yet here it is, being eaten by a Kraken.
Oh, finally! I thought that bastard would never die.
That's it, yeah? Tell me there's no encore.
Today must have been very difficult for you, Peck. Humiliating, even. But at least we eliminated that monster, and Modi. Gather in the guard station. I have a proposal that I believe may interest you.
Once defeated, the crew celebrates their first real success, and Sam alerts them to meet her in the guard tower, and thus begins the map's outro cutscene. While fighting the boss, Sam looked into many of Project Janus's files, discovering Richtofen's current goal, to find the elusive Sentinel artifact from Black Ops 4, which is being investigated by Gabriel Kraft from Vanguard, who has been captured by the French Syndicate and is currently being interrogated by Ravenov from Cold War. So with that, the mission is clear. Find Kraft in Avalon, free him from the Syndicate, and locate the Sentinel artifact to bring Sam back. Seems like a plan. And with that, the crew is off, seemingly unaware of Sam's true intentions. What a mouthful. Before I talk about the main quest in full, I need to address the elephant in the room. Seemingly back after almost 5 years in silence, Chaos storyline elements are reintroduced, including the biggest one being Sentinel artifacts, otherworldly devices that contain premium materia, an exo-element known for its power and abilities. Besides the mention of Alistair Rhodes and Vanguard, these elements have been seldom talked about.
An amateur demonologist and personal hero of mine. About different objects of power that he called...
And now it appears Black Ops 6 is here to pick up the pieces. We'll talk about its execution when we start talking about the tomb. Many folks have criticized the ending for the jingling keys aspect of the artifact. It was stated many times by Blondell that Chaos and Aether did not share the same universe, and ever since then, it's been this weird backpedal to seemingly say that the elements were connected to the Dark Aether, or at least some of them are. As someone who loved the Chaos storyline, it is a bit sad to see all this stuff rolled in with another complicated narrative, so fingers crossed they do some cool stuff with it. And then there's the mention of Croft, the demonologist that led the Vanguard maps. I don't mind his inclusion, and tying him into the narrative just seems like a natural fit. But then there's Franco, the Syndicate, and Ravenov. So many characters to add to the puzzle, and frankly for the uninitiated, this cutscene can be simply so confusing and overbearing. But I appreciate the developers not always holding the audience's hand, so I guess soon we'll find out what's actually going on in Avalon. But for now, let's wrap up that main quest. Terminus' main quest is short, snappy, and a ton of fun. While it relies less on puzzles than other Easter eggs, it makes for an engaging time. One that offers a much more difficult experience than Liberty Falls and makes for a perfect level 2 or 3 in terms of difficulty. The story beats are great, and it's fun to have our crew face off against other one-time villains. It fills out the narrative's rogues gallery, and I love the way each step dynamically affects or has you interact with the environment. Both boss fights are really well designed, and I have to give props to the main quest for having you fully explore the island. But its weakest element is the narrative. Besides Maya, Weaver and the gang feel like they're just along for the ride, and the map misses the opportunity to have the group truly confront their captor. Like during the Nathan IGC, Maya seems more upset at Modi than the other characters, who have been trapped there for half a decade. Half a decade! A certain virus was half a decade ago. Imagine the person that you were then compared to the person you are now, and imagine being in prison for that long. And despite some cool intel describing his backstory, Patient 13 isn't the enemy the crew were keen on fighting. Maybe Modi should have merged with Patient 13 and the Warheads to create the Kraken monstrosity, cause then this would have at least made the battle not only satisfying for the player, but also the characters too, tying together its full narrative. Also, I think the irony of Modi being turned to this monstrosity after she turned other people into monstrosities would have been some good irony. And it just feels like that there were a few too many missed opportunities in that department. Standout steps include the bomb defusal, and the entire sequence comes with unique cinematics, combat encounters, and music. The Black Ops 6 version better matches the intensity and gameplay of the environment it's put in. Despite not being very Easter eggy, this main quest was a near perfect cinematic linear experience. And if you ask me, any game benefits from the variety it brings compared to the usual quest line that just feels like a bunch of random steps all slammed together. It's a questline that I adore, but if they better wrap the characters into it, besides just Maya, it could have been something even more incredible. And finally, let's talk about the overall gameplay. Terminus is a fantastic gameplay experience with some good build-up and mostly solid ideas. The opening rounds have you turn on 3 individual power stations which must be defended. And as you explore the island, more and more becomes available to you, and once Power Station 3 is on, you can activate Pack-a-Punch and explore the islands, which include a couple of small side Easter eggs to help you get set up on. Besides that, the world is your oyster, and there are plenty of great training spots. Also, I love the way that the Pack-a-Punch lift goes between the facility and the top of the main courtyard. It perfectly connects those two pieces of the map while increasing and lowering difficulty periodically for the area it currently does and doesn't reside in. It's such a dynamic set piece that I adore, despite it just being a moving platform. Getting set up is fairly easy as well, and you are encouraged to experiment with side Easter eggs to spice up the gameplay, even if most of them aren't any more effective than the score streak dropped by a mangler. The main quest coincides perfectly with your setup, and if you choose to continue playing, you can get a free ray gun, which makes the late mid-game easier to breeze through. I love running around the map, and its level flow is incredibly precise and well thought out. The traps are also in some pretty easy to access spots, and major props to the tentacle traps, which are usually placed in choke points around the map, making them a blast to use. And while I wish the Void Cannon was used in the boss fight, it's a magical set piece that I can't help but admire every time I run by it. Speaking of, that Void Cannon is bliss. Looks beautiful, sounds great, and kills undead with cinematic flair. I also love how if you stand too close to the device, you can actually be sucked in and teleported randomly across the map. Then there's the map's mid-game, which is a ton of fun, and I like getting to use everything that the map has to offer. And the late game sadly becomes a camping strat that typically involves mutant injector spam, with not a whole lot of room for creativity due to the map's cramped design. And while I hear that the Beam Smasher is really good, I don't find that strategy all too easy to pull off. Although, with 4 players, there is a lot of unique things that you can do in terms of late game setup. And if you're smart enough, just about anywhere can be a useful training and camping spot. I found the amalgams detestable, but despite my issues with them, I do have to give props to the mutant injector's usefulness only going up as the game goes on. And while I wish it was nerfed, so should amalgam late game health. And finally, let's go into those little details. There's a unique animation that plays if you get pulled into a tentacle trap, which allows you to free yourself, making the trap less lethal to players, while still forcing you to make quick split-second decisions should you fail to avoid it. Patient 13's design is super cool, and the beast is fully modeled even under the water as well. Love its design. It's also cool how undead have vermin sprout from their heads, and then eventually, if left alone long enough, vermin will sprout and evolve into parasites. Cute evolutionary stuff that really invokes Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space. Would love to see it further explored. During the main quest, you need to find the 2 node connectors which are hidden in the ship. In there, you can find a secret lab which seems to detail some of the director's goals, including time travel, which makes sense considering his motivations. Speaking of the director, the map's intel features the first in-map, normally voiced performance by Nolan North since Tog der Toten, and he kills it as always, despite stepping away from the role for so long, giving us good insight into his mind despite saying so little. There's also intel referencing Jack Fletcher from MWZ of all places, an extremely jarring cameo that hardly seems to have any narrative purpose, which is weird considering the map is called Terminus and he eventually runs an organization titled Terminus Outcomes, so who knows where that was going. I like how whenever you give Peck the hard drive and he hands you the hacking computer, he actually rolls over from his chair and places and retrieves the device from the exchange box, which is a really nice detail. A similar detail is found when you give him the hard drive, with Strauss even standing up to review the data with him. I also can't get over the design of the main lab. It constantly feels like it's evolving and changing, and I don't want to stop reiterating how starstruck I am with it. Also, it's interesting how unlike the dragon being permanently defeated in Gorod, once you return to the main map after the egg, the tentacle that chases you around the water comes back, which I guess makes sense for a gameplay point of view and also prevents you from just going out of bounds. Also, there's the elevator fast travel, which takes you from the labs to spawn in one nice trip. I love the way the map spaces its movement economy, and fast travels like the lift and the elevator are great additions that close 2 of the map's biggest distances. Speaking of fast travels, on one of the islands, players can find a drawing depicting the Odin artifact from Voyage of Despair. What it's doing here, I can't tell you, but by using the Beam Smasher on it, it'll teleport you back to the main part of the map, which is really cool and a great hidden fast travel. And finally, let's just take a moment to appreciate all of the undead models on the map. They are gorgeous, but it's a shame none of them are turned into unique enemies besides the amalgam. And that's Terminus, a fantastic undead experience that takes us back into the sci-fi enriched world of the undead. It features body horror galore and feels like an improved upon concept of Zetsubo no Shima, which is fitting considering that Kevin Drew, the mode's current lead, directed Zetsubo back in Black Ops 3, and explains many of the 2 maps' visual similarities. The gameplay works quite well, but if the map were in a slower entry, the world, alongside the islands, would feel better explored and utilized. It also helps that bosses like Patient 13 feel like completely developed concepts, and it's clear that they've been wanting to tackle it for a while. Sadly, the map's biggest downside is its characters, and that right there is where the map falls entirely on its face. The narrative feels controlled by Peck and Strauss, and besides the mid-game IGC, we hardly get a moment for our characters to reflect on their current situation and really grapple with the results of what's been happening over the past 5 years. They hardly seem to react to the map's primary boss, and they're portrayed as wildly inconsistent due to the tone of many of their voice lines, which are directed like any other operator. It also doesn't help that the amount of voice work heard is very little, making the few quotes that they do say hurt even more because most of them fail to stick the landing. The Beam Smasher is also a disappointment, and maybe if it cleared hordes better, including armored zombies, then I probably wouldn't be so harsh on it. But man, being bad at killing large hordes and bad at single target damage, pick a struggle. And finally, there's the map's special enemy variety, which ranges from reused to annoying. But despite these issues, I truly have so much positive to say about this experience. So much of it clicks with me. Despite my numerous complaints, Terminus is an experience filled to the brim with passion and perfectly evokes what makes zombies zombies in this modern era. There are a plethora of side Easter eggs to discover, and many of them do feature some in-depth reactions, even if the rewards aren't the best. It's clear the team had a ton of fun designing as many as they could, even if most fail to stick the landing just due to the way that Black Ops 6 is built from a foundational level. While it struggles to truly figure out what its characters are doing, its gameplay feels more than fleshed out, and I can't wait to see what comes next. But for now, let's explore a similar incursion happening simultaneously at a delightful, quiet town. What's happening with Director Richtofen? What's the true cause of the outbreak? And will Peck ever get over his warheads? Who knows? But come join me as we now travel to Liberty Falls, because once you're there, you'll never want to leave.
Enjoy your revenge, young lady. I'm not chasing after an old wives' tale.
Oscar, we've all seen things that seemed impossible. And Richtofen is no fool. If he and Sam believe that this artifact can actually bring her back, we have to try. We can't give up on her. She never gave up on us.
She's right. Let's see for ourselves if this Sentinel thing is the real deal.
Agreed. But I still want to know where that bastard Richtofen is hiding.
Unknown. He may be en route to Avalon to collect the artifact.
Then let's find it before he does.
Heads up, people. Helo's ready. But the storm's getting worse. We gotta go, now!
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes?
Whenever I think of a great zombies map, I think of a high-octane scenario, star-studded visuals, gripping storytelling, an amazing main quest that takes all sorts of players on the journey of a lifetime, and a gameplay loop that feels unique to the world that it creates. But when I look at Liberty Falls, I see anything but that. The map looks dreary and uninspired. The stakes, while supposedly high, have never felt more non-existent. The same can be said for the narrative. The main quest ends right when it feels like it's getting started, and the gameplay loop can be found on just about any other Black Ops 6 map. So then why is Liberty Falls so beloved, and how have twice as many people played it than Terminus? If you ask me, Liberty Falls manages to be no more than a 4 or 5 out of 10. But surprisingly, it seems to have really resonated with a wide majority of players. So let's explore the town and figure out how it managed to do so.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday.
For this map, I decided to do something different. Liberty Falls is a surprisingly unique experience, and I feel the best way to review it is to split this portion of the video into 2 distinct parts. First, reviewing Liberty Falls based on what it sets out to do, and second, reviewing Liberty Falls based on how it stands up to the zombies pantheon and as a complement to Terminus. Like many other on-disc maps like Kino and 5, Transit, The Giant, 9, and Classified, D-Machine, and now Liberty Falls, each of these levels are meant to be onboarding experiences. Maps that strip the gameplay down to its bare essentials and present to players what this specific iteration of zombies is all about, and get returning players back on board. Now, of course, the wrong lesson shouldn't be taken away from its success, but I feel it's important to view the experience under that lens first, because if we didn't, it'd be easy to pick apart what the experience isn't before pinpointing what it is. For example, let's take a look at what a map like Origins sets out to do. Taking players far away from the events of World at War, BO1, and most of BO2, Origins sets out to reset things, reintroduce the characters of Richtofen, Nikolai, Takio, and Dempsey, and finally, deliver an experience like no other, and it accomplishes that in spades through meticulous and precise execution. Liberty Falls, on the other hand, sets out to do three things: present a new status quo, keep things relatively simple with a specific focus being placed on the map's gameplay, and adjust what a normal player is able to discover, keeping mystery light for the sake of making an experience that can be picked up by all. And I feel that's more than enough of an introduction, so let's talk about it. Keeping things simple, there's the story, or lack thereof. Having broken out of her chamber, a new entity titled the Synaptic Algorithm Module, otherwise known as SAM, has unleashed legions of the undead on a Project Janus facility stationed in Liberty Falls, West Virginia. The facility is run by the newly reintroduced Director Edward Richtofen, the same one seen walking into the light with Samantha at the end of Tog der Toten. Now grown up, he's faced with trying to use the secrets of the Dark Aether to bring back his wife and son, Mary and Samuel. We follow the man as he makes his way through the facility to confront his own creation and stop the sudden Dark Aether incursion. Upon finally reaching her, he is sucked into the Dark Aether, and the tragedy of the map unfolds with no force to oppose this Ethereum-controlled terror. A lot of this is semantics, but does a good job at re-establishing the world of the Dark Aether through the lens of the reintroduced Richtofen. So players unfamiliar with the current story have something to grab onto as the never-ending conflict between him and a version of Samantha Maxis continues. We're going to continue to dive more into the cutscene later, but for setting out to re-engage audience interest, it more than meets the bill, using spectacle and a way of showing off his backstory to its advantage, getting audiences instantly hooked. But at the end of the day, you see a familiar face, you see undead running amok, and thus the scene is set.
Edward, I already am.
I need the captions, bro. Did the robot say Adler?
Then there's the map's in-level narrative, which has you playing as a member of the Project Janus Rapid Response Team, a group sent in to clean up the area and prevent further damage from being caused. This is a great means to play as any nondescript operator and miss out on none of the narrative, unlike Terminus and Citadelle, the Tomb, and Shattered Vale in any map going forward, which require you to play as the crew to get the most out of the story. This can be seen as both a positive and a negative, but for the sake of getting new players on board, it is a positive. It also addresses a major criticism that Cold War had, which was the lack of a playable crew. So this time around, you have a map dedicated to the operator system, and the rest of the narrative focused on Weaver and the gang. If I had to gripe with how this is presented in the map, it's that the map does nothing to get you engaged in the actual story of Weaver and the crew, which seems like a missed opportunity, and makes the map feel more disconnected from Terminus than it should be. But by entering the map, you are greeted by Security Chief Blanchard, who instructs you to locate missing Project Janus personnel and stop the Dark Aether incursion. Seems fairly simple, and a far cry from whatever the hell was going on in the Giant for comparison's sake. While he is a meme in the community, I adore Blanchard, and this is accomplished through his genuine actions and remorseful statements. The best line on the map is one of his first. It quickly characterizes the people who make up Project Janus and their goals, to push forth the means of innovation and aid humanity. Yet after the unfolding events of Liberty Falls, all they've done is cause death and destruction. And who knows, maybe this will lead to some interesting confrontations going forward.
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Blanchard is accompanied not by Richtofen, but by a surviving Janus scientist named Pericles Panos, a man trapped in the Dark Aether with no way to escape. So now the objective changes to freeing Panos by any means necessary, as he could be the key to stopping the Dark Aether incursion. This is a fairly simple setup and presents to players the narrative agency should they seek it out. For example, in most experiences, that narrative becomes intertwined to the map, so for many players it feels like homework to engage in the world, something the story wants you to get invested in whether you like it or not. This can be seen in plenty of more cinematic experiences, like the Final Reich, the Shadow Throne, Ancient Evil, Mob of the Dead, Forsaken, and especially Shadows of Evil, just to name a few. But for Liberty Falls, besides Blanchard talking to you in the first couple of rounds, everything is up to you to figure out or not figure out should you not want to investigate it. Power is immediately turned on, so you can ascend the town and locate Pack-a-Punch, the perks, and activate the main quest. Much of Liberty Falls is a stripped-down version of any other Black Ops 6 map, and it does a good job using the wide open spaces to present to players various level dynamics and difficulties. And the town is designed to accommodate this simplistic map layout, as it's just 2 large circles, so it's impossible to get lost or run into dead ends. This makes it easy to navigate, unlike the labyrinth-like design of Terminus, which admittedly isn't too much more complicated, but Liberty Falls has the added advantage of lines of sight, which secretly aid in guiding the player without saying anything. For example, a map that does line of sights terribly would be Voyage of Despair. Being constricted to a linear fashion on a cruise ship, Voyage gives players no vantage point to see what area is ahead of them besides maybe on the poop deck, and forces moment-to-moment combat on the player, with each room being its own arena. This makes the map infinitely more difficult to navigate on top of the level's already complicated vertical level design. But in Liberty Falls, you can always see what's ahead of you, around you, in the zones that are clear in front and behind you, and this is done due to the very modular design and the way that the town is designed. Especially when you get all the way to the top of the hill by the church, and you can view over basically the whole town. Many of the locations in Liberty Falls aren't a particular note, but the main highlight is that church, which has been completely and suddenly inverted by the Dark Aether. How or why is unknown, but it makes for a gorgeous vignette, and the way they pull off the seamless transition is super cool, and makes for a good money shot. Then there's the gameplay, which in my opinion has seen a huge improvement over Cold War and Vanguard. I won't repeat myself here, but the main gist of it is that it's fast-paced, well thought out, and decently difficult. Okay, it isn't difficult for us hardcore fans, but it is difficult for a casual player, someone who hops on zombies once in a blue moon to switch up what they've been playing. And the map excels at getting you to understand what Black Ops 6 is all about without saying a thing. Now granted, many of these pros can be applied to Terminus too, but it's Liberty Falls' presentation, or lack thereof, that makes it easier to notice these things. Whenever you get close to them, armory machines talk to you to incentivize you to spend the salvage you've been picking up, SAM trials get you acquainted with various mechanics including traps, equipment, your field upgrades, score streaks, and the main quest is so easy, just about anyone can solve it. And that's a positive thing. Having a map like this makes it easy to present the tools at your disposal. It's something that Classified, for example, fails to do. Being the giant to BO4's Voyage of Despair and Blood of the Dead, Classified is meant to be a simple, bare-bones experience that eases players into the mode of Black Ops 4. It fails in many departments though. First being a paid launch map, which never goes well, and the second being a paid launch map with no ease of access to Pack-a-Punch, which overwhelms the player and makes it difficult to understand Black Ops 4's deeper mechanics due to all of the noise that goes on around you. This is not an issue for someone like you and me, but for little Timmy first picking up Black Ops 4, it's like throwing little Timmy into a house fire and telling him to put out the flames while blaring loud music in his ears. It's just not gonna help. Classified is a fantastic experience, but like Shadows, one that fails to engage newer players. Liberty Falls makes a smart decision to do away with this and instead present map progression as simple as it can be. And that's something that speaks to a lot of players who just want to jump in and play a quick game of zombies. Classic zombies mentality even. This is something that Treyarch has been trying to do since Black Ops 4, with modes like Zombie Rush and Cranked in Cold War. And as it turns out, this was as easy to accomplish as making what is essentially a souped up custom map. But by no means does it feel like one, and that has to do with the unique innovations of Black Ops 6. The loads of side quests which don't seek to specifically challenge players, but instead reward them for simply having a keen eye, and the music, which is always doing a ton of the heavy lifting. It's a failure that Citadelle has that fits right at home here. For exploring the map and shooting 5 distinct pairs of shoes, you're able to participate in a wild bowling minigame. Wonder what those keys that you have are for? Well, head down to the bank and solve a relatively easy side quest to unlock the vault, using clues hidden in the environment to find the code. And looking for extra power-ups and rewards? Well, they're all relatively easy to solve. You can locate each of the core power-ups around the map, receive randomized bonuses from the vending machine spawn, receive a free can of Deadshot, be given a random pool of loot, and even turn into the map's trap, Aetherella. None of these are all that hard to figure out, and require simple exploration of the environment and piecing together easy to solve clues. It's the definition of a first level, and it doesn't feel like the environment is awkward about being a level 1, and not some star-studded AAA experience like Shadows. And while I know I criticize the game for making exploration feel pointless, Liberty Falls has the added advantage of these eggs being super simple to solve, so the investment to reward ratio feels easier to justify. The map feels incredibly comfortable in its own shoes, and players seem to recognize that. For example, a map like Duran Fong is marketed and presented like this big epic beginning to the Dark Aether storyline, but when you actually play it, it comes off as a rather bare bones, quickly put together carnival ride that's cracking at the seams. Despite having a similar marketing issue of presenting itself as more than what it is, when you actually play the map, it doesn't really feel that way, and it embraces its simplistic nature to just give players a fun time killing zombies. At times, it really is nothing more than that, and that's okay for what it wants to be. It also helps the map is fast paced and shows up Black Ops 6's new enemy AI, which is more hyper aggressive and faster, while utilizing the wide open spaces to help you breathe and keep your distance. Something Terminus does the exact opposite of. Then there's the enemy variety, which includes the returning Mangler and Abomination. Both of these silly little creatures were brought back to increase difficulty, with both enemies being slower than the standard horde, but are aggressive and offer ranged abilities, making good use of the open lanes to their advantage. Thanks to the nerf to the Mangler arm cannon health, it is much easier to score kills on them and keep the game going, whereas the Abomination is a true bullet sponge that takes proper coordination to take down, or just use a mutant injector. These special enemies are meant in practice to disrupt but not overwhelm you. Like, even at the best, the Abomination is good at laying on constant damage, but has no real high power threat attack like the Margwa. It's essentially a big blocky blob meant to force you to think carefully about how you use your ammo, unlike every other enemy on the map. It also forces you to use greater tools at your disposal, including your specialist ability, score streak, gobblegums, and equipment. Obviously this makes sense to us, but to a lot of players it's something that you don't even consider. Most of the tools in your tool loadout in Cold War felt like void space. Everything was overtuned, so it never felt like you had a good reason to juggle your resources in standard play. But in Black Ops 6, that is definitely not the case, especially if you're playing at a more casual level, without an understanding of the usefulness of suppressors or your field upgrade. Having tanky, bullet sponge-like enemies puts your back to the wall and makes you consider your other options. In a vacuum, this is perfect, and can be seen as a good way to force players to experiment with other resources. Like if you throw a grenade into an Abomination's mouth, it'll instantly cause their head to explode. In execution, however, it doesn't exactly work, and it just becomes more of an annoyance than anything, with the boss having a ton of health. But at least it isn't as bad as an amalgam. It also helps that Abominations have dual weaknesses to Firebomb and Brain Rot, increasing the chances that you might be using one of those AATs, and giving you a greater chance at learning how elemental weaknesses work. The gameplay of Liberty Falls is a ton of fun. It has a lot for casuals to sink their teeth into, and for hardcore fans, the map makes for a great change of pace after playing so much Terminus. So now let's talk about that main quest and how it succeeds in getting new players invested in zombies. It's simple. Like, really simple. No insane boss fight or difficult to solve puzzles, and the Easter egg can be completed in around 30 minutes if it's your first time trying to solve it. Plus, the narrative is largely uninteresting too. You simply follow the commands of Panos to refill 2 Aether canisters and reactivate the simultaneous dimensional gateway, which should inverse the Dark Aether incursion. The narrative has always been something levied against the series in its later entries, so keeping a story short and sweet is something that definitely resonates with a lot of new players. Again, another barrier to entry that has been taken away in favor of making an experience that's more accessible. During the map's final sequence, you have an engaging high-stakes lockdown that pits you in the church with undead set to super sprint, and you're ambushed by an additional HVT Manglers and an HVT Abomination. What's really nice is that to balance out the encounter, standard undead are made to only do 30 damage. This allows for the developers to put you in such a cramped space with such fast undead and make it work really well. This absolutely aided in allowing as many people to complete the main quest as they did. Fun fact, before Liberty Falls, the most completed Easter egg on record was The Machine, which was stated by the development team to have only been completed by 5% of the player base. Now with directed mode, that number has been reported to grow to around 8% at about December. This is a vastly improved metric and seems to be a result of Liberty Falls' pick up and play attitude, with the main quest feeling like a complement to the gameplay rather than a whole separate objective. This feeling is accomplished in similar Easter eggs like Zombies in Spaceland, Mob of the Dead, and D-Machine. Once the device is activated, Panos comes down and uses the dimensional energy to swap your life force with his, allowing him to escape, and the map ends with the rapid response team trapped in the Dark Aether for seemingly forever. Once the egg is completed, you can choose to continue playing, where you'll be rewarded with some points, a perkaholic, a large variety of golden weapons, a ray gun, flawless aether crystals, and golden aether tools. I should note this happens at the end of every Easter egg, not just Liberty Falls. This again complements the map's short main quest, and makes it a further tool to enhance your standard gameplay strategies, with the added ray gun being a fun bonus to use alongside the jet gun. And finally, there's also what makes this map so enticing, the camo grind. Unique to the modern era of the undead is the camo grind for the Zombies Mastery camo. It is something that intrigues players, and due to how easy it is to get into a game of Liberty Falls compared to Terminus, the map was quickly favored, and it'd be a lie to say that the sensation of the camo grind didn't at least play a small factor in the map's success. And that's Liberty Falls as an onboarding experience. A short and simple map that doesn't push zombies into the next era, but is a fun time that's meant to get players up to speed for what's to come. And for something so short and sweet, it more than delivers. Gameplay is snappy, the main quest is an excellent tutorial for what you can expect to see later down the line, and the map strips down any convoluted mechanics in favor of allowing the player to get comfortable with their tools, the undead, and the camo grind. While the main quest could benefit from a casual and hardcore variant like the Final Reich, the experience more than delivers. But how does the rest of the map stack up for those of us at home who have been playing zombies since they were infants? For some of you, that's pretty true, and it kinda scares me. So from Liberty Falls as a bonus map, let's break down Liberty Falls as a true zombies experience.
Moment of truth, Alpha Team. Activate the simultaneous dimensional gateway. Do this right, and the SDG will unleash a neutralizing energy wave. And then, it's bye-bye, Dark Aether.
First, there's the story. As stated previously, the Liberty Falls intro follows director Richtofen as he's being haunted by the death of his family, which was alluded to us in Cold War. It's super cool to see some of these events play out, and just like Origins, does a good job at recontextualizing who this Richtofen is, what matters to him, why it matters to him, and how he'll do anything to accomplish this goal. There are so many things that I could talk about with the intro. I love that the music is We'll Meet Again, which is exactly what played at the end of Forsaken, so it picks up right with that in the Liberty Falls intro. Perfect chef's kiss right there. That's such an awesome moment right there. I literally love that as a concept and an idea. The cutscene looks great. I like the way that it's basically an illusion and a dream, and you don't actually get to see his wife and child killed. It's this idea in his mind, his whole world is shattered in his nightmare. Great way of creating that context without explicitly saying what happens and why it happens, and allowing the audience to learn the story. That's a really good call. The primary failing in this cutscene comes once you actually play the map. Much of the intro follows Richtofen as he traverses through the mansion of Colton Hall, which is the Project Janus headquarters stationed near Liberty Falls. But as seen in the map, players are unable to access the space, nor do we even hear from Richtofen on the map. In fact, not a single second of the intro takes place in a playable part of the experience, which is really baffling to me. This is similarly done in the Frozen Dawn, but at least in that map, Hank Rideau and Vivian Harris have active roles to play in the narrative that they're starring in. But in Liberty Falls, besides the inciting incident, Richtofen could be completely written out of this cutscene, and not much of it would currently change. I don't want to say it feels like bait, because that would sound disingenuous, but it feels like it. Another serious problem is the lack of any connection to Terminus, which sure is fine, you don't want to overload the map with a connective narrative, but there's no intel, no side Easter eggs, and no mention of the impact of Weaver and his gang's adventures at all in the map. For example, during Terminus' main quest, you gain access to the SAM unit who helps you escape the island. I feel this could have been really cool if there was some way to see this change in the SAM unit's behavior. Like maybe halfway through Liberty Falls' main quest, you can intercept some radio communications between SAM and the Terminus facility. It's not much, but would tie the two maps together in the same way that 5 and Ascension and Moon and Nuketown do. Like, Nuketown is the perfect blueprint for how this concept should work, but what do I know? It also doesn't help that despite the cutscenes taking place at the same time, the map is set 3 hours after the initial outbreak. Which is fair, it gives the situation a moment to cool down, allowing for the usual zombie status quo to take over. But if it was me in the director's chair, I feel the map would be better if you actually got to watch the carnage unfold, with the map beginning, just like Terminus, as the incursion is happening, taking the place of a survivor locked within the town, listening to orders from Blanchard in the mansion as things continue to get worse and worse. But I can't imagine this wasn't thought of at some point by someone in development. Of course, this suggestion goes completely against what the map is going for, but if we want to get into what I'd personally like to see, it'd be that. Then there's the way it looks. Despite what was said in the blog before the game released, Liberty Falls is a rather drab-looking location. It doesn't feel like it was truly updated, and the changes made simply feel like that they upped the saturation, and at times the map can look a tad unnatural compared to what was originally shown off at COD Next because of it. It's not uninspired, but the map is missing an additional theme. Like, Transit is a town mixed with a nuclear wasteland, Gorod is a town in World War II fighting dragons and mechs, the Shadow Throne is a town overtaken by the 1940s undead German forces, and Mauer is a town overtaken by Dark Aether forces, with a particular subgenre being sci-fi and fantasy, weaponry, enemies, and environment. But in Liberty Falls, it's just a town, and that's kind of it. Sure, there's the localized Dark Aether incursion in the church, but I feel the map misses the perfect opportunity to have the incursion spread and overtake the town, causing it to go into complete disarray. Regardless, having a distinct theme would help the locale stand out more, because frankly, even Infection's Burger Town accomplishes the idea of a unique locale better with its art design and level layout, particularly the portions that take place outside that better utilize Exozombies' movement. A map that comes to mind that I think is perfect as an example is Point of Contact from Extinction. I love getting to see all the hives and the way that the cryptid forces have overtaken the town, making it look alien and completely unlike real life. But for Liberty Falls, the art design is a part of the map that wasn't all that impressive during the map's reveal at COD Next, and it isn't all that impressive now either, especially when you compare it to the way that Terminus looks. Then there's the level flow, which I really like. We've already talked a bit about it, but the map has a unique modular design. Everything feels so rigid and blocked out, which better reflects a more natural location, with each block representing different arena types. Some notable highlights include the spawn room, the alley between the bank and the fried chicken restaurant, Main Street, the road leading up to the church, and the cemetery. No one area feels unused, and the developers take good advantage of this smaller setting to create an, ironically, tight level flow that utilizes the entire town effectively, both at the ground level and the various rooftops that act as easy progression points to increase map flow and movement choices. It seems like such a small thing, but to go from a map that's as spread out as the Archon to this is like night and day. Other unique gameplay features I enjoy are the traps. Black Ops 6 has really stepped up this feature across all of its maps, with Liberty Falls featuring the Dark Aether field generator and the Aetherella statue, with both traps featuring good narrative reasons for being there, with Project Janus using Aetherella to cover up their Ethereum experiments and any leaks that may occur, and the DAFG being an extremely effective Project Janus cleanup device that eradicates undead. Each trap gives a ton of flavor to the areas that they inhabit, and being able to turn into Aetherella through a small side egg is incredibly neat as well, even if it is just once per game. Please, make it repeatable. It would be so cool. It's such a marketable improvement from the traps we had in Cold War, and even ones from the series past, which usually just ended up being lightning traps. And the variety really helps them stand out. Speaking of Aetherella, one of the standouts of the maps originally was Julie Nathanson, the voice actress for Samantha Maxis. She plays multiple roles in this game, including the SAM unit in the intro and Terminus, the SAM trial machine on both maps, and Aetherella on Liberty Falls. While her status as the official actress for SAM might be gone forever, I still want to highlight for the first month how incredible her talent was, as she played multiple different versions of the same character, and managed to make each version of herself feel distinct and unique despite the difficulty. But it's clear Julie had mastered the character of Samantha Maxis, and her being switched out due to the AI voice restrictions and strikes is appalling and ironic to say the least considering the game's plot.
As your new overlord, I demand presents. No gift cards. Bored now. I wonder what movies are playing. Bring me a pina colada with an umbrella, and I might spare you. Cause of death, foolishness. Ew, this air. I came to destroy this planet, but humans beat me to it. Excuse me while I satisfy my dust lust. Get lost. Etherella doesn't do autographs. Getting killed by me would be the most interesting thing to ever happen to you. Here comes my favorite part. Which interdimensional monster should I summon first? I adore the smell of obliteration. I almost feel bad. I can do this all day. I can't overdo it. I have other dimensions to terrorize. I have only just begun. I like your grunge music. It complements your pathetic human existence. I must study these domesticated felines. They seem to have enslaved their humans.
Then there's the music, which is amazing. The entire sound team knocked it out of the park, and it's a notable part of the experience. Highlights include Dr. Panos' Lament, Echo, Liberty Jungle, and the Round 1 Stinger. I love the unique vibe that they bring to the table, while still feeling in line with the Dark Aether storyline's unique sound motifs and instruments that Brian and his team have been using since Mauer. Funny enough though, the Round 1 Stinger might be too good. The track invites the audience to Black Ops 6 with big bombastic swings, much like Voyage's Round 1 Stinger from the Chaos storyline. A whole new world meant to build atop the ending of Forsaken, and here we are, right back at the epicenter of the madness. But the problem is, Liberty Falls has nothing going on. This usually isn't a problem when you're playing with friends, but for how much the music tries to build things up, the minute it's over, there's nothing but flat silence. It's nothing major, but reinforces my point that the map is missing an extra gravitas that could have taken it to the next level should it not have been developed as an onboarding map.
I always hated this town. No aura.
But the score in Liberty Falls, and the rest of Black Ops 6 for that matter, has been fantastic. Now let's go further in depth talking about those enemies. Returning from Cold War and MWZ, the Mangler and Abomination make their reintroduction into zombies with some incredible models. I love the black spikes that have been given to the Abomination, and the Mangler being given a Project Janus Riot Guard upgrade is a nice touch. We're so close to a Brutus reskin, it's insane. Each enemy looks great, including their animations. The Mangler fits into the map pretty well, especially considering how the design has evolved from a Russian super soldier to a more generic souped up Project Janus super soldier. But the Abomination feels more like a random addition meant to spice up the gameplay, and doesn't really feel like it has a good enough reason to be here. Especially considering the enemy functions identical to its Forsaken counterpart, and less like its MWZ counterpart. To be candid, my biggest issue is simply trying to hit their mouths, which can be difficult, but is such a moot point. And thankfully, ever since Season 1 Reloaded, the rate at which Manglers spawn is reduced, so the game doesn't look like, well, this nightmare. Regardless, it should be noted that I'm not all that ecstatic about the reappearance of the Mangler again. Just like in my MWZ review, I am sick and tired of this enemy type. First they show up on Gorod, then Firebase Z, Outbreak, Mauer, Forsaken, and MWZ. Like, guys, they look sick as hell, and clearly we've got a robot fanatic on the team, but just put them to rest. Then there's the Abomination, who isn't as egregious as it's only shown up on 2 experiences since its inception. But after fighting these things for a whole year in MWZ, I'm just more than willing to let them go. Because if you wanted a mini-boss on the map, a sci-fi inspired creature probably would have fit the map better than just the Abomination, which feels hastily tossed in there. Then there's your tools, with the primary one being the jet gun. A massive upgrade from its previous iteration, the jet gun is a godsend on the battlefield, with all the bells and whistles that come in the modern day. The weapon no longer blows up when overheating, and in addition to its usual moves, has a secondary fire mode that acts as a wide-range close combat explosive that kills any standard undead and deals fire damage over time to special enemies, which is the element both Manglers and Abominations are weak to, which is a nice touch. If the alt fire is used, the weapon will be depleted of its ammo and must recharge before reuse. I love the jet gun, and getting to use it alongside the updated stamina up is really nice. Also, I'm infatuated with its design. It feels like a proper reintroduction of a classic wonder weapon, unlike the Waff from Shinonuma, which is literally just the Wonder Waff with no distinct changes. My only issue with the jet gun showing up is that it's seemingly designed at random by Panos and a random civilian named Tommy Jones. But just like the Wonder Waff, the AR-11, and Ice Staff, I just keep scratching my head why these wonder weapons keep coming back. Like, it's not just a matter of nostalgia, because in universe, what's the reason for these wonder weapons to be brought back exactly as we, the audience, remember them? It's strange to me because the weapon at the end of the day is just the jet gun, fully redesigned by a Project Janus scientist and one of the townsfolk. There's no reference to Panos finding parts of it in the Dark Aether. No one mentions that a demon came to them in a dream to help design it. They're just like, well, looky here, if we strap a jet engine to a hand crank and an air pressure valve and some wire, we'll be killing undead faster than those jackrabbits can steal my crops! I don't know, they've never exactly had a good reason for bringing these things back, and most of the time it feels dictated by what will bring back the most players, rather than is this wonder weapon a good fit for the map. Now, granted, the jet gun does have some relation to transit in the town-like setting, but I don't feel like they give a good enough reason for why it really should be here. In context of transit, it made the most sense as you were scavenging supplies around the whole town to make something that could be considered powerful. Even if it isn't, the way the Ludo narrative of it works has a good way of lending credence to the idea that it is put together as a scrappy wonder weapon. But in Liberty Falls, yeah, you put it together, but most of it was already completed. It really is just a jet engine with a whole bunch of stuff attached to it. It doesn't really feel like it has a good enough reason to be here. If anything, the die from D Machine is a good way to reverse engineer the concept of the jet gun, but have it fit in a sci-fi inspired setting. In Liberty Falls, we're not playing as townsfolk, we're playing as the rapid response team, so I just don't really understand the connection for why it should be here. I am getting a bit over my head about this, it's just a little point that I have about it. I think wonder weapons should have better reasons for being here. Okay, this is a whole topic. I'm off script for like a minute now. So, you can compare it to other wonder weapons like the Winter's Howl and the Scavenger, which are 2 wonder weapons that have very little reason for being on the maps that they're being on. But I feel like we're at a point in the series where there should be a good reason for stuff being where it should be, especially if it fits better into the map. I don't hate that the jet gun is here, but I would prefer a wonder weapon that has a good reason to be there. It could elevate the experience. But I don't know, maybe it's something that only I care about. Anyways, I lost my place in the script now. In combat, the jet gun is extremely effective, especially if you can utilize camping spots like the zipline location above the bank. What's also really cool are the added animations. Vermins ball up when sucked into the generator, Manglers bend down and crouch as if they're being sucked in but can't due to their large stature, and Abominations wail about and become consistently stunned until you run out of ammo or stop using the weapons. These small details go a long way to defining this unique iteration of the jet gun, and future wonder weapons should strive to be like it. It also helps that the wonder weapon is easily the best weapon on the map, besides the mutant injector. But that's a game system's problem, not a Liberty Falls problem. And then there are the side Easter eggs. There are so many on the map, but when you really break down what they offer, while there are many that stick out in unique ways, many of them are just randomized loot pools, which is cool, but they amount to simply extra tools and resources at your disposal, rather than unique upgrades or rewards that enhance your experience. Like, yeah, cool, I can dig up the graves at the cemetery and receive a randomized pool of loot, but most of what's rewarded to you can be obtained by just playing the map, like perks, equipment, and weapons. It's not horrible, especially for a level 1 map, to ease players into what a side Easter egg is. but many of them simply feel pointless besides the obvious ones like Aetherella, the Jet Gun, and Bowling, which at least has a unique event tied to it. Again, a point that's not the end of the world, because unlike most side Easter eggs in Zombies, these ones are actually cute little bonuses that don't amount to much and feel like actual Easter eggs you're not meant to look up. For example, if you use an explosive on the zombie head on a pike at the top of the church, a bunch of zombies will rain down from the sky and drop score streaks, Aether tools, and points. Like, their entire purpose is meant to be fun, small, bite-sized goodies for the uninitiated, which I think they succeed at doing. And finally, let's talk about that main quest, which I actually really like until it's over. Now trust me, I don't mind a short Easter egg quest. Maps like Mauer are able to craft an excellent gameplay-focused experience despite how quick and easy it is, but Liberty Falls is too short. To reiterate, this works for an onboarding experience, but for a hardcore player like myself, it feels like it's over just when it's getting started, which is a real shame. The map could have featured an entire second half focused on getting back at Panos while trapped in the Dark Aether, slowly extending the outbreak zone in an effort to catch him before he escapes. Maybe you could even have the rapid response team team up with Richtofen, who too is supposed to be trapped in the Dark Aether in an effort to halt Panos' escape, almost like in Terminus where you're fighting back and forth with Modi in order to stop her from escaping the island. This would actually tie both Richtofen and the intro to the map's core narrative, because without it, the two story pieces don't feel connected. I think the best way I can describe it is like if you're a writer. The most important tip I've ever heard about writing is that if you're struggling to figure out if a scene should end or not, ask yourself, did I get everything I wanted out of this scenario? And for Liberty Falls' main quest, I don't feel like they did. Then there's my narrative nitpicks, so let's break them down real quick. As stated in MWZ, Crystal Miller was a young girl holed up in Freedom Fried Chicken for 3 days during the events of the outbreak before she was rescued by Steel Mountain Riders. This led to repressed trauma she would live with for the rest of her life, especially after watching her parents be murdered by the undead. But in the Liberty Falls intel, the Steel Mountain Riders seem to save her before the events of the map even begin, which directly contradicts previous lore. Boy, I sure hope someone got fired for that blunder. At the end of the day, it's not a big deal, but shows a sloppiness in their narrative storytelling that'll become more apparent going forward. And then there's no mention of Richtofen, no mention of the SAM unit holed up in the mansion, and no mention of Weaver and the gang who have already left Terminus and are headed for Citadelle. It's just strange to me to not include any connective tissue to these important plot threads. Terminus should have been focused on our new crew and their shared trauma, and Liberty Falls should have focused intel and narrative beats around the greater impact of Project Janus and the world around it. But besides their initial settings, neither map seems to take advantage of the obvious narrative through lines right in front of them. Then there's other questions, like why isn't Sam sucked Blanchard into the Dark Aether, who is Panos speaking to, where is Richtofen, and who are we playing as? And speaking of story threads, when are we going to do something with Mr. Peaks? So before we can conclude, how does the map actually play with all these features taken into account? Liberty Falls is a rather drab looking, small, and gameplay oriented experience. There are plenty of side Easter eggs to discover, and the main quest can be solved by just about anyone, and it should be. Progressing through the map is painless, and the undead ramp up to a reasonable degree, especially now that Mangler spawn rates have been nerfed. The traps are quite effective, and even if you don't make the best use out of all the tools at your disposal, you're still bound to have a fun time that encourages you to utilize what you feel comfortable using to annihilate the undead horde no matter the skill level. Whether that be your equipment, your score streaks, your field upgrades, or your weaponry. You're given a ton of freedom with what you choose to do, and it never feels like anything is too far out of arm's reach besides Elemental Pop and Deadshot, which show up on the map around 25 and the Wonder Fizz if you don't do the Deadshot side Easter egg. The Jet Gun more than handles the task given to it, but fails to decimate special enemies effectively, forcing you to use your additional tools should you have them. But then there's high rounds, which are a bit of a nightmare. Undead respawn way too quickly, and due to the map having plenty of choke points between its wider areas, you'll often find yourself in messy situations you don't feel you should be in. But due to the gameplay playing like you're on crack, you're always forced into these scenarios whether you like it or not. But that's Liberty Falls, a mediocre experience that seems to keep defying every odd thrown at it. A simple map that resonates with players well despite its lackluster appearances. It shows that there's a clear demand for a return to form and removing much of the noise that seems to have invaded the mode and has done the map some good. But unlike other entries, Liberty Falls blends in too much. A return to form is not a bad idea, but I feel the map would resonate better in the long term if the developers met halfway and designed an experience that is both simple and unforgettable. And the wrong lesson shouldn't be taken away from those successes either, which sadly might have already happened. It lacks a true personality, and while it presents itself as a simple to survive classic zombies map, it doesn't do enough to truly give players a memorable experience. At times, it feels more by the numbers than maps that came out 14 years ago, which is a shame because for one of their most popular entries in quite a while, Zombies deserves better than something that feels by the numbers.
I swear to you, Sam, you've never been free!
I already am.
The robots say Adler?
So with that said, let's catch back up with Weaver and the gang as they begin their search for the Sentinel artifact, Kraft, and Ravenov in the game's third experience, Citadelle des Morts.
Bye-bye, Dark Aether.
Obscurus Altilium is the name of the amulet you seek.
Revealed as a medieval castle set in Avalon, France, starring 4 wonder weapon swords, and delving back into the magic side of the franchise, Citadelle des Morts should have been the home run the series was looking for. And after all of the hype, what are we left with? A fun zombies map with nothing incredibly groundbreaking. A somewhat lackluster experience that brings to the table exactly what fans were asking for, but doesn't fully extrapolate on any of its concepts. Citadelle des Morts is a confusing entry in the Undead saga. This isn't a bad experience per se, but one I have just as many issues with as I do praises, and it seems even fan sentiment just kinda ranges around the middle. So strap in as we explore what became of this map and see if it is something to truly worth coming back to.
Weaver, I thought you were dead.
If it were only that simple.
Following up from Terminus 6 days later, Citadelle starts out with our characters reconnecting with Sergei Ravenov, an Omega defector who was pivotal in stopping the Russian regime during Cold War. Having lost his only friend to the Dark Aether, Ravenov searches for answers at the bottom of a bottle, and is a far cry from the action hero we see in both Cold War and MWZ. I love the photo Ravenov is staring longingly at, and it's really cool to get to see a newly created, pre-rendered model of Samantha as well. Actually, I think it's her first one. Included on the back of the photo is the phrase, "Forever in your debt, Maxis." It's a touching sentiment to an undiscussed previous relationship, if it actually existed, but we'll touch on that more later. It's only when Weaver and the gang arrive where he is brought right back into the fight. Rather quickly, the group get reacquainted, and the situation is laid out. The undead quickly follow, and before you know it, it's just another Monday for the main characters in a COD Zombies game. The intro, like Terminus, is serviceable, but again fails to elicit much of a reaction from audiences. It focuses on Weaver and the gang talking in a large group, and besides a couple of zombies, it doesn't have all too much action, depth, or narrative to explore. There's not much to say because the cutscenes give us so little to work with, especially with the evolving dynamics between Weaver, Maya, Carver, and Gray, if there are any. Strauss and Raptor 1 are left out, and Peck doesn't even say a word. Which is fine because if the opposite were the case, I'd just say the cast was overbloated with everyone getting no more than a single line. Peck, Strauss, Raptor 1, and Ravenov are the supporting cast, so then why is Carver not getting a single line? It all feels very short and reminds me of the MWZ cutscenes where characters are constantly sitting around empty war rooms with nothing of substance actually happening. Already off to a great start, I suppose. But with the stage set, the objective is simple. Find Croft, take out Franco, and figure out how to obtain the Sentinel artifact. Seems pretty simple. It's best to talk about it here, so we'll continue on and discuss the map's intel and narrative, which there's surprisingly a lot of. We have a storyline centered around Gabriel Croft, mentions of the Sentinel artifact, and Alistair Rhodes. Then there's tertiary characters like Franco, Ravenov, the Owl and his bastard sons, and of course the map's MacGuffin, the Obscurus Altilium, which is an amulet stated by Croft that is needed to find the Sentinel artifact. Then you have our primary antagonists including Sam and Richtofen, and who could forget our main crew, which the narrative has to somehow shove into all of this. If it isn't obvious, one of Citadel's greatest flaws, in my opinion, is its narrative structure and the amount of different pieces it tries to juggle. This gets even worse in the Tomb, but it's an issue I'll first touch upon here. The map's radios, intel, and character dialogues are all of these different forces trying to combat with one another. You have Alistair Rose talking about a dig site in search of the Sentinel artifact. You have Croft's entire backstory from the fall of Vanguard all the way up to Citadel. You have Eddie working on Sam, Weaver and Carver talking things through and having a legitimate conversation about their situation. And then there's the Owl and his relationship with his sons, or lack thereof. And that's not even getting me started on Richtofen and Croft's unique relationship. Oh yeah, did I mention Peck, Strauss, and Raptor 1 are here as well? It's a map that's comically out of focus with what story it wants to tell. One I don't feel is bad, but one that is overbloated by the amount of ideas that it has. There are some incredibly interesting revelations. Like, for example, we get to hear about the fall of Vanguard and Croft becoming traumatized sitting in a room with Von List's corpse for 3 days. We learn he's the man who adopted a young Edward Richtofen from a Berlin orphanage. We get the only conversation worth a damn between Weaver and Carver in a piece of intel, and we get our first vocal confirmation of Alistair Rhodes since Dead of the Night. All really intriguing pieces of information, but the map hardly seems to want to do anything with any of it. Spoiler warning, but we learn so much about Croft, what he's been up to, where he's been, his extremely personal relationship with Edward, and his involvement in MK Ultra, but the man dies as the map closes. That completely destroys any hope of us getting to learn about Dark Aether deities, his knowledge of Alistair, and even more about Edward's descent into madness. It doesn't help that we're now introducing Alistair and Chaos storyline elements, which further adds onto this Jenga tower that is the Dark Aether storyline. I should reiterate, I do like seeing all these different elements come together. It rewards fans like me who stick around through some of the more divisive entries, but my primary gripe is the execution and the lack of cohesion between these different elements. Because the best way I describe Citadel's narrative elements is like slapping a whole bunch of action figures together. Sure, it's fun, but so far lacks a good reason for everything being there together, like a poorly written crossover. The same can be said for a map in a similar narrative position, Tog der Toten. Faced with being the sudden final map for the Aether storyline, Tog has the unenviable task of connecting so many disconnected narrative threads in such a short amount of time, including but not limited to Jebediah Brown, the actual town of Purgatory Point, Tony Rapp, Harvey Yena, the Ascension Group, Pablo Marinez, Samantha Maxis, Ultimus, Primus, the Great War, Victus, the Keepers, the Apothecans, the Duality, Agartha, the Aether, the Dark Aether, the Shadow Man, Dr. Monty, and a good portion of the Victus comics, just to name a few. All of these threads should topple over one another, but they don't due to careful execution and a deliberate theming of the Agarthan device tying everything together. A genie in a bottle that wraps up the whole storyline in the only way the writers know how. But in Citadel, we don't really have that. For example, you have Alistair, Croft, Eddie, and the Owl. Each of these men revolve around the theme of fatherhood and the results of the pursuit of progress, with Alistair and the Owl foregoing their children in favor of power and research, Croft foregoing his research in the pursuit of becoming a father, and Eddie diving into his research in the pursuit of his lost family as a father. Each of these different dynamics are really interesting, but the most we get is Croft comparing the Owl's experience to his own. It also doesn't help that this theme isn't tied to the main cast whatsoever, so it feels like Croft is talking to himself with no one to bounce off of.
As hard as I tried, I could not get Richtofen to see the light.
It's like maybe the writers are trying to capitalize on this shared trait between the men, but it's never explored beyond a surface level understanding of who Croft is. I keep saying Croft, it's Craft. Craft, Croft, whatever you want. Then there's the Owl himself. Written exclusively for this experience, the Owl is the ruler of Avalon during the Templar Knights era. He ruled the region with an iron fist and used his 4 bastard sons to accomplish his goals. Upon his death, he left his sons 4 elemental swords and the trial for the Obscurus Altilium. With it, the son who rose above the others would rule over Avalon much like him. Sadly, the four sons died before they could obtain their swords, the amulet, and the subsequent artifact, which are now all lost to time. Now in the modern era, it is being hunted after by Eddie, who summons the French Syndicate to look for Croft, and the French Syndicate use Ravenov to get that information out of Croft. Jesus Christ, it's like an Attack of the Clones situation. Heck, the stuff with Alistair doesn't even pertain to the map, it's simply set dressing for the next one. To summarize, a lack of narrative focus hurts this map on all fronts, and that doesn't even include the best conversation in the game being put in a piece of intel. It's an amazing one-on-one conversation between Weaver and Carver assessing their current predicament coming out of Terminus. Weaver blames himself for the tragedy that has befallen them, and it's Carver who sets him straight and helps him back on his feet. It's a touching moment that best represents Carver's camaraderie and Weaver's crippling weaknesses. Hey, it's like what I suggested that they do in Terminus! Which is why it's such a shame that this wasn't tied better into the narrative or discussed on the actual map. And just like on Terminus, only feels left out and placed in a piece of intel because the writers were worried you might feel these characters are too boring if they slow down the gameplay and story to have this moment.
Just admit the last 6 years are my fault. You should have left me to rot. Stop. We just got started on whatever this is, and your woe is me bullshit is already wearing on my last nerve. I got no patience for it, and I really don't want to do anything rash. Like shoot you. Might as well. You know what? Shut the fuck up. Look, us ending up at Terminus. It was always Richtofen's plan. Hell, our cell assignments were strategic.
This is arguably the best dialogue in the game so far, and it's the characters taking a moment to reflect on their actions and who their enemy truly is. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted in Terminus! It's all really frustrating, and sadly exudes throughout the entire experience. Anywho, then there's Sam, who sadly had her voice actress, Julie Nathanson, replaced following the release of the map due to the SAG-AFTRA voice actor strike, so all of her new lines were recorded with an unknown actress. This actress also re-recorded her previous voice work on Liberty Falls and Terminus, and it really brings down the experience, despite the situation being something kind of out of Treyarch's hands.
Tell me there's no encore.
Today must have been very difficult for you, Pack. Humiliating, even. But at least we eliminated that monster and Modi. Gather in the guard station. I have a proposal that I believe may interest you. Today must have been very difficult for you, Peck. Humiliating, even. But at least we got that monster and Modi. Gather in the guard station. I have a proposal that I believe may interest you.
And finally, we have Strauss, who represents such a missed opportunity. If there was any character who should be talking to Croft, it's him. Both served the German forces during World War II, to the point where Strauss working at Endstation had a direct impact on Croft's life, and the two just never seemed to cross paths with one another. What a mouthful. We'll get more into the narrative and its problems on the tomb, but I didn't feel Citadel did the game any favors.
The fire that took Richtofen's family turned him into a monster.
Next up is the art design and map layout. Citadel takes place in the keep of the castle and the town. Traveling into the keep, you can explore the main chamber and the underground beneath, where you can find Croft, the Pack-a-Punch, and the various chambers that are all used throughout the egg. I love the way the map looks. Being set in the early morning, Citadel is Dries and Jock's opposite in nearly every regard art design-wise. Everything is filled to the brim with oranges, browns, and yellows, compared to DE's blues, whites, and grays. Like Terminus, I could go around and comb through the map's various set pieces and vignettes. It's surprisingly one of the few things that wasn't touched by the corporate greed of the game. Citadel is a beautiful looking map, and I love the way it embraces the setting and world. Then there's the map layout, which is essentially two large circles, and I do agree with the sentiment that the map feels small, and for the lack of a better term, safe. And this could lead into a greater topic about the movement system and how space is overall used in modern zombies. This is best seen in the space between the spawn and the pass up to the keep. The pathways are much wider, and much more of the play space takes place in the village. You can see the clear experimentation with the location, and you're given much wider spaces to traverse. The problem comes in how these arenas are designed. Due to how open Black Ops 6 spaces need to be, you simply see less intricate architecture and set pieces. Areas are designed to feel more natural and open to make way for the aggressive AI and movement options, but as a result leads to less interesting map design. Like, think of the similarly themed courtyards in Drak, which features dynamic paths and includes objects to prevent wider training circles. Like the bridge in the middle of the courtyard out of spawn that is used to cut off and divert training. It's a tight location that is used in the early rounds, but foregone in pursuit of easier spots. It utilizes its existence well, and every time you pass through there in the later rounds, there are plenty of different ways to approach how you play. In Citadelle, you rarely find that, and oftentimes arenas are open, wide, and flat. They typically lead you in linear directions, and as cool as the locale is, there aren't many unique ways to use the play space. It's a disadvantage this map has over Terminus and is a direct downgrade. So if you felt the map might be underwhelming, see if this is why. Then there's the gameplay. Citadelle, like Liberty Falls and Terminus, features a slew of small features, side Easter eggs, and quest lines. The main attraction though is the swords, so let's talk about them. Being rewarded with stamps from undead warriors, players can reveal the bastard swords. Good range, pretty fast speed, and the ability to one-shot most standard undead, the bastard sword is a fun combat item that isn't all too useful post round 20. But of course, there are upgrades, so let's talk about them. Funny enough, using the exact same elements as Drak, the swords include lightning, fire, void, and light. Each sword is pretty simple to upgrade. Fire, you simply need to collect flames and return them to this dragon statue while you lose health. For light, you need to kill special parasites, return their energy to a lion engraved door, then shoot symbols back into the blade. For lightning, you need to localize 3 lightning rods and charge the holding device using bolts of lightning. And for void, you need to retrieve an animal skull from the alchemy room and solve a puzzle based on the different zodiac signs and the skull you have. Then simply charge void tears with zodiac orb energy. Sure, why not? Most of these upgrades are intuitive and take precise knowledge of the environment to figure out. Then there's the void upgrade, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but to figure out the puzzle, you simply need to understand zodiac symbols and which element that they correspond to, which sadly isn't taught to you anywhere on the map, so if you don't understand star signs, you're weirdly out of luck. Not the worst thing in the world, but strangely inconsistent with how well Modern Zombies does to try and keep clues for puzzles and Easter egg steps in map. The swords are fun wonder weapons, but aren't particularly overpowered. But after the launch of Season 2, they got a bit better, and these are the versions that we'll be reviewing here. The Stag uses Durandal, the lightning sword. By charging the blade with kills, the sword produces deadwire-like effects and can fire a large beam of lightning that cuts through hordes and special enemies. It also has a really short cooldown and can be used quite frequently. The Dragon uses Caliburn, the fire sword. By getting kills, you can produce napalm burst effects and unleash bombs of fire that can clear entire hordes. Just like Durandal, Caliburn activates constantly and you get a ton of uses out of its ability. A great horde clearer, but not very good for special enemy damage. The Lion brands the light sword, Selesh. By gathering kills, you can refill your armor bar, and by activating the main ability, your armor is fully refilled and you summon a whirlwind of light, similar to the Chakram's Avengers from Black Ops 4. Sadly, the ability lasts all of 4 seconds. Its primary usefulness is being the only sword that refills armor upon kills, and even then it's a tiny amount. Its charge effect also takes the longest. And finally, the Raven uses Balmog, the Void Sword. By charging the sword with kills, you can unleash small Shadow Rift vortexes, and by pressing both triggers at the same time, you can summon a Gersh device-like portal that sucks in and instantly kills all undead, but isn't very strong against the map's special enemies. Each of the swords can also parry, and this makes you invulnerable to any incoming damage, but due to the speed of the game and the ferocity of most enemies, this ability is rarely useful. It also helps that each sword slash has pretty good range and can kill 2 zombies at a time. I really do love the swords. They have fantastic inspect animations and their designs are glorious. Personality oozes out of every facet of them, and it's easily the best part about them. My only gripe would have to be that the swords aren't all that powerful. I think the charge mechanic is cool, and you have to somehow balance these due to their infinite ammo, but when the swords aren't charged, you're left with a weapon that struggles to clear hordes, and you're essentially killing in the hopes that the sword will be charged again, which the wonder weapon doesn't do all that good of a job of indicating to you. And it doesn't help hordes ramp up to 50 as well, which does them no favors, especially in solo. Also, to further compound on top of all of this, for the first month of the map's release, the swords were remained in an incredibly underpowered state and were only buffed later down the line, leaving a sore first impression in people's mouths. Notable previous examples of post-buff wonder weapons include the Dies on D Machine, the GG2 on the Giant, and the Decimator Shield on Terra Maldicta. The staff's bows and gauntlets would have been doing triple doubles on this map, let me tell ya. Speaking of the gauntlets, they have a similar design mechanic which allows their basic shot to kill 3 zombies at a time, and a charge shot which deals more damage to greater hordes at the cost of more ammo per kill. This is similar to the swords, but imagine if every time you wanted to use the gauntlet charge effect, you had to refill them using undead souls. It's simply more limiting. If balance was something that they were afraid of, then they could have done exactly what the katana from Shaolin Shuffle did, and give the swords an ammo count for its charge attacks. And if you run out, then you can obtain more by charging the sword with kills, buying ammo, or getting a max. Sadly, something I feel that they were so close to doing right, but dropped the ball due to wanting to balance them in combat. So in high rounds, score streak looping is once again better. Another issue I have with the swords is how useful melee macchiato is. Because certain abilities like increased melee speed and healing were given to the perk, these abilities do not reside in the swords. So if you want the weapon to be useful, you need to have the perk. Which is fine, there's no perk limit in this game, but it's strange to see so many of the abilities the last melee wonder weapon had, the Crystal Axe, and how few the swords have currently. Honestly, a lot of BO6 seems to be a weird stripping of previous mechanics and reintroducing them on other features. And finally, something else I don't like about the swords seems to be the controller problem. Due to the right trigger activating the sword swing, and the left trigger activating the parry to perform the charge attack, you have to press both triggers at the same time. And to be frank, it seems like the game prioritizes parrying first, because it doesn't flow all that well, and there will constantly be moments where you want to use the charge attack and end up parrying instead. Now, if there's something positive to say about the swords, is that they are incredible in co-op, and it helps that by having more players in total, the horde density is split up in 4 ways, so the swords feel more impactful. But in solo, it's 2 at a time, and there's an entire legion to kill.
He would have never succeeded without his bastards. 4 sons who stopped at nothing to win his favor. But Sebastia's reign of terror in what would become Avalon echoed through the ages, giving rise to the French Syndicate.
Other gameplay mechanics include the traps and incantations. First, there's the oil trap, which pours hot oil on the enemies from above, but what's really cool is that you can ignite the oil once it's laid down for additional fire damage. Stuff like this is really what I'd like to see this series experiment with more, and it increases what different things your tools can do. Then there's the point of power circles, which grant you infinite ammo, increased damage, additional projectiles are fired, and it slows enemies that enter its range. There are 6 of these around the map, and just like the oil trap, it's thematically appropriate for the adventure while being really cool. See, like, this is what I'm talking about. Despite Ring of Fire being overpowered, it was taken out of the field upgrade pool and reused here on Citadelle, where it is now a unique mechanic you can't get anywhere else in the game so far. And while I just openly criticized the game for redistributing various mechanics around from Cold War, it works here because the point of power circles offer unique buffs that only apply on this map. And also what's really cool too is that Ring of Fire was so overpowered in the games that it was previously in, whereas stuff like the ability to just swing faster should have realistically been on the swords and makes melee macchiato a bit redundant. Also, I just love the circles designs. It reminds me a ton of Vanguard and the demon language used by Cortifex. And then there are the incantations. By solving puzzles and upgrading the swords, players gain access to unique tacticals called incantations. These are 4 elemental punches that kill anywhere from 5 to 8 zombies. Some exciting micro attacks that work in tandem with the swords to provide you with better horde clearing potential. Sadly, incantations do take some time to recharge between their uses, but are a ton of fun when used right and are scattered all around the castle. And honestly, there's 4 different types, so as long as you're going around grabbing them and just using them, you can realistically just use them forever. They're a lot of fun to use. The fire and lightning ones are particularly useful and can insta-kill amalgams if you land the hit right. With all of these gameplay features combined, you have a ton of unique ways to fight and kill undead. Your offense is split between multiple items and mechanics, but I think it makes the map a lot of fun. In higher rounds, you're constantly switching between what best kills the horde, and if score streaks and field upgrades weren't involved, this would be an amazing map that has you use what you find in the castle to your advantage at every turn. But sadly, the gameplay mechanics of Black Ops 6 do eventually poke their head in and water down what should be fun additions. You have so much to use, it almost becomes difficult to keep up with what you actually have, and it's just an overabundance of tools that, while cool, fail to stick out due to every single one of them doing the exact same thing: kill undead. The one outlier is the light incantation, which heals players with small health orbs upon undead killed with it. So let's talk about that. Being introduced in Season 1 Reloaded, players were given the ability to use Tesla Storm and a new alternate ammo type named Lightmend. And on the map is the newly reintroduced Vulture's Aid, seemingly taking Death Perception's spot. First, the perk. Now centered around salvage and scavenging, Vulture's Aid at base causes undead to drop points, ammo, and additional salvage. It seems like a small amount, but rather quickly, it more than makes up its cost and quickly becomes the player's most useful perk. While it no longer causes undead to produce gas clouds without an augment, or see various wall buys, path, and perks, you don't exactly need these features with how fast-paced and cluttered the game already is. The perks augments aren't anything too crazy, but there is one that allows additional tactical and lethal equipment to spawn more often. This grants drop rates for incantations, and even causes Casimirs to drop more often, making this perk overpowered. Like, it's literally 1500 salvage every time you gain one. What's also cool is that every time you buy the perk, like Mule Kick in Cold War, the Vulture on top will eat and kill zombies. Now, this isn't something particularly useful, but adds a ton of personality to it. Then there's Tesla Storm, which stands out from the crowd as a good defensive ability, and Lightmend, which as stated before, gives players health drops whenever they kill undead, making it easier to heal from low HP in a pinch. These are serviceable tools, and it helps that the newly introduced Doppelgast are weak to Lightmend, giving the AAT some agency on the new map. Speaking of those Doppelgast, let's go over what you're most likely to go up against. Returning from Terminus, we have the Vermin, Parasite, and introduced on the map is the Doppelgast, a beautifully animated special enemy who attempts to dodge out of the way of attacks, fire a long range of light damage needles, and leave an AoE explosion upon death to promote constant movement. While its design is a tad lackluster considering what we just got in Terminus with the Amalgam, I love the Doppelgast in combat. It's pretty easy to fight, makes great cannon fodder for your swords, and is simple to kill due to its lower HP and lack of armor compared to the Mangler. And sadly, also returning from Terminus is the Amalgam. The sword parry abilities do help, but again, it's a massive bullet sponge that travels the map and consumes undead to heal. Thankfully, you can just parry their attacks, or at least the damage if you parry before they deal damage to you, which is a nice touch, and the incantations absolutely freaking decimate them, so that's a plus too. My biggest gripe with the enemy is simply the reuse. The Amalgam feels like an enemy designed for the world of Terminus, created only by the mad hands of Dr. Modi, and here it is again, ready to consume our bodies. It feels rather lazy, and a shame we don't get something unique like an armored knight or even a roaming horde of small dragons. Something that feels like it came from this unique corner of the world. The only positive I have for the Amalgam returning is the continued evolutionary trend. Vermin evolve from undead, Parasites evolve from vermin, and now Doppelgast evolve from parasites and an undead, which is gnarly. But if a Doppelgast is left alone with an undead for too long, it'll pull them in and evolve into an Amalgam. This is so cool and such an underrated detail about the current iteration of the undead. But as much as I love it, I would rather them just make new enemies instead. There's also the map's multiple fast travel methods. You can fly out of a cannon, take a rock water slide, and use a Dark Aether fast travel portal. There's not much to note here besides the cannon being a really cool fast travel, even if it is kinda worthless due to simply running around the map being just as fast, but hey, it's an option, I suppose. And finally, there's the main quest. Unlike Terminus and Liberty Falls, the entire Citadelle Easter egg is yours to solve, and I cannot recommend it enough if you haven't already. Besides Craft's slight overview, you are meant to discover things entirely on your own. The main quest is the exact opposite of Terminus's, and like Eggs of old, steps are more on the confusing side, and you're meant to put together puzzle pieces, even if the puzzles are pretty easy. There's the rune walls you need to locate, swords to upgrade, incantations to collect, ritual circles to figure out, and soul boxes galore. While on the shorter side, it has a great pace, and you make progress constantly due to the many steps being able to be completed simultaneously. The egg starts out with 3 branching paths that all converge into one another, and when you realize that, it makes sense why it feels so short. This was the second ever main quest I solved without a guide, and had a blast with my buddies trying to figure it out, so apologies if it feels like that there is some bias when I talk about the egg, because there is. One of my favorite moments comes at the beginning of the quest when speaking to Croft. Playing in the background, you quietly hear the Alistair Rhodes motif creep into frame. It gives me chills every time.
You will first need an amulet hidden in this castle.
That is more than I could get from him all week.
Listen closely. Up in Oculus tools. Feel the day.
While I have my issue with how chaos and its elements are utilized in this game, this was the moment where it felt Treyarch best embraced it. Also what's really cool is Croft being fully modeled and voice acted, a far cry from the 2D PNG we see in Vanguard. Croft also cites an ancient Dark Aether incantation which seems to bring to life the castle and begins the quest to find the amulet. The entire quest revolves around breaking into the Owl's secret chambers and slaying the guardian that holds said amulet. In the secret room, you find both his corpse and a recording he left behind for his sons. In the recording, he congratulates his son who completed the trial, and the dialogue is pretty funny because the Owl never directly addresses which son specifically he believes would make it that far, and overall is kind of a tool.
Greetings, my bastard son. I knew you would be the one to find me. You were always my favorite.
The key needed to reactivate the boss fight looks really cool and seemingly has prima materia stashed within it. Taking the key to spawn, the guardian of the amulet can be awakened.
I hope you are prepared for what comes next. I doubt it will be pleasant.
Tell me you are unhurt, or at least still able to fight.
When first playing the fight, I legitimately thought the fight would be in the spawn, but the map ups the stakes by taking you to an entirely unique arena. The Guardian is a really cool fight. Always focus on the player, the Guardian is an active threat that follows you around the arena and attempts to slam down on you with devastating damage. Unlike Patient 13 who tries to attack the player in specific intervals, the Guardian will chase you down and pick which abilities it thinks will best kill you. It can stomp on the ground to launch you in the air, use its hammer to create a deadly line of flames, shoot magma out of its mouth to leave deadly lava around the arena, and leap into the air and slam players with its hammer. The Guardian is an oppressive foe, and things only get more difficult in between phases where lava begins to shrink the play space and doppelgasts and amalgams are added into the fray. During these interludes, the Owl will interject and provide additional commentary, speaking to you as if you're one of his sons battling to the death with the Guardian.
You're still alive. Perhaps you will prove worthy of my name after all. Now the question you must answer is as simple as it is profound. Which is my greatest creation? The Guardian of the Amulet? Or you?
Congratulations.
How any realistic human was supposed to beat this thing, I don't know. But the fight oozes so much personality that I just kind of ignore it. But sadly, none of that is extended to our playable characters, who hardly say a word in the face of this bombastic threat. My favorite part of the fight is those intermissions though. The way the music interludes perfectly, the lava slowly pouring into the arena, the undead rising from the ground, and the Owl's narrations nearly sells the whole map alone. So much work goes into these moments, and it's so cool, and I don't want to stop gushing about it, because I want to show you guys, this is the stuff that's really cool, and I know it doesn't look like it, but how much work goes into this is insane, and I want to show that off, because this stuff is awesome. Like, especially at the end, when you're grabbing the amulet, they do the effect where the lava keeps pouring in, implying that now you need to leave as soon as possible. I think it's really cool. Also what's really cool is that once you knock off all the Guardian's armor and destroy his weak points, his last one is the amulet which resides in his chest. Once defeated, more lava begins pouring into the arena, and you can now collect the Obscurus Altilium.
The Obscurus Altilium should be yours for the taking. They are breaking down my cell door. Hurry!
Now that the spell is over, Croft's room seems to be overrun by undead, and the crew, somehow teleported out, make their way back to Croft's cell where they are seemingly too late. In his dying breath, Croft urges Weaver and the gang not to kill Richtofen, revealing to them that Richtofen is his son. In a moment of weakness, Weaver stops to question this before Croft finally dies in his arms, instructing them to go to the dig site, but being warned about being consumed by the Sentinel artifact. With that said, the crew make haste and leave the only remnant of Richtofen's family behind, closing the map. The main quest of Citadel Day More is a simple by-the-numbers romp through the castle in Avalon. It features short puzzles and plenty of soul boxes. While I enjoy my time playing through it, it doesn't do a whole lot to make itself stand out, and many of its steps feel like aimless tasks that reward you with a really cool boss fight at the end, but nothing that pushes the boundary of what's possible for this series. Like, to unlock access to the study, you need to fill up pointed power circles, which reveal a code, which reveals the order you need to charge the knights in, which reveals a mystic orb, which needs to be filled up with the elements of the castle, and once filled can be used as a key to enter the study, which allows you to find the activation vial to fight the Guardian. It's one of those main quests when you really think about it. The only step that actually stands out is when you have to empower the statues with the incantations and use the weapon inspect with the appropriate sword to basically salute them. And in turn, they'll salute you back. I really like the way it takes advantage of unique mechanics like weapon inspects in a way that no other game has done before. Another step I really like are the Mystic Orb lockdowns using the various elements. What's funny is that they can't call it the Elemental Orb because they've already used that term in Alpha Omega. Each lockdown requires different elemental kills in the same way the Keeper soul boxes do in Dreisendrach. In DE, only one person could fill the Keeper, and the rest would just kinda stand around to make the circle bigger. But in Citadel, you can get kills with your sword, the incantations, and your AATs. A far cry from the old way, and I love how it allows everyone the opportunity to get involved. Although, because of the increased spawn capacity, it is really easy to fill up these soul boxes. For the narrative of the quest, the character who gets the most to work with is Kraft, which is great. I love that we're doing something really cool with him, but it comes at the expense of Weaver in the gang, and that's where I have my issues. Also, how is he still alive? In Vanguard, he is seemingly pitched as an older and wise man who has spent his life studying the occult with Alistair Rhodes. He seems to range anywhere between 45 minimum, and now another 45 years later, he's still alive well enough to be beaten within an inch from his life. Crazy. This could have easily been the experience that explains how Ravenov is still as strong as he is in MWZ. During the game's DLC season, it was a common question Ravenov was asked, attempting to answer why he was still in such good shape despite his age. Almost supernaturally so. Well, here we are now with Croft posing a similar situation, easily being anywhere between late 80s to 90s at this point. And you'd think these stories would collide, but no, they just never do. Massively missed opportunity. Then there's Peck, who by golly is on the map, but has at most 2 lines in the first couple of rounds and nothing more. And finally, there's our characters, who sadly get to do nothing, resonate with nothing, and might as well be operators, which is not something I'm happy to say. And then there's Franco, bet you forgot about him. Being taken out of the main quest, Franco can only be encountered by Maya by doing a special side Easter egg. You can follow the man into the wine cellar of the castle, where he and his men are being attacked by Doppelgast, vermin, and an HVT. Once defeated, you get a pretty cool mid-game IGC where Maya confronts Franco and finally takes him out, avenging her brother. It gives Maya some more to do, which is cool, and it's even better to see the developers do another unique event similar to Shaw and Bruno getting locked behind the puzzle on Ancient Evil. My only issue is Maya gets 2 maps dedicated to her adventure, and the rest of the crew barely have anything to say, with Carver literally saying nothing in both the map's intro and outro. It's rather sad to see their main crew so underutilized. Although, after that side event, her and Peck have a really good heart-to-heart.
Maya? Maya, do you copy?
Ah, poor Peck. He missed all the action. Exacted my vengeance on Franco and everything.
If we survive this, remind me to give you an approving nod later. Maya, are you out there?
Alive and kicking, Peck. Happy to report I can't say the same for Franco.
Must feel good to check that off your to-do list. We're not done here, so focus on that staying alive part. Maya, I lost contact. Where are you?
Just ran an errand. Franco's proper cooked. We're talking French toast.
Good job. Glad to hear you still got your sense of humor. Talk to me, Maya.
Quit worrying, Peck. I'm fine. Franco's dead. Last words and all. Wanna know what he said?
Yeah, as soon as we've got some miles between us and this castle, I'm all ears.
But speaking of side eggs, let's go over them real quick. You have the 8 core power-ups, the Rat King side egg, the chess piece, the fireplaces, the cannon, the free Mr. Peak perk, the free incantation perk, the free money from the well, the bartending Easter egg, and the clock tower. Many of these side eggs are just kind of whatever. Most of them are more work than they're worth, and are cute bonuses that just take up way too much time. Like, if you take the cannon 100 times, you'll fly into the clock tower instead of just spawn and cause it to ring, making a prolonged monkey bomb effect with additional monkey bombs dropping out of it. It's great for keeping undead off you for a minute or two, but in a game as fast-paced as this, you don't really need to be using it, and the effect is rather useless as it'd be pretty difficult to time 100 uses of the cannon, and by the time the ability does activate, it'd probably just be a waste alongside the amount of points you have to use on it. Personally, the only side egg I really liked was the Rat King side Easter egg, which can be completed by grabbing a wheel of cheese and moving 10 low poly rats around the map by simply getting close to them. Once moved, you can deliver them the cheese and they will offer you a cosmetic crown, a stash of loot, and dubbing you the Rat King. This is a cute side Easter egg that is easy to accomplish and feels like something that the developers threw in there as something fun. And it's neat that the crown also works in the mutant injector as well. And finally, there's the gameplay loop. Citadelle's greatest strength is its gameplay, and it shines in just about every facet of the map. The swords are a ton of fun to upgrade and use, and with the incantation, enemies will bend to your will and bow to their knees. The map is a crazy medieval bash, and in the midst of combat, it's a high-intensity sugar rush. What also helps is that because your sword takes up your melee slot, you're free to quickly dump all your resources into other features, since the sword alone can carry you for quite a while. It's a surprising amount of freedom with your resources and lets you soar through the rounds, not needing to worry about upgrading a second weapon. Amalgams can be deleted using incantations, and the high round strats are super intense, but sadly fall back into mutant injector spam because it really is the best strategy. The swords are a ton of fun to juggle between, and you can be set up pretty early. The egg doesn't flow as well through progression, and if you want to complete it, you'll have to slow down the game and solve some puzzles. You're incentivized to make use of every tool at your disposal, and even doing the egg grants you additional bonuses. Sadly, due to the way Black Ops 6 is built, many of the map's unique features border on redundancy, and if in another game like Black Ops 3, could have easily soared as an amazing gameplay-focused experience, which is not a critique I throw around lightly. I find zombies maps are usually best kept in the game that they're made for, but Citadelle in particular could really benefit from a game with less player-controlled clutter on the screen at all times. And finally, there's all those little things I either forgot to mention or didn't know where to put them. And a spin on that progression, for the first time since, forever, Citadelle flips the perk locations on its head. Leading out of spawn, players can find Speed Cola, Deadshot, Melee Macchiato, and Elemental Pop. And only once within the keep of the castle can they find Jug, Stamina Up, and Quick Revive. I really can't remember if this has ever been experimented with, but it's a good way to spread some of the map's less essential perks early, put the more essential perks in harder to reach locations, and put new perks like Vulture's Aid on a pillar far away from the rest. Speaking of perks, not on the map, PhD Flopper has been rotated out and won't arrive until round 25 with the Wonder Fizz, or if you complete the Bartender Easter egg. Again, I love when they do this, and while I don't think they'll ever do that with an essential perk like Jug or Quick Revive, I adore they're even experimenting with the idea again. I also love how it makes you rethink your strategies too. On Terminus and Liberty Falls, the dominant strategy during the early rounds was to purchase the GS45 and buy PhD Flopper. But now in Citadelle, that's a bit more difficult to commit to until later in the game, and I love that mindset. Whenever you take the water slide back to spawn, there's this weird side path to your left that I swear looks like the game wants you to go up, but no, you just slide past it. There's a step in the Easter egg where you need to fill up 4 pointed power circles. To know the order, you need to collect 4 scraps of paper in the lounge. If you haven't talked to Croft yet, the papers will be grayed out, but once he activates the incantation, they'll begin to glow, which is really neat. And I can't forget the music. Tori Letzler, Brian Toohey, James McCauley, and Kevin Sherwood and all of the rest of the Treyarch sound team bring their unique talents to the screen and provide a varied and fantastic score. I want to specifically shout out Brian Toohey, as always, for his fantastic ability to interweave Jack Wall's Alistair's theme from Black Ops 4 beautifully into a couple of the tracks. This is also the first time since Origins for a map to have an original soundtrack release. Typically, these are reserved for the game's launch and include various tracks across campaign, multiplayer, and zombies. But for Citadelle, the map's soundtrack was compiled and released on its own, and I'm so happy that it was. I also love how in the alchemy room, if you interact with all the shelves and books, you can find secret intel. I love when they find unique ways to interact with the environment. In the Owl's secret chamber, you can find what looked like a drawing of an unknown Sentinel artifact, and schematics for the Guardian you fight during the boss fight. And finally, I really like how the map makes reference to Von List and the Allied forces from Vanguard. I genuinely thought we'd never hear from those guys ever again. Oh, I also forgot. So at the beginning of the review, I said that this photo of Sam and Ravenov wasn't possible. Let me explain. This photo indicates a previous friendship Sam and Ravenov had before things went south during Cold War. But that's not possible, because in Cold War, it is heavily implied that this is the first time Sam and Ravenov meet is right before the events of Firebase Z. And there's multiple intel to back this up, with specific dialogue that speaks on their unspecified backgrounds and caution when sharing information between each other. No one says the words "forever in your debt" to a stranger. So it makes the entire interaction feel hollow and unearned, which is another reference to how sloppy the game's writing can be. And to further add on to this, the reason why it's also not possible post Firebase Z, because once Firebase Z is over, Samantha is under the Watcher Requiem all the way until Forsaken when she jumps into the portal into the Dark Aether. So it literally just isn't possible for this to be a thing.
Which leads me to wonder, why are you a traitor? I've seen your record. A founding member of the KGB counter-terrorist detachment, Alpha Group. You took part in operations across the globe. Central America, the Caribbean, Angola, Afghanistan.
Yes, I am a loyal soldier of the Soviet Union. And I have done questionable things. Terrible things. But I am no traitor. If you knew who was running Omega, and I believe you already do, you would not even have to ask me that question. I am not a traitor to my country. Despite their slogans and mantras, Omega are not who we are.
Are you certain of that?
Look at the files. Learn something of their work. There you will find your answers as to why I am choosing to do what I am doing.
I will, soon. Stay safe. You will hear from me again.
And that's Citadelle Daymore. This map is defined by its aspirations to do many things. At times, too many things. It wants to be an ancient evil. It wants to be a Dreisendrach. It wants to be its own thing. It's a map that features chaos and many Dark Aether elements, too many characters, and a narrative that keeps building but doesn't truly expand upon many of its underbaked ideas. Franco and the French Syndicate seemingly have ties back to the Society Occult, the Order, and the Owl. They're also Project Janus's internationally financed backers, and the most impressive thing that I can tell you about their inclusion on this map is that Franco looks like Alan Wake. The map is a constantly evolving chessboard, with numerous moving pieces and elements being added and taken away constantly, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes too cumbersome to truly understand. I love the design and aesthetics of the Bastard Swords. Despite this concept being used since Origins, Treyarch always finds a way to make them feel distinct and unique. Their combat prowess is another story, and despite the balance patches, they're still extremely hit or miss in execution, especially in solo. Do they want to be overpowered? Do they want to be balanced? Or do they want to decimate hordes, but only sometimes? I'm not sure, and at times it doesn't really feel like the developers really know either. The map looks beautiful, but it feels a bit too small for its own good, and it doesn't help how much of the castle that we can see in a chopper gunner, yet can't play through. And it's why I'm always referencing this play space as the keep of the castle, because it's nowhere near the full thing. Then there's our main crew, who get so little to chew on they might as well be the Requiem strike team. The map constantly feels hollow without their interactions, and the ones that they do have border on being overly edgy or flat out boring dialogue that you won't even notice that they say. Many of the gameplay mechanics border on redundancy, and the map would have surprisingly stood out more in a game with more constraints on your resources and active tools. I really like the Easter egg, but I wish it found a better way to tie in its narrative to its characters, because it really feels like that they're just going through the motions all the way up to the ending cutscene. But despite these many criticisms and flaws, Citadel Daymore manages to be a slightly above average experience. One that doesn't excel in a whole lot of places, but one that isn't entirely terrible either. What it does right, and what it gets wrong simply feels like missed opportunities rather than just being flat out terrible. It's really cool to finally leave the facility settings that we've been trapped in since Dean Machine, and the new scenery and theming go a long way. The map simply fails to tie everything together neatly and suffers greatly because of it. I'll definitely be returning for the main quest and swords, just wish that there was a bit more to chew on. Oh, also, the music is fantastic, and the Guardian is super cool despite it being the first boss in Zombies history to share a name with the previous boss. Surprised it took that long to do that, and it was probably unintentional. But that's the map. Heading directly for the Sentinel artifact, let's follow Weaver and the gang as they traverse ancient catacombs and explore the dig site known as the Tomb.
And Richtofen, where is he? We know he contacted you.
Please. Please don't kill him. He is my son.
He's your what?
I don't think he knew he was raising a monster. Until it was too late.
And the dig site he mentioned. It is not far.
That's right, lads. Put your backs into it. As sure as my name's Sir Archibald Thornton Smythe, a shiny headley to the lucky blighter who finds that door first.
The Tomb is Black Ops 6 Zombies' fourth experience. Taking place just down the river from Citadel, the Tomb is a dig site map focused on Weaver and the gang finally obtaining the fabled Sentinel artifact. Described by the developers themselves during 115 Day, we've crafted the Tomb to provide an experience similar to Liberty Falls, by far our most played Zombies map in recent years, featuring tighter play spaces with a focus on replayability. Just like in Liberty Falls, we're delivering plenty of side Easter eggs and even a reimagined wonder weapon inspired by our past. And that's all we'll say about it for now. Well, if that's how they're going to be describing it, then that should be our expectation going in. The Tomb is a smaller experience meant to expand upon typically unexplored concepts, and seems to represent Treyarch's dedication to create more experiences that explore additional concepts that we usually aren't able to get to. At least that's how I thought about it before the reveal that the Reckoning would be the final map in Black Ops 6 Season, meaning the Tomb is DLC 2. You know what else is DLC 2? Ancient Evil. So, now I have to compare the two. So here we are. And with the map releasing just a little bit over a month after Citadel, fans were cautiously optimistic, yet excited nonetheless. But was any of this commotion worth it? No. Let's find out. I think it's best to begin our review about the Tomb with the intro cutscene, so let's play it right now. Right, there is no intro cutscene. The Tomb starts off on the right foot by not having an intro cutscene. The last time that this happened was the Archon, and if we ignore Vanguard and move the goalpost, then the last time that this happened was Forsaken, so we're only rivaling the greats with this exclusion. Now, I'm not saying the Tomb would have had a crazy intro. If we're being real, it probably would have just been the gang approaching the dig site. But this could have been the perfect opportunity to reflect on everything that's been happening. A lot like Ancient Evil's intro, actually. Which is funny considering that both maps are the fourth experience in their respective storylines. Ancient Evil represents the end of the first act of its narrative and the beginning of the second. It has our characters mortally recoiling after the deaths in 9, explores the upstakes of the city of Delphi, and finally has Scarlet and the gang finding some answers to their questions. The presence of Alistair Rhodes is nearly at hand, but something sinister is still brewing beneath the surface. Whether it be the mounting undead offense, the heightened stakes of an ongoing Sentinel trial, or even just the mystery of the entire city itself. But in between those moments, the developers handcraft an experience that feels personal to the characters and their growth. It's nice to see the team of Chaos focused on their mission and actively working to support one another. And the entire story finally finds its footing. In the Tomb's case, this would have been a great chance for our characters to reflect on the recent revelation of Croft being related to Richtofen. This should have been time to digest and recap on everything that has happened, and now with the Sentinel artifact as close as it is, this is the perfect place to begin finding answers. There should be a central focus on how each member of the team is necessary to complete their mission, how they support one another when the action slows down, and with a few well-crafted one-off lines from Ravenov, Peck, Strauss, and Raptor 1, the story could easily stand on its own. Sadly, we get none of that, and even if the map is a smaller experience, that's fine, but this would have been the perfect opportunity to spread out story beats and character moments, especially if you're not going to do it with the in-map dialogue and treat them as glorified operators. Off to a great start, I know. Seems to be a running theme around here. Loading into the map, you were spoken to by Sam, Ravenov, and Sir Archibald Forthington Smith. The explorer hired by Alistair Rhodes all those years ago, instructed to recover the Sentinel artifact before the events of Voyage of Despair. But let's put a little pin in that detail. Now 80 years later, the artifact calmly sits within the tomb, waiting to be claimed, which is the short and sweet. The artifact itself is located within the Dark Aether Nexus, which can only be accessed by using the Obscurus Altilium gained from the Guardian in Citadelle. Now let's put another pin in that detail. According to Sam, the amulet is picking up Archibald's localized echo, and as we go through the map, we'll be hearing localized recordings following his similar adventures through the Nexus to the artifact, which can be seen in-game at all times just over a little river in the Dark Aether. I do actually like the use of echoes in this map. As seen in Blood of the Dead, Dead of the Night, D-Machine, and Shiranuma Vanguard, echoes are ghosts that have various interaction spectrums, with Archibald taking up a similar role to the echoes found in Blood of the Dead and D-Machine, which are spirits forever lost in time repeating the same task. This has nothing to do with the map, but I just think it's neat. I think the best place to start is by going over the map's gameplay, as that's what it sets out to do. The tomb is a fairly small zombies experience, and like Liberty Falls, is about as simple as it gets. Kill undead, put the amulet in a single pedestal, unlock and upgrade the ice staff, and call it a day. The map is essentially what Liberty Falls should be on paper. An artistically designed experience that feels nothing like the usual Call of Duty status quo, and the map does pull that off in spades. Every area is uniquely designed, barring some reuse from Ancient Evil. It looks immaculate, and I have to say it's a ton of fun, but like some of my issues with Liberty Falls, there's just not a lot going on here. It's a classic zombies map in that specific respect. I think my main gripe with the tomb is simply the elements on it, that being the wonder weapons, enemies, and perk, with each one of these three features simply being returning features from previous experiences. Now, to be frank, I don't think that these are bad elements, but it's the execution in these ideas where I have a problem. A good place to start out with this is the perk. Coming back from Cold War and Black Ops 4, Death Perception resides just outside of spawn in the west entranceway. The problem with the perk is, for starters, it's Death Perception, and second, it's hardly utilized to its fullest potential. At its core, Death Perception allows you to see incoming enemies through walls and get a better gauge of what's around you. This gives you a moment to predict enemy movement and gives you a greater awareness of your surroundings. A perk that would actually fit right at home on a map like the Tomb on paper. A close quarters catacomb-esque experience that pits you in close proximity to enemy spawns and in dark arenas where vision may be a problem. The problem is, the Tomb is both open in its map design and about as bright as can be, with each arena coming with its own lighting system that makes the cave too easy to navigate. So in execution, the idea of Death Perception fails to work because it doesn't complement the map design and feels like it was thrown in there to have some kind of new perk. It also doesn't help that the machine was already designed and retrofitted to appear in other experiences. This was a similar issue I didn't bring up with Vulture's Aid on Citadelle, because funny enough, despite the perk being centered around additional resources like ammo, points, and salvage, Citadelle features 4 elemental swords, which heavily lighten the burden needed on these specific 3 aspects. The difference being what works about Vulture's Aid is that it can be used on a variety of setups and on various maps. The few things Death Perception can do are almost instantly negated due to the way the tomb is built from the ground up, and many of its respective augments are incredibly useless. With the best one being the one that turns non-critical attacks into critical hits, which is used in various cheese strategies. It's funny, this perk legitimately by design might have a good reason to be on the map, following in suit with many Black Ops 2's respective perks, including Tombstone on Transit, which is useful for how big the map is, Who's Who on Die Rise due to how close quarters and dangerous the map is, Electric Cherry on Mob due to the tight level design and low magazine wonder weapon, and Vulture's Aid on Barry due to how difficult it can be to locate stuff around the map because of the intricate map flow alongside other goodies and bonuses. So there's a dud there. Then there are the enemies. You've got returning vermin, parasites, doppelgasts, and amalgams. I swear, seeing this thing should be a crime by now. And returning from MWZ and Cold War, it's the Shock Mimic, an enemy who doesn't play all too different from its previous counterparts, with the only added attack being is that it can use an EMP pulse to disable Casimirs, which is an interesting counter, but nothing really game-changing. And just like the Doppelgas and Citadelle, I really don't know what these things are doing here, and having another enemy that can grab you is nauseating, especially one that can spawn in on any round that it wants. But hey, at least the design is really cool. Dud number 2. And finally, now we have the Wonder Weapon. Returning from Origins, the map features the fabled Staff of Ice. What's it doing here? No idea. Is it really powerful? Yes. My only complaint with it is why it's being reused over the other 3, and why wasn't a unique Wonder Weapon chosen for this map specifically. But beggars can't be choosers. The animations on this device spare no expense, and its design is better than ever. So if you're a fan of the Ice Staff, then you're going to love it. As for me, it's kind of another dud on the map's list of features. Altogether, I find it hard to get behind the tomb and love it. These elements by themselves could lend to some cool concepts, like better designing the map to incorporate the usefulness of death perception, or writing a stronger narrative that gives credence as to why the Ice Staff is here. But in the final product, all of this kind of just falls right on its face. The tomb has so much reuse going against it, it feels like a Jenga tower of elements and features that are stripped from other experiences and placed at the top, making the foundation for the map weaker in general. The comment of it being a polished custom map rings true here in just about every facet. Does the tomb want to include sci-fi body horror elements? Is it a mythological adventure? Does it want to pay homage to Origins or the Chaos storyline? And if so, why? You can see where I'm going with all this, but it feels so inconsistent and confusing, and many of the problems that I had with Citadelle are also issues here, on top of the map simply having not a lot to chew on. And as cool as some of its elements are, not enough of it is cohesive to help me like the experience as a full package. Like, for example, the Ice Staff. Fabled in legend, this Wonder Weapon makes its triumphant return from Origins. Here, in the Dark Aether, for no reason. The significance of the staff in the map is heavily implied by Archibald. It's a sacred relic and an ancient weapon. When forged, armies will bow to your knees. That's cool and all, but we as players know that because of Origins and the Great War. But unless further information is shared, we don't exactly understand why it's being given this praise.
This chest, the fabled Staff of Ice. Well, sticky bit, right?
The staff is only significant because we, the player, find it significant. You can't just throw it in here and expect to get a round of applause. Well, actually you can, but that's not my point. At least the jet gun and Wonderwolf had the courtesy to be built. In the Ice Staff's case, the parts just kinda show up. And there you have it, you have yourself an Ice Staff. The element feels extremely ham-fisted, and that's ignoring the fact that seemingly only the Ice Staff shows up and not the other 3. So I guess to back up my point, let's see how it's used in Origins, because the map features a similar tonal dissonance. Set in the 1910s, Origins is a World War I period piece that features steampunk designs, sci-fi inspired robots, mythological discoveries of a bygone era, and earth-shattering wonder weapons that clash with the experience's sci-fi theming, which is quite similar to what I'm saying doesn't work about the tomb. Where Origins succeeds is by marrying the concepts of sci-fi and magic, utilizing the science behind 115 in a way that resembles magic, and utilizing magic in a way that resembles technology like the gateways being opened by classical music or the giant robots being powered by 115. In the tomb, you strip away any of that nuance. The staffs themselves are directly tied to the lore of Origins, being scientifically reverse-engineered replicas that can be accepted by the crazy plays like the originals. It also helps that each staff is tied to a specific map mechanic, whereas just like the bows, gauntlets, and now swords, each group is tied to a less specific quest that utilize various means of puzzle solving and exploration, from the unlock to the upgrade. And all of this is to say, it's disappointing that the Ice Staff is unceremoniously brought back here, because there are way better ways to introduce it than just having it appear. And I'm not just saying this because it's the Ice Staff. This exact same philosophy goes for the Wonderwolf in Vanguard, the VR-11 in MWZ, and the Jet Gun in Liberty Falls. I'm just more staunch about it here because the Ice Staff was meticulously crafted to fit into the world and environment that it was built for. And for the tomb to best utilize this element, it should have taken more care into building a world that gives it a good reason to exist. Like the Chrysalax on Forsaken. And I want to reiterate, I do think the map is fun. It's just really easy to get caught up in criticizing it and being negative when breaking it down piece by piece. Because, altogether, Treyarch have homogenized things in a way where even when various elements don't cohesively fit together, they still play really well, almost like the way Extinction's gameplay loop works. Then there's the map's layout. Taking place across multiple distinct arenas, the tomb is a small map designed like one big circle, with the Dark Aether Nexus essentially being the map's central hub. Its areas are striking, visually distinct, and at times breathtaking. I also need to give props to how the Dark Aether looks on the map. It's nice to finally go back there again and have an entire section of the map dedicated to it. But if I could be a tad nitpicky, my biggest problem with the Dark Aether in this map is that it simply feels like a big old vignette, in the same way that the many tombs are emptied hollowed excavation projects. This iteration of the Dark Aether is rather drab and lifeless. Sure, you have Dark Aether pods that grow and turn into additional loot, but besides that, this is like one large set piece with very few dynamic elements outside of the main quest. A Dark Aether entity watching us, or even those silly little jellyfish from D Machine and Outbreak would have been nice. Again, I don't hate it. In fact, I really do love the locale. Just some thoughts I had when playing. Then there's the Neolithic tomb portion. Dating back as far as 7000 BC, this area of the map might be my favorite simply due to the design and its unique artistic qualities. Treyarch have dabbled constantly in Greek and Roman mythology and architecture, so it's nice to see them pull from another era in history and give it their own spin. And the comparisons made to the God King and Thule in the Frozen Dawn were quite apt, and the area feels like a greater adaptation of concepts of old gods and ancient history, especially when you consider how modern many commonly chosen historical periods are, like the Romans. This area stuck out to me the most and felt the most original. Then there's the map's layout, which I'm less of a fan of for an extremely silly reason. Featuring the modern day circle design, the tomb has players traverse through the dig site and then take 1 to 2 branching paths that eventually leads to the Neolithic tomb. From there you can enter the Nexus and take various teleporters which take you to the map's 4 distinct arenas. It's impossible to get lost and everything fits together neatly, giving you clear lines of sight for where you need to go and nothing is ever too far out of reach. But here's my problem. The map is called the Tomb, but the titular excavation doesn't even really go down that far. During the marketing, you'd think that the tomb would be a layered cake, with each level going deeper and deeper, like that one Zombies custom map, Bunker 10. As you descend through the tomb, you visually go through history, with more modern stuff like the Romans residing at the top, and the Neolithics residing at the bottom. And only at the bottom can the entranceway to the deeper level in the Nexus be found, which then features teleporters and fast travels to get you back to the top. Now, I see why this wasn't done, as the idea is ambitious, difficult to pull off, and overall might not even be that much fun. But it feels like a weird thematic choice not to go with, and it doesn't help that in the intel, it's constantly referenced how difficult it is to traverse the tomb, but when you play the map, it's a circle. Throughout the map's intel, the narrative chronicles Archibald's laborious endeavors, and it's constantly detailed how far down they travel, and how arduous the journey is, to the point where his assistant Potts gets lost all on his own trying to escape. But in the actual map, it takes like 2 minutes in a single straight line to escape, so the narrative dissonance to the actual map design is a bit jarring at times. And then there's Archibald himself, and I have so much to say about him and his very, very confusing story. So the intel follows Archibald, his second-in-command Potts, and his love of drinking. Throughout the intel, we bounce between the two perspectives as time passes, and after 3 weeks of digging, the team have made it to the Neolithic Chamber. Down here, you can place the Obscura Saltilium and gain access to the Dark Aether Nexus. While Archibald isn't in possession of the amulet, apparently you can just brute force open the big stone slab and get into the gateway by hand. And after 3 days of trying to move the big rock, because apparently it can be moved, the group gain access to the Nexus. Around this time, Potts and half of his men leave, and it's up to Archibald and the remaining men to finish the excavation. Around a week after being trapped in the tomb, Potts and his men become zombified, and they encounter Archibald. He and his group see them, realize that they are under attack, and escape into the Nexus. Somewhere in between, Archibald and his men complete the exact same Easter egg quest that we do, and before Archibald can try and reach the Sentinel artifact, he is attacked by a mimic disguising itself as a bottle of alcohol, and he is killed, thus resetting the trial. A weird set of intel that initially seems fine. Archibald wants the artifact, and he fails to obtain it. Sure. Except no, it's not fine. For example, Potts and his men eventually leave the excavation, but get lost in the catacombs and eventually succumb to the madness, which would make a bit of sense if the map was a vertical set of tombs, but it's literally a circle, and a small one at that. Just walk back up the stairs that you came. But we can ignore that and just chalk it up to Potts being completely incompetent. But then there's this narrative bombshell. According to the intel, Archibald and his team arrive at the bottom of the tomb at day 23. Archibald and his men gain access to the Dark Aether Nexus by day 26, and Potts returns by day 28 as a zombie, leading a horde to attack Archibald and his men, which eventually leads to them remaining in the Nexus until they are killed. That's a pretty clear timeline, but then in the actual map when you're doing the Easter egg, Archibald and his team somehow find the pieces of the staff, also assemble it, fight undead, and even charge the Nexus gateway to build the bridge to find the artifact. Which again is fine, whatever. Maybe Archibald and his team fought their way through the undead as they completed the trial, using the gateways in the Nexus to quickly traverse around the dig site. But during the third lockdown, he states Potts is with them. But that can't possibly be because Potts leaves them before they enter the Nexus. Like, the timeline doesn't line up. They couldn't have built and upgraded the ice staff until the Nexus was opened on day 26, which is 3 days after Potts had already left them on day 23. So unless they're just carrying around his zombified corpse, it makes no sense. Because in the exact same set of dialogue, Archibald pronounces that Potts had fallen asleep ever since the zombies had shown up. But that can't be, because Potts only returned to the group as a zombie.
Sir Archibald Fotherington Smythe, day... Oh, ye gods, day 28. My dearest Marjorie, this, I suspect, may well be my final diary entry. It is my profoundest hope that these recordings somehow make their way out of the depths of this hellhole and thence to your sweet hands. We are out of food, water, and, thanks to that traitorous cur Potts, there's nary a drop of the good stuff to be found either. Only a handful of the men remain. But by the way they stare at me, and by the rumbling in our stomachs, I fear they mean me ill. Potts! You damnable rabble, is that you? By Jove, you'd better have at least 2 bottles of my claret with you by way of a peace offering, or, I say, awful pallor you have there, old man. I know none of us have seen the sun in weeks, but you look really quite dreadful, what? Now look here, I've been more than reasonable. No, keep those grimy claws to your... Wait, claws? Stay back. Back, I say. To arms, men. We are attacked. We are attacked. To the Nexus. We shall make our stand there.
Oh, good gravy. Someone pick him up. We can't leave him here. Poor beggar's been insensate since the moment those horrors showed up.
Ugh. It's extremely frustrating because it makes no sense. This is the first map this has ever happened in, and I'm honestly just confused as to why. This right here is the biggest tell that Treyarch might be cycling through junior writers, or the stress of their release tables is putting too much pressure on them, or their senior writers aren't there, or there must be just some big mistake. Because this is really weird, and we've never had a map where the story and narrative intel directly contradict each other. Also, in one of the intel, they use the spelling of Fortnite like it's the actual game, and not Fortnite, which is probably what they meant to write. The tomb features an extremely confusing narrative, and if you follow all of its bits and pieces as closely as I do, you start noticing weird inconsistencies, which, believe it or not, usually doesn't happen. The team is typically better at avoiding that, especially for 2 side characters. Keep that sloppiness in mind. It kind of speaks to the entire map's narrative in overall just BO6, especially when we get to the main quest. Then there's the rest of the intel. One of them features Sam and Eddie working late into the night, with Sam writing a song which seemingly may be Remember Forever, the bonus track released alongside Zombie Chronicles that follows Samantha's mother, leaving her a promise to come back for her through all the madness. The intel is particularly notable due to Sam insinuating that Eddie might not have a soul, which would be interesting considering that Eddie is a construct of Richtofen's soul bound to the Aether. Just a normal thing, I know.
I may not be a saint, but at least I have a soul.
After all the things you told me about yourself, Edward, are you sure about that?
Another intel features Sam interacting with Ravenov, and it's probably some of the best on the entire map. Expressing his grief and giving into his torment, Ravenov explains how he ended up the way that he is now, and why he's so broken. In his mind, Samantha had abandoned them, and her sacrifice could have been avoided had they all tried harder. It's a brilliantly delivered piece of intel, and feels very reminiscent of what was written in Cold War. A true introspection into Ravenov's character.
What happened to you after she left?
Well, after she abandoned us, you mean?
I thought she sacrificed herself.
Different words, same outcome.
They're not the same.
They are! We are here and she is gone. What else is there to say?
Sergei, please. This is important. We need to trust each other.
Why? So I can pour my heart out to you, and then you can turn around and do the same thing she did?
No, of course not.
You want to know what happened when Maxis left? I lost myself. The moment after her sacrifice, I turned my back on everything she stood for. Does that tell you what you need to know about me?
I'm sure she would understand, Sergei. She would
what? You said it yourself. You might have her voice. You might even have her memories. But Sam, hear me when I say this. You are not her. The sooner you come to terms with that, the sooner we can start getting somewhere.
Hey, by the way, where's Peck? He's just not on the map. And the final important intel is between Gray and Maya. It goes further into Maya's future plans once she has all this figured out. Having avenged Nathan, she sets her sights higher to other human traffickers and smuggling groups on a righteous path. This actually provides some well-earned catharsis for Maya's current adventure, and she even invites Gray to come along with her, which he considers. Again, a shame to have some of the best character moments for our crew stuck in the intel, but at least in Ravenov's case, he got something really interesting. And finally, also mentioned in the intel are mentions of Scarlet Rhodes, Stanton Shaw, and Scarlet's unnamed mother, which at this point in time, we still don't know who she could be, and might even pick up on an unanswered thread from Ancient Evil, with Medusa commenting on Scarlet not knowing what she is, which has led to a theory that she might be a demigod like Perseus. So fingers crossed that goes somewhere eventually. Just like Citadelle, the map has a bunch of disconnected pieces. Thankfully not as many, but the narrative is still rather messy. At least the main bulk of the intel does involve Archibald and Potts and pertains to the artifact. You know, the actual item of note in the quest. But as stated previously, much of it is confusing and seemingly directly contradicts in map dialogue. Speaking of contradictions, let's bounce around and talk about the main quest now, cause the outro is a whole can of worms. The main quest is remarkably simple, and requires players to unlock and upgrade the Ice Staff and then complete 4 lockdowns. To unlock the Ice Staff, you just need to complete 2 lockdowns by shifting etheric lanterns until they light up a specific mural. Then defend the Ice Staff while it is being built. This defense is seemingly pretty difficult, as the altar summons zombie after zombie. But to complete it, all you have to do is kill 15 purple misted zombies. Once completed, the staff can be claimed. To upgrade it, now you need to freeze 3 etheric lanterns within 10 seconds, cause it's one of those main quests, I guess. Then enter the Dark Aether and search for runes on floating rocks, shoot the runes with your ice staff so the floating rocks come down, read the symbols, transcribe the symbols onto a locked door, then follow an orb until it reaches an altar, which then allows you to upgrade the ice staff. One of those main quests, huh? It's just an overall weird upgrade process that requires you to do seemingly random things to upgrade the staff, and finally the game just ends up giving it to you. No creativity in the step, nothing even remotely related to the element of ice, it's just shoot Dark Aether symbols and lanterns and then fill up an orb. I know why this was done, as it makes the hunt take longer, but it's one of those steps that straddles the line between being cryptic and just being dumb. And the ice staff upgrade just kinda ends up on the dumb side for the sake of extending the hunt. Then there's the second half of the main quest, which involves shooting these crystals out of the monster podiums in the Nexus, returning the shard to the respective altar on the map, completing a quick soul box lockdown, then bringing back the charged crystal back to the respective Nexus crystal without taking too many hits, and do that 4 times and you're done. The Vermin statue is simply a Vermin soul box lockdown, the Parasite statue is filling up the podium crystal with charged Parasite souls, the Doppelgas challenge is a Doppelgas soul box, and the Amalgam challenge is killing an HVT Amalgam that can shield itself using the life force of other undead. Once completed, you get a Panos motif, and bada bing, bada boom, the bridge builds itself, and the Easter egg is nearly over.
Watch out for trolls, little goats.
All these weeks searching, the Sentinel artifact in the flesh, so to speak. Mine. Mine for the I say, is that a decanter? Damned Hots must have squirreled it away. Rum Coke got everything he deserved, what? Still, spot of port might be just the...
Maybe straight to that spot. Yeah, cancel that.
My main gripe with the quest is honestly how short it is, with the first half simply being obtaining and upgrading the Wonder Weapon, which I've noticed that they've done 3 times by now. Terminus has players building the Beam Smasher as the first step, Liberty Falls as the Jet Gun, and now here it's the Ice Staff. Like, I get why it's done, but it feels jarring to use the same Easter egg process for a third map in a row in a single game. And then the second half is just 4 slightly different lockdowns. It's not all that engaging, and while I prefer this style over bland puzzle solving and how much it better matches the speed of the game, it doesn't really feel like it has a whole lot to say or how it wants to really wow players, and it feels like it's just going through the motions. But then there's the boss fight. Growing and changing in size, the boss of the map is the Sentinel artifact itself. The artifact begins to spew a red laser beam, and if hit by it multiple times, it will down you. The first half is pretty simple, and you simply have to avoid the laser and shoot at the artifact when it becomes vulnerable trying to summon enemies. As the fight evolves, the artifact splits and can spawn additional enemy types, including vermin, parasites, doppelgast, and finally amalgams. After the artifact is split 4 times, the fight will progress into phase 2. Now to damage the artifact, you must defeat the current zombie it's empowering. This artifact-empowered zombie gets greatly increased health and can 2-shot the player. This happens alongside the enemies that are spawned from the artifact, which can no longer be stopped, so it's a race against time to defeat the artifact-empowered enemies, avoid the artifact's laser beam, and not become overrun. The enemies include an empowered zombie, doppelgast, mimic, and amalgam. Once defeated, the artifact will pop out of them and can be damaged. If it's not damaged enough, it'll re-inhabit the enemy it was just in, and will need to be killed again in order to get another shot at damaging the artifact. This part of the fight is where everything gets cranked to 11, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't having a blast playing through all the high-octane energy. Special enemies are constantly spawning in, you'll have to be aware of the laser's position, watch out for the artifact-empowered zombies, and be ready to shoot the artifact in the brief periods where it's vulnerable. Even with the ice staff in hand, this fight is a much greater challenge than anyone anticipated. Once the artifact has been defeated, it'll move on to phase 3. The artifact's echo will attempt to empower it and screen nuke the arena. This can be stopped by simply shooting the artifact until it's finally defeated, completing the fight and allowing you to finally obtain the Odin Sentinel artifact. The boss fight is fun on paper, but in execution it's a bit of a nightmare. I can see exactly what they were going for here, but in execution it just feels like a bit of a clusterfuck, and the enemy spam isn't as engaging as I think the developers thought it would be. What makes Patient 13 and the Guardian so much fun are the ways the fights naturally build up the difficulty and carefully craft a unique experience. The Sentinel artifact isn't one of those fights, especially in co-op, where it becomes an utter nightmare. It doesn't help too that the artifact takes no damage from the ray gun, the ice staff, or special weapons like rocket launchers, so if you don't do enough damage within a specific period of time, it's impossible to actually have the damage apply, so you can't even kill it by death by 1,000 paper cuts. It basically has 9 distinct stages, and if you don't deal enough damage to take out phase 1 due to being unprepared, you can't progress the fight at all, which is a decision, that's for sure. But I see where they were going with this. The fight's second half is a difficulty spike, and it's meant to challenge you with the ice staff being so overpowered that this might be the best way to even the odds. But even with a few nerfs, I can see this fight being more frustrating for players rather than being difficult and rewarding, but maybe that's just me. And finally, there's the outro, which is a whole other can of worms. Playing the Alistair Rhodes motif, the crew collect the artifact and escape the tomb, where they rendezvous with Raptor 1 and make their way towards the mansion to give the artifact to Sam, who will presumably only use it to bring back Samantha Maxis, and nothing nefarious. Sam then begins a lore dump, which answers a few questions. 1. There are still 4 artifacts being researched and located, this being the 4 that we encounter in the Chaos storyline, with the Odin one in hand. 2. The artifacts are seemingly a Dark Aether creation created by Cortifex, as it states he granted one to Amenhotep during the ancient Egyptian era to make him a god. This can somewhat be seen on the murals in 9. Sam goes on to explain that the artifact requires an element called Tempest, which is seemingly required to make the artifact operational again, which might explain why an artifact can't just be used over and over again. Now with the artifact secured, it's time to make our way to the mansion. What a mouthful, and I could go into so many different questions and contradictions, but I'll only state 2 here. The first being, why is the artifact stalking and attacking people? In the intel, it's stated by Archibald and Potts that the artifact is seemingly a sentient thing that has malicious intentions, even causing people to sacrifice themselves to it, which is why so many different civilizations have built tombs here, to basically offer themselves to it, if I'm understanding that correctly. Now, this is more of a critique towards the writers, but this seems like a flat-out misunderstanding on how they actually work, or at least a rewrite to better fit the context of the map and the Dark Aether. The Sentinel artifact's primary inspirations are creations like the Ark of the Covenant and Pandora's Box, monkey's paw-like devices that bestow chaos on the unworthy. These are callous creations that do not seek to reward nor harm common people, only those who deem themselves worthy of a higher power and the need to take control of it. The Sentinel artifacts originally followed that logic. Without the respective key or someone who seeks to call themselves worthy, they were worth nothing more than steel mirrors. Even when they were activated, they had a purpose, which was to initiate a Sentinel trial. But regardless of their intentions, an artifact can't be activated without our own, almost inviting us in to make ourselves worthy and fulfill its own purpose. But making it a Dark Aether object that attempts to kill people and have them pray to it takes away most of the nuance that it once had. The machine itself isn't evil, it's simply a device with a specific directive. It was the hands it could fall into that were evil, and that is represented with every Chaos map, with the Order activating the first 3 and the Greed of Perseus being the final one. And the second contradiction being, why is the Odin artifact here? Archibald was instructed to recover the artifact in 1908 by Alistair. If it was successfully recovered and then placed in the British Museum, you'd have a coherent storyline, because then it would have been used in 1912 by the Order on the Titanic. But no, here we are. So for context, and this is assuming the Chaos maps are 100% canon in every aspect and not just the elements of it because that would frankly be more confusing, in 1908, Archibald is killed trying to recover the Sentinel artifact, and as stated by Sam, this is one of the 4 remaining artifacts. Then by 1912, Alistair seemingly locates the artifact in the British Museum and discovers that it's on the Titanic en route to New York. While on board, it is intercepted by Scarlet and the gang and is then activated by the Order member on board. This then causes the trial to activate, and after the completion, the artifact is used up and disappears. We don't exactly know what happens to them post a trial. But then in the Nexus, the Odin artifact that Archibald was trying to claim has been sitting in the Nexus for over 80 years, with the key Diego usually holds on it still residing in it. So we're left at a crossroads. Either there are multiple versions of this same Sentinel artifact, the artifact time travels, or the writers don't actually understand how any of this works and are simply using the Chaos storyline for story elements. Vote now on your phones. And if you ask me, option 3 sounds like the most realistic one, right next to time travel, because as it stands, the artifact has the key inserted into it, which could have only happened if it was activated on Voyage of Despair. What a mess. From the narrative, to the quest length, to even the boss fight, it just feels like that there's a misstep at every turn on this map. I apologize for all the negative thoughts on the tomb. My biggest issue with the map is how it both tries to repackage the content it has, and the narrative actively stepping on its own toes. An unprecedented double stunt. And most of this could have been prevented by 2 simple actions. Citadelle and the tomb should have been one map, and the Odin artifact should have been a unique one. I've noticed that Treyarch has been on the ball with releasing zombies maps for each season so far, with Season 1 Reloaded coming with Citadelle, Season 2 being the tomb, Season 3 being Shattered Veil, Season 4 being Grief, and Zombies usually wraps up at about Season 5, which would be probably the final map at the time of me writing this script, which at this point we know is going to be the Reckoning. I believe in early concepts, the tomb was simply a portion of Citadelle in the same way the Crazy Place and the Mound are a part of Origins, or like the Undercroft area in Dreisendrach. It would explain why the tomb feels so small in the final product, and most likely Treyarch decided to extend the tomb portion into a fully fledged map to fully explore the catacomb concept. This is also further backed up by both maps sharing a similar location, time, and objective, which I think is pulled off okay, but now they have to ship an entire additional map with story, character writing, wonder weapons, enemies, main quest, and narrative beats. So to make that easier, you extend story elements. Why get the Sentinel artifact on Citadelle when you can put it on the tomb? Port over a previous perk, port over and rework a previous enemy, and then all that's left to do is a wonder weapon. Why not a staff considering how the Tomb and Citadel together make up an Origins-esque map? I'm not trying to be cynical, but it makes the most sense why the two maps ended up the way that they did. But again, is purely a theory, and one I wanted to toss into the video because it's interesting to consider and would explain why the Tomb can feel redundant and rushed at times, and Citadel can feel smaller than it should be. Like, a part of it is physically missing, despite what the map already features. But that's enough harping on the map. Let's talk about some stuff that I actually do like about it. The zombie designs are easily on par with Origins, Mob of the Dead, and Shadows of Evil. They fit the various time periods that they were going for, and armored and heavy zombies look completely unique compared to the usual armored and heavy zombies that we've been getting since Cold War. Like, yes, more of this please. Then there are some of the environmental hazards. The arrow trap is pretty cool, and I love the spots that they're placed in. And the etheric lanterns provide the map with some fleshed out color, offering the moodier catacombs some life and diversity. Although they're hardly in useful spots, and the ones on the ceiling are so far out of your line of sight, you forget that they're there. Then there are the side quests, which I actually really like. There's a bit of variation between them, but the standout is obviously the Golden Armor side quest. By collecting steel heads in the Dark Aether, reattaching them to statues and spawn, you can start 2 additional lockdowns. One where you face off against numerous HVT mimics, and another where you face off against various HVT doppelgast. The primary kicker being your health is reduced to 1, and all damage is taken by your armor. And without glitches, you can't use score streaks either, forcing you to come up with combat strategies to fight these foes. The fog also adds an additional challenge, and with it you have one of BO6's best side Easter eggs just through pure difficulty alone. You have to carefully consider your resources, and even when you're fully set up, victory isn't guaranteed, giving you some good risk versus reward. Also, it's interesting how these HVT mimics are weak to cryo-freeze, but the regular ones aren't. While the fight is designed with similar issues to the boss fight, those being high damage and enemy spam, it works because it's optional, gives you a variety of ways to end the combat scenario should you want to leave, and feels like it has varying factors for you to consider. It's not just about running in a circle, it's about avoiding taking unnecessary damage, avoiding the enemies that roam through the fog, taking advantage of the big spawn room to build distance, and deciding whether or not to end the round. Because if you do, you run the risk of getting killed by undead alongside fighting the HVTs, but undead will also drop you additional armor plates, making it easier to survive and refill your health. Also, it really helps that the reward is worth it too, making all of this difficulty have a good payoff. Once both lockdowns are completed, you gain access to a secret golden armor wall buy, which isn't the most game-shattering thing in the world, but an extremely nice bonus that rewards you for challenging yourself and conquering what might seem like the unconquerable. During my initial day 1 Easter egg hunt with donuts, Lego Unlocked, and J-Money, it was a ton of fun trying to strategize what to do, who would use what, and what gobblegums to bring. Stuff like this should be the lifeblood of modern zombies. It also helps that there are restrictions on score streaks, at least there should be. So you can't just cheese it using a mutant injector, and even if you do, enemies have a chance of ripping off your arm cannon, making you unable to attack, which is a really nice detail. I also love the way the Wonder Weapon interacts with the enemies, because unlike Origins, where the staff completely overpowers the Panzer, the Mimic, Doppelgast, and Amalgams require slightly more complex strategies in the higher rounds, which creates unique gameplay interactions, even if the Mutant Injectors still reign supreme here. And as much as I love them, it's for the best Peck was left out of this map. The story already has too many characters for the amount of dialogue that they're able to work with, so condensing the cast a bit does give our main characters more to do. If they ever feel like wanting to do anything with them, that is. Then there's the music. While I'm not a big fan of Dig, it's a great track for all metalheads out there. And then there's the rest of the music, which is really well done. My only complaint is the weird remixes of Origins tracks, because again, I still fail to see how this map in any way resembles Origins, besides calling it a dig site and having an ice staff on it, but maybe I'm just missing something. I love the way they made the Sketsmith's Vigor on the end of the staff glow green. This better indicates to the player that it's a healing ability, like Healing Aura, without saying a word. Also, it's funny how in the directed mode of the Easter egg, you need 4 Sketsmith's Vigor shots to complete the egg, but the staff only comes with 3, and you can't find any more max ammos due to there being no more at this point in the directed egg, and the free max ammo drop is disabled in directed mode, forcing you to spend 10,000 points on ammo, which is a really funny oversight. Also, I love the waterfalls in the Neolithic area. The whole area, in fact, it just looks really nice. It's super unique, and it's a ton of fun to traverse through despite just being a hill that you run down. And the archways are a nice touch too. Also, it's alluded to that the Dark Aether Nexus actually resides within the amulet, with the amulet powering the gateway and us simply traveling inside it to retrieve the artifact. This is backed up by the Nexus resembling the amulet, and Gray making a passing comment about it during our character conversations.
The amulet looks like it contains a tiny galaxy. It makes me wonder if this is all happening inside it.
Although, this opens up a whole new can of worms, with the biggest being how Archibald even entered the Nexus without the amulet. But I've annoyed you all with enough story contradiction breakdowns for one video. And finally, let's just go over the basic gameplay loop. The Tomb is a basic zombies map with an easy setup. It's interesting how expensive the doors are on the map, but considering that there's only 6, it balances out the price with most maps. PhD being in the spawn room is a unique touch, and like Citadelle, the map's core perks are placed all the way at the end of the setup, with Quick Revive being in the map's furthest point, and Jug being located as the final perk in the Nexus. Fingers crossed by the end of the season they just make a map where you can only obtain Jug from the Wonder Fizz. The free Pack-a-Punch Easter egg is super nice for early game progression, and most of the mid-game will be spent obtaining the Ice Staff, which is admittedly harder than obtaining any other Wonder Weapon in the game so far. And the endgame is pretty easy once the upgraded Ice Staff is involved. The map is fun, but that's kind of the bare minimum, and more of a result of Black Ops 6's core mechanics being fun to play around with on any other map, rather than just what this map does specifically. Also, I hate these mimics. Kill them! The Easter egg completion rewards are nice, but you have to be fully set up to even stand a chance against the boss fight, so the loot that you receive at the end feels kind of redundant at best and useless at worst. And finally, let's discuss those little things. I never brought up the hand cannon being added around Citadelle, and guess what? It sucks. What do you expect? As for the Tomb, the map brought with it the War Machine, and it's alright. Despite being turned into a weird 3-round burst, the grenade launcher is effective at killing undead, but targeted weaponry will better handle specials. I think it's pretty neat how Potts' specific intel can only be found by shooting clay pots scattered around the map. There's half of a stone head of the god Janus sticking out of spawn, and its other half can be found near the blue portal in the Dark Aether Nexus. Sadly, the map makes little to no reference to Janus, the existence of the Nexus, or any significance it could have with the Sentinel artifact, which feels like completely wasted opportunity. The jump scare is a cool idea, and it's cool that you can also give it to other players, and I love the quick and easy ray gun side Easter egg, which includes you needing to dig up green gemstones, which can only be found if you're using Death Perception, and now it just makes me wish that the perk actually interact with the environment and level more like this. And that's the Tomb, a rather mixed experience that features many of the same highs we've talked about throughout Black Ops 6, with plenty of lows. The map aesthetic and enemy designs are some of the game's best, but it falters due to a misplaced Wonder Weapon, an ultimately useless perk, and a cast of returning enemies, and all of these features combine to make a map that struggles to find its identity beyond the Tomb concept. These are all similar issues I could say for Shattered Veil as well, but we'll talk about how their execution aids them, whereas in the Tomb's case it fails to justify them later. Side quests like the gold armor are great, and the main quest can feel lopsided in difficulty. And funny enough, that reflects exactly how I feel about the boss fight too, despite doing some unique things that help it stand out from the crowd of large fleshy monsters that the boss fights are typically filled with. Overall, the Tomb will leave you wondering what the map exactly wants to say and do, and many of its goals feel as though they've been accomplished on Citadel Day More. It feels underbaked in just the right amount of wrong areas to feel like a waste of time, and a narrative and gameplay system that could take advantage of the concept would have done it wonders. The characters don't have enough of an impact on the story itself, and any fun revelations that could have been made feel like endless teasers for storyline threads we'd actually like to see, like the Chaos storyline characters, or Ravenov's inability to trust Sam. Also, it's funny how most people just assume the characters didn't have any lines on the map due to the actor strike, and it just goes to show how passive their dialogue is despite being the mode's main characters. Archibald's story constantly contradicts itself, and the Sentinel artifact is a complete question mark that may be answered on other maps. The map's gameplay is derivative and feels like content rather than an experience that needed to be told, and that's the best way I can describe my thoughts on the Tomb. But now let's return to Liberty Falls, West Virginia. Hidden in this quaint little town is Colton Hall, the resting place of Sam, Edward Richtofen, and perhaps a way to finally end all of this madness. So let's continue the adventure in Shattered Veil.
Elements that can only be harvested here at Liberty Falls. I have already ensured everything we need is ready for your arrival. You will see your lost agent Maxis again soon. I'll be waiting. arriving well. Sorry I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Shattered Veil is the 5th chapter in Black Ops 6 Zombies' story. After enough running around in Avalon, Weaver and the gang have arrived at the mansion where all this madness truly began. Shattered Veil is another strong map in the game's catalog, and succeeds in many of the same places that the tomb fails. Altogether, the map is nothing special on paper. The location has been done before, the perk is a returning one, the special enemy is one reworked from Cold War, and the Mark II is, well, the Mark II. Shattered Veil doesn't aim to break new ground, but instead reiterates on previously used concepts, and somehow through careful execution and a few surprises, it manages to be a ton of fun. But how does the map manage to accomplish any of this? What awaits inside? What mysteries will be solved? And is Peck still trapped at Citadelle? Well, let's find out. Shattered Veil is easily one of Black Ops 6 Zombies' best maps next to Terminus. Despite possessing similar features to the tomb, Shattered Veil manages to avoid many of the map's similar pitfalls through careful execution of its mechanics. The story is also a vast improvement over the previous 2 maps, and making figures like Sam and Richtofen the primary companions adds a lot of flavor missing from other experiences while centralizing the narrative. In addition to all of this, there's also a ton of unique dialogue between the 4 main characters and the tertiary cast, including Peck, Ravenov, and Strauss. Shattered Veil feels like it actually addresses many of the criticisms that the previous maps had, and I'm more than willing to call it my favorite map in the entire game. But before we get into any of that, what's the story? Just like the tomb, Shattered Veil doesn't have an intro cutscene, which again, is a choice. I'm really hoping that they're just being vetoed on these intro cutscenes at this point, because as talked about in the tomb, this would be the perfect place to get everyone up to speed on what's been happening, and tie together the main characters' reactions to the core of the experience. But what do I know? Maybe I'm just the guy who makes multi-hour videos on COD Zombies. The map objective is pretty simple though. Infiltrate the mansion, find Sam, and discover the means to refill the Sentinel artifact. Pretty simple. Much of the dialogue from the characters is wrapped around this quest, and the lines range from okay to mundane to just ear-grating. But the real stars of the show are Sam and Richtofen. First there's Sam. Having grown into her own since DLC 1, the unnamed new actress for Sam has better leaned into Julie Nathanson's specific mannerisms, and her newest lines on Shattered Veil reflect a more nuanced portrayal of the character. It also helps that she has over 20 minutes of dialogue, which really allows the character to shine through, especially when you reach the labs and she gets much more animated, especially with unique dialogue directed towards the main crew.
Innocent trader, my cooling ducks. What a shot! Interesting choice of cuddle buddies, Weaver. Is counting your kills really the best use of my processing power? Is it fun finding things? I think it is. It appears to have malfunctioned. Oh dear. It slices, it dices. Ugh, it's enough to make you root for the other team. It's no spleen shot, but it will have to do. Josiah Shem stole that from the tribe who built the Serpent Mound. Richtofen locked it away because he understood its terrible power.
So huge props to the actress because I think she killed it on this map. But then there's Richtofen. Speaking throughout the Easter egg, Richtofen attempts to warn you about giving Sam the artifact, but inevitably he is ignored and you are locked within the same liminal space as him during the main quest. This place is where the crew come face to face with the leader of Requiem and Project Janus. We'll talk about it more when we talk about the main quest, but this interaction is what the story needed to feel like it was really picking up steam. Nolan North kills his Richtofen as always, and we learn a ton about him on the map and through the intel. Apparently, the Terminus facility and Dr. Modi were assigned to creating genetic clones of Richtofen's son Samuel. These experiments eventually ended up in failure. Richtofen is still in possession of Not-So. Richtofen has been lying to his investors about the real purpose of Project Janus. There are multiple gateways into the Dark Aether that Project Janus used for experiments, and the event that killed Richtofen's wife and son was initially a hit intended for him. All of this dialogue is easily some of the best in the game. My only complaint is that the characters don't react to him all that much and his antics, especially Weaver. But he does get some moments to shine. It's also really cool that he aids you in the boss fight, but we'll talk about that more when we get there.
Hello. Not sure if you can hear me, but I know Sam can't listen in. You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her. Repeat, do not believe a word she says.
It's a delight to finally have him as a major player again since he's been teased all the way back in Cold War, and every line lands in one way or another. whether it be his cunning calculations, his yelling insanity, or his moments of weakness. Anyways, I think Nolan North killed it, and I'm so happy he was on the map.
Kill the damn thing! I'll try to help from up here! Look out below!
My attempts to locate the Sentinel artifact have thus far met with abject failure.
My diagnosis? I'm afraid it's quite terminal.
My father. My memories are indistinct. I was not always a good listener, but he told tales of magic, superstition, and demons. No more of Modi's experiments. I will need to come up with a new venture to keep her occupied. Keep her out of my hair.
No. Sam wants to be Maxis.
Now let's talk about the map design and level layout. Shattered Vale is a surprisingly big map, and just like what I said on Citadelle, a small underground section would perfectly fill out the map without making it too big, and Shattered Vale proves that. The map features a loop leading up to the mansion's courtyard, the mansion itself, a backyard section, Sam's chamber, and on top of all of that, an entire service tunnel with the portal back to spawn. The service tunnel is that little extra bit that gives the map more than enough play space, and that's ignoring all the secret rooms that you gain access to during the main quest as well. But what I really love about Shattered Vale are the places that you can't access. This is going to be a weird point, but walk with me. Something I've always adored about zombies is the means to which the developers make the world feel alive, and this can be accomplished through careful execution of what you can and can't play. A good example of this is Shangri-La. Looking inside of barricades and inaccessible areas, you get an extended view of the map that helps further reinforce the illusion that a play space extends more than what's available for you to see and play through, and I love this about Shattered Vale. From the spawn, you get a good view of the entirety of Liberty Falls down the mountainside. In the background, you have this gorgeous mountain range, and even in the barricades, you have continuing hallways that make you believe Colton Hall has more to offer. This is an imperative to a map experience, but whenever I'm passing through, I know the magic when I feel it. Alright, let's move on to the gameplay now. As previously discussed in the Tomb, Death Perception, the Ice Staff, and the Shock Mimic all failed to work in different ways. So why do I feel that Double Tap, the Mark II, and the Elder Disciple work? Well, for starters, it feels like each of these mechanics has a reason to be here and have been revamped in a way that makes them feel unique to the map. For starters, Double Tap. The biggest factor that helps Double Tap here is that it's the only map where you can obtain it much earlier than 25, changing how you have combat with the enemies. The perk is extremely useful and benefits the Mark II and its respective variants, giving you a good reason to go for it on top of the fact that it's Double Tap, and it makes all bullet weapons better by proxy of its existence. Then there's the Machine, which is one of the best in the entire series, like literally better than I think anything that's ever been invented before. They can just keep topping them. When bought, like Mule Kick in Cold War, the Machine will shoot undead for a moment, instantly killing whatever is in its path. It's not the most useful, but the flair of the cowboy popping out for a second and going all out guns blazing is a really cool visual, and I like the way they pack the Machine itself and utilize all of its space. My only issue with the perk is the icon. Like, what is this, guys? Why is this the design and why is it so radically different unlike every other redesigned perk? Anyways, fun fact, this is the first time that Double Tap and PhD Flopper have appeared on a map together since Origins back in 2013, which is insane that these two perks have flip-flopped through the series for so long. What sets Double Tap apart from Death Perception is that its combat niche is more widely applicable to nearly every combat scenario, giving it infinitely more utility and, in short, making it actually useful. And while the perk is reused, it hasn't shown up since Revelations, nearly 10 years ago. Technically 8 years ago if you wanted to be tacky and count Kugelblitz from World War II, but who cares about that? So by all accounts, Double Tap does what Death Perception didn't. Then there are the Wonder Weapons. Returning since last seen in Tog der Toten is the Ray Gun Mark II. Honestly, I'm more shocked they haven't pulled this one out sooner. While I'm not the biggest fan of the Mark II, and it has zero explanation for being here to the point where even Sam jokes about deleting the conversation of its discovery in the Dark Aether, which is a decision, it's still pretty powerful and is a blast to use in combat against the game's more difficult enemies, including the Amalgam and the Elder Disciple. Also, with Season 3 Reloaded, the weapon was added to all previous maps, once again making the Mark II as obtainable as the Mark I. Its inspect animation looks gorgeous, and I love its new coat of paint. Sadly, like the Mark I, it doesn't have its distinct red 115 energy within the barrel when tapped. Unlike the Ice Staff, what I feel works about the reintroduction of the Mark II is that it can do things that it couldn't previously do. What I didn't like about the Ice Staff is that it functions pretty similarly to its version in Origins to what it is in the Tomb. But in Black Ops 6, I think the Raygun Mark II gets a better chance to shine. For instance, the Mark II has shown up on every BO2 map, Zombie Chronicles, Blood of the Dead, Classified, Alpha Omega, and Tog der Toten. The strongest appearing enemy on any of these experiences is surprisingly the Panzer all the way back in Black Ops 2. But now being introduced in a modern game, the Mark II excels at single target damage and makes mincemeat of even the game's toughest foes at the highest of health caps. While it still has the issue of both being a reused wonder weapon and one with a lazy explanation at that, it's really cool to see it in an environment where it actually thrives in combat. Unlike the Ice Staff, which is still really good at group damage but doesn't do anything unique or isn't in a new environment that allows it to function differently. And while it runs into similar narrative issues as the Ice Staff, the Mark II builds a better name for itself by being allowed to be on multiple map experiences due to a previous precedent, while the Ice Staff was handcrafted for the world that it was built for. Then there are the 3 variants. Oh, so we can put 4 Mark IIs on a map but not 4 elemental staffs? The Raygun Mark II-R fires slow tactical rifle shots that pierce through undead, and periodically, the shots create large gas clouds a Nova 5. This thing is legit way more overpowered than I give it any credit for, and that's simply due to how strong the Nova 5 is and how long it lasts. The Raygun Mark II-W seems to take inspiration and direct coding from the Raygun Mark II-X from Alpha Omega. When packed, the weapon doesn't become dual-wield however, and instead continually creates Wraithfire-like flames that damage hordes of the undead constantly. The greatest improvement this variant has over its predecessor is a larger clip, faster rate of fire, and increased damage. Also, infinitely less recoil. Also, because it's not dual wield, you can actually aim down sight, which is very useful against the map's boss. And finally, we have the Raygun Mark II-P, which seems to take inspiration from the Raygun Mark II-Z from Alpha Omega. I can see why they were able to create 4 of these. The Mark II-P fires full auto shotgun blasts that deal high damage. Periodically, undead will drop invincibility circles, which are neat but are hardly used due to how quick the combat is in this game. Each Mark II is a ton of fun, and all 3 are required for the main quest, so the entire time you'll be swapping through them and getting to know all 3, giving the quest a great pace. And fun fact, if you want to continue using the original Mark II, then you can go back to the table that you crafted the variant at and decraft it. I should reiterate, I do find the inclusion of the Mark II extremely lazy, but compared to the Wunderwaffe, this thing is a dream.
The Raygun Mark II, the mysterious weapon you hold, was retrieved from the Dark Aether. Its origins are unknown. Go ahead, have some fun with it.
The Wunderwaffe DG2 also unceremoniously returns after being featured in both Vanguard and MWZ. It's a wonder weapon on the map, that's for sure. But unlike its past iterations, the Wunderwaffe greatly benefits from Shattered Veil being a map that primarily features just undead. What makes the map so unique is that special enemies like Doppelgast, Mimics, and Manglers are nowhere to be found, and the only way for Doppelgast to spawn in is for parasites to evolve or for an Elder Disciple to forcefully evolve a parasite into a Doppelgast. So if you're using a weapon with great crowd control, like the Wunderwaffe, you can easily prevent this from happening, giving the weapon a good niche for both high rounds and standard play. And finally, let's talk about that Elder Disciple. Returning from MWZ and Cold War, the Disciple has been mostly reworked for the better, and feels like an entirely new enemy. This is also aided by his immaculate design and attack strategies. The Elder Disciple will buff undead in its radius, and continually spawn new ones as the player attempts to clear the horde. Any undead killed within its radius not killed with a headshot will immediately evolve into a vermin, and any vermin not killed with a headshot will immediately evolve into a parasite, and any parasite not killed will quickly turn itself and a zombie into a Doppelgast. And if that's not defeated, it can be forcefully evolved by an Elder Disciple into an Amalgam. This enemy alone can snowball the entire game into a disaster, greatly incentivizing you to use the Mark IIs against it and prioritizing it when it spawns in. Once the Elder Disciple is defeated, any zombie under its buff, including forcefully evolved special and elite enemies, will be instantly defeated, rewarding you for cutting off the head of this snake. I find this gameplay loop extremely satisfying, and if you're grinding for special enemy kills for the Nebula grind, the Elder Disciple makes this a breeze. It's also interesting to note that the zombie's eyes and the color scheme of the Elder Disciple are no longer red or purplish, but a bright blue, which gives all of this a distinct visual flair from everything else in the Dark Aether. The only downside to the Elder Disciple is its scream attack, which can stun and disorient you. On low rounds, it's fine, but on high rounds without armor, it can deal over 120 unavoidable damage, which is always fun. Speaking of fun, I love how as you slowly kill the Elder Disciple, its robes are blown away, revealing the fleshy husk inside, and the design is gnarly. And to add to that, the best part about this iteration of the Disciple is that it can't heal enemies, itself, nor drain the life force of the player, and thank God for those changes. Also, it's both really cool and really underwhelming that it's wearing Order robes and medallions, because I think that it's super cool to know that Josiah Shem is a member of the Order and was turned into a disciple of the Dark Aether, but it's also not cool because it's never extrapolated on in-map, which is again, a decision that you can make regarding Chaos storyline elements. In any case, the Elder Disciple, while being a previously used enemy, brings a whole bunch of new attacks and strategies to the table, and so much of Shattered Veil benefits from its conclusion and the way the map handles special enemies. To reiterate for the gameplay, where Shattered Veil succeeds in many of the same places the tomb fails goes to show how important it is to execute returning elements. Death Perception is too niche for its own good, while Double Tap is fantastic. The Ice Tap remains relatively unchanged and lacks narrative focus, whereas the Mark II feels better integrated into the main quest and has additional variants. Alongside the Wonderwaff, you're an unstoppable god. The Shock Mimic fails to stand out and diversify itself from previous iterations, whereas the Elder Disciple is given new tricks that force you to rethink combat in a way that is fun and intuitive. All of this is to say that despite some glaring flaws, Shattered Veil feels like a strong experience with its various elements, and should be the standard to which returning content is held to. But to play devil's advocate, I am sick to death of Manglers, Mimics, and Disciples, and new enemies should have been assigned instead. If I see these enemies in Black Ops 7 one more time, I'm going to scream, please, do something new! Speaking of new, let's talk about the Toxic Zombie. Being a combination of the Boom Schreier, Tormentor, and Zombie Chronicles Nova Crawler, clearly a winning combination, the Toxic Zombie runs up to players and explodes upon destruction, leaving behind a green toxic puddle that slows movement and prevents health regeneration. On paper, this enemy would be particularly annoying, and could even ruin Shattered Veil gameplay by its inclusion alone. But what makes the enemy so easy to go up against is that it only spawns on its special rounds, and never in the actual map. This makes special rounds actually special and unique, while not ruining normal gameplay. The last time we had a special zombie that stayed in its respective special round were the Zombie Chronicles versions of the Ascension Monkeys and the Shinonuma Hellhounds, over 9 years ago. But if you want to get technical and count unique experiences, then the Sasquatch zombie from Raven the Redwoods was the last time that this happened. The design is whatever, and the enemies don't exactly gel with the environment. Like, seriously, these guys feel like they would have fit on a map about a nuclear reactor, but they're a nice inclusion that doesn't impede on normal gameplay, which is something that I can appreciate. And finally, there's the main quest. Just like the past 4 maps, the egg begins by unlocking the map's respective wonder weapon, then upgrading it to one of the 3 variants. Each variant is used to unlock the respective liminal space, with the Mark II Rot Blight being used to open Sam Colton's liminal space, the Mark II Wraithfire being used to unlock Fats Malloy's liminal space, and the Mark II Preservation being used to unlock Josiah Shem's liminal space. I actually think it is cool how each Mark II variant is tied to their respective person, with the Rot Blight being related to Sam Colton's nuclear reactor cover-ups, the Wraithfire being linked to Fats Malloy's due to a fire that broke out on his estate, and the Preservation being linked to Josiah Shem due to the fact that he wanted to become immortal. Once opened, you must complete a small task for the respective Echo, including retrieving cover-up papers by using Aether Shroud to locate various objects for Sam Colton, using Brain Rot to have a zombie retrieve a hidden flash for Fats Malloy, and defeating Elder Disciples and retrieving a sacrificial object from a safe for Josiah Shem. Each task is relatively simple, and for the Aether Shroud one, if you don't have it unlocked, you can find canisters of it within the lab underground, which is super cool. The same cannot be said, however, for Brain Rot, so if you don't have it, you'll have to gamble with Elemental Pop, which is such a weird oversight considering that they give you a Brain Rot AAT drop in directed mode. Once these items have been collected, and you have the correct Mark II equipped, you can begin a lockdown, which requires you to defeat an HVT using the respective Mark II. Once defeated, the selected host will be sacrificed a la Shadows of Evil, turning them into Tempest, which refills the Sentinel artifact. This is actually a pretty cool explanation, and the idea being that the Sentinel artifact is powered by human souls perfectly reflects its horrifying old world nature. Reminds me of the mythos of the Philosopher's Stone in Fullmetal Alchemist. As you fill the artifact, Richtofen constantly intervenes and warns you not to give it to Sam. But once you do, the finale begins.
Thank you, my friends. This means so much to me. Therefore, it is awkward that you will not see the conclusion of my mission. I regret I could not tell you the whole truth. Please understand, humans, well, a human has not been kind to me. But I wish you no harm. So I am sending you somewhere safe, where you cannot interfere with what comes next.
Sam inevitably betrays the crew because they fell for it again, and locks them in the same liminal space as Richtofen. Guess there's not a whole lot of these to go around. Once inside, he scolds the group, specifically Weaver, about the death of his wife and kid, their inability to notice a deceiver right in front of them, and how they have now lost the Sentinel artifact. The biggest revelation, though, comes in the device that he's holding. While it doesn't have a name, because of course it doesn't, this gemstone device is what Josiah Shem used in his rituals to ascend to the realm beyond. Instead, what it did was shatter space-time in both directions, like the Walnut experiment in the Aether storyline, locking the various occupants of the mansion within liminal spaces, including Fats Malloy, Josiah Shem, and Sam Colton. This device could very well explain the time anomalies of the amalgams and the Sentinel artifact showing up in the tomb, but we don't know for certain as the time of me writing this. With it, Richtofen reverse engineered gateways into liminal spaces, and now with the OG Mark II in hand, they have their means to escape, because the plot needs to happen and everyone just so happens to be locked in the same place with the exact tools needed to escape, because of course they do. Although, I am curious as to why Sam would lock up Richtofen and not outright kill him. With the device shot by the Mark II, it allows them to escape the liminal space, but the overload temporal energy causes it to go wild, and it eventually locks onto the dinosaur bones in the central hall. And with enough excuses out of the way, the crew soon come face to face with a zombified T-Rex. And the rule of cool states that no matter how bad this explanation is, it's so fucking cool we get to fight a zombified T-Rex.
Nothing can be a part of your plan! Residual temporal energy! It's a real bitch!
Also, the cutscene is pretty charming, and seeing Richtofen and Weaver fight alongside each other with a ray gun Mark II while a dinosaur reanimates just screams COD zombies to me. I also love their various screams as they are thrown into the arena by the boss. But with that said, it's time to begin the boss fight. The Z-Rex has plenty of attacks, including chomping down on you, summoning toxic zombies, spewing acid into the arena to slow you down, slamming on the ground with its tail to launch you into the air, and overall just trying to kill you. It's a relatively simple fight in terms of actions that the boss can do, but it makes up for it by pursuing you to the ends of the earth. The Z-Rex is a deadly foe, and even with Stamina Up and Tribologist on PhD, it's very difficult to keep your distance in the fight's second half. It also doesn't help that the boss's primary weak points are difficult to hit. The best way to deal damage is to get the boss to eat undead. During this time, it'll attempt to evolve them into toxic zombies, but if you shoot the toxic zombies while they're in its belly, they'll explode to deal major damage. If they're spit out, they cannot be used, so you're forced to wait until he eats more or attempt to shoot his eyes, his other weak point. During the fight's second half, the Z-Rex will spit out parasites too, and if left unattended, they will force evolve undead into Doppelgast, which is a great use of an in-map mechanic in the fight. This boss is really well put together despite its simplicity, and the primary game designer for it, Andrew Hoyt, made sure it was a challenge in all of the right ways. Like he added slight flinching when shooting the eyes to make it harder to get continuous shots off, and even made the beast lower its head when it gets close to you to better resemble what a T-Rex would do if it was actually trying to eat you. Details like that are those I love, and instantly shoot the boss into the upper echelon of boss fights. The fight is split into 4 distinct phases, with each phase split up by the Z-Rex becoming immune and spewing acid everywhere, and a small intermission phase. During this fight, Richtofen also aids the player by sending additional armor plates, ammo, and getting potshots on undead. His voice lines are easily the best in the game so far. There's also some cool Easter eggs thrown in there too. When in the air, there's a chance you'll be able to hold the interact button and begin temporarily riding the Z-Rex, which I don't need to tell you is awesome. And finally, there's also a secret hardcore variant of the boss fight, which can be accessed by beginning the final encounter above round 100. In it, he'll transform much sooner, and you're also forced to deal with super sprinters and all undead at health cap. You don't get any reward for doing this, but it's a really cool Easter egg that merges the best of both worlds between high rounding and Easter eggs. So seriously, hats off to you, Andrew, and the team for putting all of this together. If I had to have a single criticism, it's the lack of a max ammo in between phases, but it does force you to get better at aiming at the boss, which I do appreciate. Once defeated, the Z-Rex will turn back into a bunch of bones, and the map closes.
Got some bad news about your pet, Sam.
The team helped Richtofen out of the pit, and after a heated debate, which includes Carver finally saying something, the group decides to team up and stop Sam, who will use the Sentinel artifact to literally become Samantha Maxis and gain full control of the Dark Aether, because apparently that's how that works. Now they must go to Janus Towers, stop the Aether reactors from exploding, and formulate a plan, which Richtofen seems to already be doing. And with that, the map is closed. The Citadelle Easter egg is a ton of fun. It's all about building ray guns, completing small trials, accessing new areas, and defeating a zombified dinosaur. While it falls on the shorter side, it makes up for this by getting its concepts right, and overall, it's a ton of fun with good build-up and finale. Now for the quest, I should mention, I am skimming over what's mostly the first half, which is part collecting, getting canisters, and trying to unlock and upgrade the ray guns. It's also the only egg that feels like it actually attempts to tackle the overall narrative. And what you're left with is a fun main quest that has the most substance on it out of the entire game so far. It's also decently complicated to solve, and multiple times it requires extremely specific items for progression. But what's nice is that many of these items can be found for free by simply exploring the map. For example, to unlock one of the canisters, you need to move gas valves using combat axes, which typically can't be crafted until the high 50s. To make this more accessible, combat axes are freely scattered around the map. This also includes a free Casimir, which is needed to obtain another canister by double tap. Stuff like this is really cool, and goes to show someone at the studio is actually taking these things into consideration when designing these steps, and the various puzzles that surround them. The liminal spaces are really cool, and throughout the egg you fight various HVT enemies, including multiple HVT Doppelgast, an HVT Mangler, an HVT Amalgam, and an HVT Elder Disciple. There's also the Abomination, which shows up during the Wraithfire unlock process, who I swear would have been the premier enemy on the map had we not said something about the enemy variety at the game's launch. But all that is to say, it's cool to see the game's rogues gallery used in a way that doesn't completely ruin map balance, and shows restraint when designing and picking enemies. Also, before we stop talking about the main quest, I want to give a small aside to the Aetherworm Room. Shrouded in mystery, the Aetherworm Room shows people praying to an ancient statue of an Aetherworm from MWZ. But the most curious thing out of all of this is that each and every person praying to the statue has been turned to stone, an ability only a certain Gorgon has, so curious to see if this will be picked up on in the following maps. Also, it's really cool that this is a secret area. Sure, it's required for the Easter egg, but this entire section can be completely missed by the common player. And I love how detailed and intricate it is, even if there's no reason to return here once you complete the ray gun upgrades. And now, how does the map actually play? The key difference Shattered Veil has over the other maps is double tap and special enemy variety. You cleave through rounds like it's nothing, and whenever an Elder Disciple shows up, you're rewarded for quickly and precisely taking them out. I've only ever had an Elder Disciple evolve a Doppelgast once or twice to make an Amalgam, and the obvious tells make it easy to counter without making them feel unfair. The map also does a good job giving you extra additional salvage, with the various Project Janus boxes around the map. And if you're quick at killing parasites, the map rewards you with a great time that isn't bogged down by over 1 million different special enemies. Then there's the map's endgame. The Mark IIs are just powerful enough to deal with the Elder Disciples, but you'll need some help with features like the Casimirs and Aether Shrouds to guarantee the kill. Mutant Injectors are still really helpful, but the Wonderwaff more than pulls its own weight. And just like the Tomb, there are strategies that don't just involve spamming Mutant Injectors, which is appreciated. The Elder Disciples showing up is a nice touch, and their 3-round space intervals make them just as threatening as Panzers with a similar frequency. Getting the Mark II is extremely easy, and the side quest for the Wonder-Off just takes practice, even if it is completely nonsensical. Like, oh yeah, my bad, it's so obvious you need to grab a pair of clothes after completing a liminal space trial and shoot at 3 Dark Aether objects and a gas cloud to pull it out of thin air. That just makes sense. The Easter egg also flows pretty naturally through the rounds, and there's not too many points where you need to stop and complete some steps. And the Z-Rex fight is an amazing finale. But before we conclude, let's talk about those little things. I love the design of the Z-Rex. It reminds me a lot of Fury and Wrath from 9, and the similarities can't just be coincidental, right? There's a side Easter egg to spawn in additional Pack-a-Punch Aether Crystals and Aether Wrenches, and is apparently titled by the team the Fog Rolling In Easter Egg, which is a cute nod to Jason Blundell's infamous Origins interview.
Like cataracts, my whole world has been swallowed, like some vast fog rolled in.
Dynamic weather, from rain, fog rolling in, snow falling, in true zombie style.
The blue crystals around the map are called Aether Cocoons, and they just never get explained. Like, what created them? How were they created? Why are they holding people in them? Just a random one-off object that'll probably never come back up again. If you take a good look at the small render at Liberty Falls, most of the town geometry is intact, but the only area that is seemingly not rendered is the cemetery. The map sees the return of the armory, and it's featured all the way at the end of the map. And it's cool how the Mark II is stored here as well, seemingly indicating that it is often used as an armed weapon that Project Janus personnel carry around. The time it takes for Elder Disciples to evolve enemies is extremely generous, and I want to point this out because the map does a really good job at not making their abilities feel unfair. There's a really cool intel from Blanchard as he explores the town of Liberty Falls post-outbreak. He describes it as no longer feeling like Earth, with the air being corrosive and heavy. I really like this detail because it reminds us that these outbreaks usually terraform the area that they occur in, and the entire town of Liberty Falls at this point is nothing more than a wasteland ripe for the taking by the Dark Aether. But I hope we get to see that again at some point.
It doesn't look like planet Earth out here. Something is taking over. The air is heavy, almost corrosive. It hangs on everything. I feel like I'm choking just standing in it. I can barely think. Liberty Falls is gone. It's a boiling pot of chaos. We have to stop it from spilling over.
When confronting Sam, she'll make a weird vibrating sound, but for those with a keen ear, you'll notice that this is the exact same sound used in the Sea Tower on Terminus, implying even further that Sam's outreach extends far beyond Colton Hall, and that she purposely planned each part of this disaster. And finally, how could I forget the music? I love all the different genres and themes it tackles, and the Easter egg song is really good.
10 years since my wife and child were killed in a botched hit intended for me. Burned alive in a fire set by an inept, one-eyed CIA assassin, with help from his German accomplice.
But that's Shattered Veil, a deceptively simple map that executes on its ideas and features really well. While it could use a unique mechanic or two, the map is easily one of the best in the modern era, and its highs are really high. The narrative is the most compelling of Black Ops 6 Zombies so far, and it feels like we're actually going somewhere. The Z-Rex is a welcome surprise, and the Mark II and Wonder-Off, while reused, find their purpose on the map due to the combination of enemy formations and the unique Mark II upgrades, which add a ton of spice to the gameplay. Double Tap is an absolute must-have, and the perk and its augments are balanced in such a way that they perfectly provide each standard weapon a combat boost without outright breaking the game. I'm a big fan of the location and map design. It feels the most like a Black Ops 1's secret facility map, and areas like the laboratory and the service tunnels are some of my favorites. Each of the characters at least gets something to do, and you're rewarded with more in-map dialogue if you play as the canon operators, which you should. The Elder Disciples are easily one of the game's best designed enemies, and the mechanics to which you fight them make combat engaging without being overused. Evolution is used to great effect in this map as well, and parasites are made to be a legitimate threat. Shattered Veil is one of my favorite maps in Black Ops 6. It hits all the right notes, and even includes a few surprises despite what comes back from previous entries. The map has no particular bad qualities, and ranks extremely high by doing things right and rarely getting anything wrong. Now granted, this is no Origins or Shadows of Evil, but I was still surprised by what I played, and jumping into a game is as easy as sliding on a pair of slippers. It's surprisingly in-depth, and gives players many paths to go down in terms of progression. You can collect and upgrade the ray guns, upgrade your standard weaponry with double tap, or use the Black Ops 6 tried and true method of Moon Injector spam. Whatever your cup of tea, Shattered Veil pulls me back into the world of Black Ops 6 just in time for the finale. But with all that said, the wheels of fate are turning once more, and total control of the Dark Aether must be prevented at all cost. The story concludes with The Reckoning.
You got a plan?
Always.
Returning to the franchise after a near 12-year absence, Grief would be the primary content for Black Ops 6 Season 4. This mode has been rumored to be returning as far back as Black Ops 3, and now after so long apparently, there was no time better than ever to give it a facelift. If you ask me, I think Grief would actually work really well in the modern day. Give it a few tweaks, add some legitimate punishments, and surround the mode around completing specific objectives, and most of all, make it fun. I, alongside many others, had high expectations for what this mode was truly going to be, but sadly, I feel like it let me down in nearly every way. So let's dive into this aptly named experience and talk about why it just doesn't work, and what it could have done to not cause us so much grief. To preface, this mode is most likely not in its final state, but if I want to get the video out on time, I'll be reviewing and discussing Grief the week it came out and its first patch. So ignore any balance changes, additional Grief penalties, and any future changes that come out past around June or July. But if we're being honest, it's currently looking grim whether or not Grief will receive any additional content. But if something drastic is brought to the table, I'll be sure to include it somewhere in this section. But first, what's the story? Having basically no story, Grief pits players on two separate teams, fighting for control over previous Zombies maps under the leadership of either Sam or Richtofen. And just like multiplayer, whichever team you end up on is purely semantics. This is the basic setup for Grief, and yeah, that's a setup alright. I don't really have a whole lot to say, and at the end of the day is purely the device by which the narrative uses to do what it wants to do. Both characters have various lines commenting on the mode, and some of them are actually really funny, primarily Richtofen's.
Capture the flag! No, that's not this mode.
But besides that, the framework of the mode seemingly has no legitimate lore standing and most likely not canon to the ongoing narrative. Although it is really funny hearing them say stuff like Citadelle Day More or Shattered Veil when introducing the map.
Shattered Veil, Grief.
In universe, there would be no reason to call the location that. It's like how Shinonuma in Vanguard is referred to as the Shinonuma facility. Then there's the actual content. Grief pits players in 4v4 matches across every core Black Ops 6 Zombies map. The objective is simple. Kill undead, grief your enemies, and outlast them long enough to achieve victory. In Black Ops 2, this mode ran into plenty of issues, and at times became an indefinite stalemate. The only way to originally win a match of Grief was to not only outlast your opponents, but win the round. So if both teams went down, it was back to the beginning of the round. This either resulted in matches lasting too long, or ending before round 8. In BO6, you simply need to down the other team. And while you can't do that through direct means, stunning the enemy team and having them die to undead usually does the trick. And to prevent specific types of stalemates, we have various mechanics that make things seemingly more balanced on paper. Again, on paper, that really didn't help, and honestly, it created more stalemates than it should have. But we have ammo boxes which keep matches lively, we have score streaks which can actually be destroyed, which makes them more difficult to use and creates some fun combat scenarios where both teams try to one-up one another. Arenas are small to prevent easy maneuverability, and salvage is not shared between teammates or enemies, allowing whoever picks it up to be the sole owner of it. Included with this are player-specific items, like equipment having more utility and functionality too. For example, shock charges stun players, field upgrades like healing aura can revive you, and melee, like before, can be used to stun and push players off of other teammates when they are attempting to revive them. On paper, this should work, and these specific changes are aided by there being actual griefs that you can inflict on your enemies. Griefs include weapon nerf, which causes afflicted players to only deal 10% of their normal weapon damage, ammo drain, which causes you to lose 10 bullets every second, frozen, which reduces movement by 50%, weapon carousel, which forces players to swap weapons every 7 seconds for 60 seconds, and the gun you land on is now the one you must permanently use, and zombie ambush, which spawns an elite and special enemies that only attack the afflicted players. These griefs range wildly in their effectiveness, which I don't think is a bad thing and adds further variance to their use cases and applications. But easily the strongest of the bunch is weapon carousel. Losing your primary loadout weapon is detrimental, and picking yourself up from that can be quite difficult considering the challenges you'll have to complete first to even apply a grief on the enemy team. It also doesn't help that weapons that cycle through weapon carousel are flat out terrible, like snipers, pistols, and even the Essex. And being stuck with the Essex, despite the buffs it received since BO4, leaves a mental toll that can't be matched.
In time you will get used to it. Unfortunately, we do not have time.
To apply grief, you'll need to complete an objective within the capture zone, and this is where the real meat and potatoes of the mode begins. There are 4 main objectives to try and complete before the other team. Get kills while within the circle, get headshots while within the circle, get melee kills while within the circle, and get equipment or support streak kills while in the circle. Wow, real creative, guys. And if neither team completes the objective, then both of them will receive the debuff. Across both objectives and griefs, each map is also retrofitted with a Wonder Fizz, Tier 2 and Tier 3 armor wall buys, a PAP machine, an armory machine, and a crafting bench. If these items are already available in their respective zones, they will usually reside in their normal spots. Altogether, this creates the core gameplay loop of grief. Complete objectives, grief your enemies, stun them using weapon fire or melee attacks, and overall outlast them before you succumb to the horde yourself. My main gripe with the gameplay loop is that just about anything and everything that you can do in grief can be viewed in no more than an hour or two. I think in a vacuum, these distinct features make up a fun game mode, but in practice, the main gameplay loop becomes monotonous very quickly, and most variation that you'll find in the gameplay comes from your opponents, not the game itself. The DNA of grief is probably closer to MP in that respect, honestly. Speaking of, in grief, matches can only be played via public matches a la multiplayer, so your match can be heavily dependent on who you squad up with or who you're going up against. This is one of the mode's primary issues, and currently without a private match setting is the only way to experience the content. And in public lobbies, you get fan favorites like matches ending early due to people leaving, no one playing objective, Cali stick melee spam, and gobblegums up the wazoo, just to name a few problems. I'm not saying these issues wouldn't exist in public matches if private matches were a thing. But if I just wanted to go up against my friends, being able to set ground rules makes the game a lot more fun because in public matches, the energy of the game is entirely dictated by how much you want to win. And in these matches, you'll encounter the best of the best, like gobblegum spam and Cali stick melee spam. And if you don't engage in using these mechanics too, you will always be at a disadvantage, and it'll allow the other team to snowball much quicker, which makes the accessibility of gobblegums in this mode that much more predatory. Like, sure, you can win against people who use gobblegums, especially if the enemy team is uncoordinated, but the chances of that happening are usually due to the battle of attrition and enemy players leaving, rather than a test of skill due to the way the mode is built. Personally, gobblegums shouldn't even be in this mode simply due to their microtransaction quality and legitimate benefit in combat. but maybe that's where a slider before entering the mode would come in handy. Like, at least in zombies and core round-based, it's a PvE mode. It's not like the zombies are going to be complaining. But in Grief, it's all PvP. For example, what if in Warzone you could just call in a game-changing score streak or ability whenever you wanted because you put $20 down in the COD shop? In Grief, if an enemy player uses a Perkaholic, Hidden Power, Raindrops, or Crate Power, then they are instantly put at a competitive advantage, and it makes it easier to snowball and pummel other players. And it doesn't help that because all Grief challenges rely on you killing undead, being able to have that advantage will always put you ahead of the enemy team. A Perkaholic alone grants you a 55,000 point advantage, and a Hidden Power a 9,500 salvage advantage, including also having the maximum amount of damage that a weapon can have. Like, at least with score streaks, there's a way to knock people out of the most powerful ones, like the Mutant Injector and Chopper Gunner, which is really cool by the way. But unless the Gobblegum is dropping a specific power up, there's really nothing you, the player, can do about it, and just hope the other team dies on accident. It is really cool that you can steal player spawn power-ups, but this is honestly the only way to impact an enemy's playstyle besides just completing Grief objectives, performing melee spam, and preventing people from getting their revive off. It's surprisingly derivative, and most of what makes the mode engaging comes from the variety of players you find and the unfair mechanics, and whether or not you choose to engage with them. And at the end of the day, it's simply 8-player zombies on survival maps. The amount of undead that appear actually fits the mode really well, and rounds extend a bit longer than usual. Then there are my issues with the mode's endgame. Grief has no definable endgame besides death, so unless the enemy kills the other team, there's not a whole lot that you can do if the enemy team continues to run around the map. Now granted, this has been slightly remedied by Treyarch ramping up undead damage, speed, and health a lot sooner, but this still isn't enough, and if you ask me, the mode is begging for a sudden death once a certain threshold is crossed. Which is weird considering that there are quotes for it in the files themselves, but never actually appear in game, and the mode would have benefited greatly from its inclusion.
Be
thankful we only scrambled your weapons, and not your atomic structure.
And that's Grief. I could go on about the 1,000 different fixes and changes I would give the mode, but at the end of the day, all of that would be a waste of time when discussing the actual experience. Grief is an okay proof of concept that is continually hampered by bad decisions and underbaked execution. Combat ranges from derivative of the core gameplay loop to outright unsatisfying. The best strategies often involve the abuse of unfair mechanics and microtransactions, and then in general, basic combat ranges wildly in its effectiveness. The game lacks a way to prevent you from using the 15 get out of jail free cards that you have access to at all times. Downs don't feel fair and meticulous, but rather quick and thoughtless. The mode best exemplifies the modern era's poor gameplay foundation, but I do want to give props for each arena featuring an armory, armor, wall buys, Wonder Fizz, crafting station, and PAP. So if all that's the case, then why not just make these arenas survival maps? Now granted, I guess they did do this with the starting room LTM, but we'll talk about that later down in the video. Ever since BO3, players have clamored for Treyarch to make smaller, bite-sized versions of the core experience. And here in Grief, you have exactly that. Regardless, Grief can be so much more than it actually is, and the mode ends up being more than mundane, and at times becomes outright annoying to play due to the inclusion of Gobblegums. While it has its moments, I feel the verdict of the mode will simply come down to how much you, the player, enjoy PvP modes, and how much you want to win. But I won't hold us here any longer. Let's continue on our path and cover the final Black Ops 6 Zombies map with The Reckoning.
That's enough of your spooky bullshit. Nothing scarier than my right hook.
I'm honestly so proud of you. Really. Sincerely, I mean it. This time.
Stop the ether reactors from going into meltdown. I need to convince Sam to relinquish the Sentinel artifact.
The Reckoning. Here we are at the final Black Ops 6 Zombies map. What a journey. Taking place at Janus Towers, The Reckoning is a vertical-centric map that attempts to deviate from the formula Black Ops 6s are comfortable with. It features plenty of obstacles, and uses the maze-like design of the two crumbling towers to its advantage to create a unique level flow. The map is filled to the brim with high-stakes energy, revelations around every twist and turn, one of the best special enemies since the Megaton all the way back in D Machine, and a conclusion that falls flat on its face. The Reckoning is the near opposite of Cold War's Forsaken, and has some fantastic gameplay and level elements while having one of the worst narratives Zombies has ever delivered. I personally really enjoy my time with the map, but the many story contradictions leave me having a hard time trying to get immersed in this final entry in Black Ops 6. And having this issue right at the finish line is a major red flag. As a whole, The Reckoning feels more like another piece of content for Black Ops 6 rather than a capstone experience that allows you to reflect on what's past and look forward as to what's to come. If the map better understood what Black Ops 6 as a whole wanted to say, it might have landed better with audiences. But enough preamble, let's get into the very, very confusing world of The Reckoning.
Order. Get to my office. Restart whatever systems you can find on the way.
I want to stay alive long enough to watch Sam fry you. So I guess I'm in.
The Reckoning is a complicated map to speak on, so let's start off by talking about the story and its characters, as that's where I feel the map fails the hardest. Taking place shortly after Shattered Vale, The Reckoning pits the Requiem crew against the various forces that inhabit Janus Towers, including Sam, Panos, Blanchard, and Richtofen, with Sam taking the primary role as the map's antagonist. The objective is overall pretty simple, with players needing to retrieve the DNA of Barry and Samuel Richtofen for the artifact, and make their way to Tower 3 where Sam is currently residing. Short and sweet. Along the way, you are cheered or jeered on by nearly the entire game's worth of supporting characters, including Peck, Ravenov, Strauss, Raptor 1, Richtofen, Sam, the Forsaken, Blanchard, and Panos. This is essentially every remaining player in the game, and honestly, the map does an alright job trying to balance it all. Everyone has at least something to say regarding the situation, and a push was made to make sure that the solo-only quotes develop the in-map narrative pretty well, with the four main characters caught at a crossroads between helping the murderous Sam or the psychotic Richtofen. No matter which side you choose, however, it currently seems inconsequential when regarding the ending, and might just be a fun split path that could be explored in the future. Like Forsaken, this approach to storytelling works pretty well, and lines are split pretty evenly among the whole cast. My major gripe with it all is that most of what is said is simply flavor text dialogue. Most important interactions are completely discarded. Black Ops 6 currently has too many players that each need to get their own slice of the pie in regards to development, and there's not much to go around. Despite his entire mission being centered around killing Edward Richtofen, Peck hardly gets in a word besides a few passing comments during the main quest. Ravenov might as well not even be here as he has had very little to contribute, and characters like Blanchard and Panos simply bicker with each other in their own world. They're never acknowledged by Richtofen, and both are used outside of the main quest for a Wonder Weapon variant.
Gun's ready to go, and so am I. Meet me in admin. We can work together to find Panos.
There are better ways to spend your energy. Help me, and I will make sure my pet exceeds your expectations.
Then there are the tertiary characters, like the Forsaken, the previous game's main antagonist. After having been locked up in a containment chamber for about 5 to 6 years, it's really nice to see him. The man formerly known as Zykov has gone insane, and in a bit of intel, it's revealed that he was continually tortured by Sam until he taught her how to summon undead and call power-ups, which explains how this whole story got kicked off in the first place, and how the Requiem crew has been pushed around, similar to Victus from the comics. While he is defeated halfway through the main quest, I appreciated getting to see him, and this smaller role works considering how much the map is already trying to juggle. My only issue with it is that no one seems to react to him properly. Like Strauss, Gray, Carver, and Weaver spent 2 years tracking him down and trying to stop him, and the most they get is one quick quip before they put him 6 feet underground for good. If you want this interaction to work, there should be some kind of extended piece of dialogue for each of the main characters when first confronting him, when first battling him, and then a final line when he is actually killed. The story desperately needs to utilize these moments to expand the narrative and dig deep into each event, and the main character's reactions to said event. Weaver should show his rage, Carver his calculating pride, Gray her frustration, and Strauss his thankfulness that he's not on the ground floor fighting him. The problem isn't Zykov simply being here. He's a good addition, and it finally fills in the gap regarding what happened to him between the end of Cold War and now. but he's constantly handled like a joke. And by the time he's dead, you barely even remember his presence on the map.
There is nothing in here. Can I at least have a beach ball? What is worse than this purgatory? Perhaps a more
Who would have thought? Hand cannon likes Russian.
There's no way, there's no way, there's no way. Say you swear to God. Say you swear to God. Put that on Allah. Put that on Allah. Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
Moments like these should elevate the experience and shouldn't feel so by the numbers. This right here is a microcosm for how the map handles the story. There are events that happen and characters that are here, but they rarely feel fulfilling or fully expanded upon. To further add on to this, for most of the map, Richtofen and Sam spend 90% of the dialogue simply bickering with each other, both sides pleading with you to join them, which is really weird considering how Shattered Veil ended. I thought the threat of Sam was great enough to force Richtofen and the Requiem crew to work together despite their multi-layered history. So then why does the map insinuate that they could turn on Richtofen at a moment's notice? I don't mind the concept of there being two antagonists to choose from, but the previous writing of Shattered Veil seems to convey one story about fighting a greater evil, and then the Reckoning's main quest ends with a choice that doesn't exactly agree with what's been previously set up. And this wouldn't even be all that bad if the game committed to one of the endings being considered the canonical good ending, and the other a canonical bad ending. But due to the way the story is set up, it seems to support the idea that both endings could happen, despite neither having any true impact on the gameplay or overall narrative besides which boss fight that you do. It's written in such a way so that both endings could be canonical, but why not pick one and design a story that best wraps it into it, rather than trying to write a story that attempts to service both outcomes, but ends up fulfilling neither. The idea is again really cool, but doesn't feel earned. Speaking of Sam, it raises the question why she hasn't just activated the artifact. She's in Tower 3 with the artifact and can activate it at any time. It's not like something broke and now she needs you to fix it, and it's not like she needs you there because she already has Samantha's DNA. It's a game, sure, you gotta have a way to have the conclusion, but if the conclusion doesn't make any sense logically, then why not come up with a reason for it? For example, in Go Ride Krovi, Nikolai can't fight the dragon because his mech is damaged and needs help. In Ancient Evil, Perseus doesn't immediately fight you because he's waiting for the Chaos crew to open the door to Olympus. In Forsaken, Zykov doesn't nuke everything because he's currently distracted by Sam. These are the simple logical conclusions that need to be answered. To make this work, there should have been a throwaway line that amounts to something breaking, which prevents Sam from activating the artifact immediately. But by repairing the teleporter, you're able to reach her before she can fix what went wrong. So here's an idea. Sam needs to activate the artifact. To do so, she needs to overload the accelerator. This causes the two towers to nearly melt down. By stabilizing it, you prevent total disaster, and Sam now needs to use auxiliary power to power up the artifact, which takes longer and gives the Requiem crew all the time they need to reach her. I really hate to be that guy, but it took me all of 5 seconds to fill a narrative gap. It only requires a single line or two of extra dialogue to convey this to the player. And finally, there's the intel. The intel starts out about as generic as the rest of the games, and includes basic world building, additional auxiliary characters, which is insane considering that we already have like 12 players on the map, an explanation for the mutant injector, Blanchard fighting vermin, which technically shouldn't be possible because the first time he encounters them was on Liberty Falls, but what do I know, I just play the game. The reason for Sam's existence, which is to aid Dark Aether field teams, manipulate the Dark Aether like Samantha Maxis, and close Dark Aether tears caused by Project Janus experiments. If you ask me, all this information should have been conveyed to us as early as Liberty Falls or Terminus, but I guess better late than never. You have an intel about Panos teasing the Transit 2.0 map Ashes of the Damned, and intel that shows Richtofen collecting everyone's DNA and Samantha's eggs, which lines up with Ava Jansen's birth before the events of MWZ. By the way, Gray's voice actress is giving it her all for this one. More info on Richtofen's cloning experiments regarding Mary and Samuel, And finally, the big daddy of them all, an intel that goes over the death of Mary and Samuel, and Weaver and Samantha's hand in all of it. As described by Sam, Richtofen's wife Mary was killed by a man named Kruger, a previously unheard of CIA operative who saw potential in Richtofen during the Vietnam War. Mary was Kruger's secretary, and eventually married Richtofen. Kruger apparently engaged in working with the French syndicate, and when Mary tried to be a whistleblower on these actions, he had Weaver and Samantha kill her in an attempt to keep her quiet. Weaver and Samantha were not informed on the exact details on who they were killing. And with that, Weaver killed Mary and blew up the building, leaving Samuel to burn the fire as collateral. Most of this information was already explained to us in Cold War. The Reckoning simply fills in the pieces with what instigated the event, how it was instigated, and who is primarily responsible. And thus, this subplot ends. To go on a little tangent real quick, let's talk about this specific plotline in further detail, as it highlights many issues of Black Ops 6's writing in both isolation and as a follow-up to Cold War. During the events of Cold War, Weaver and Samantha have a lengthy side plot regarding their relationship before the events of the game. Throughout the 70s and 80s, the two worked together on various international missions, with Weaver working for the CIA and Samantha the German BND. Most likely due to her connections to Eddie, the group all remained in some contact, and Samantha seemed to promise to protect Samuel when Richtofen couldn't. This promise is repeated plenty of times throughout Cold War, and appears to insinuate Richtofen and Samantha had some sort of relationship and trust, which was lost once Samuel and Mary were killed. At an undisclosed point, Samantha was given intel on a hit that they were meant to place on a German BND safe house, with the target being unspecified. The intel was then handed off to Weaver, who performed the hit. Weaver acts on the intel, and this results in Mary and Samuel being killed, with the mix-up being that he acted too quickly on the intel and didn't question the informant. This results in the relationship between Weaver and Samantha becoming fractured, and throughout Cold War, it is constantly implied Weaver and Samantha know who they killed. It's just not stated for the audience for suspense purposes. It is only revealed in Forsaken who this boy actually was. Throughout the game's narrative, the subplot consistently comes up, and it remains vague how the two feel about it, and who should take responsibility for what happened to Edward Richtofen's wife and son. Right before the events of Forsaken, the two reconcile and come to terms with their demons, before agreeing neither are truly to blame for this tragedy. Ultimately, this should bookend the story, the only mystery being who put out the hit.
Weaver,
Hello, Sam.
you look serious.
My colleagues tell me you've not exactly been cooperative. Or forthcoming. Instead, you've been evasive. Obtuse, even.
Ain't that just like me?
This isn't a joke, Sam. I'm worried about you. We all are.
After what I've been through, do you honestly think I'm joking?
Sam.
I thought I'd died and gone to hell. I thought everything and everyone I ever knew was gone forever.
You've been to hell before, though, Sam. We both have. I was never going to leave you there to die.
Like you did the boy.
That's not fair, Sam. That was a different situation. We both did all we could.
But not enough. He's still dead, isn't he?
I can see you're agitated, so I'm gonna let you get some rest. I hope you feel better soon. I don't want to upset you.
Why? Are you worried I'll destroy everything like you think I did at Outpost 25? Weaver!
His name was Samuel, and we will forever feel responsible for his death. I gave the intel to Weaver. The intel he acted upon. That's what we're all supposed to do, right? Act on the available intel. That's just what Weaver did. Act. Unfortunately, his actions resulted in collateral damage that
neither of us will ever be able to forgive ourselves for. I'm sorry. I know he is too. But I still have a terrible feeling that the events of that day may yet come back to haunt us. I just need you to know. I am sorry.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. I'm not allowed to visit in person, but I just wanted to check in.
Before the operation tomorrow? Be there or be square.
I know I can't tell you what to do. You wouldn't listen anyway. But seriously.
I know my orders, Weaver. I assist with the infill, but then...
You stand down. We can't risk any mistakes. We both know how badly things can go south if we act impulsively.
You're talking about the boy, aren't you?
And the mother.
It wasn't your fault.
It wasn't yours either, Sam.
Thanks for calling, Weaver. I'll see you in the morning.
Goodbye, Sam.
Consume this world! Not as long as I am here!
Sam, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't do it!
I'm not a bad person, Weaver. I am a good soul. I know what I have to do. I'm sorry. This is the only way.
And now in the Reckoning, we finally know. Kruger. Okay, so we know Weaver made amends with Samantha, and now with Kruger and Richtofen involved, you can easily make another emotional arc for Weaver, with him now having to face his demons with Richtofen. What doesn't work about this plotline is how it's been laid out is that Weaver should still feel guilty about killing Richtofen's wife and son. Maybe at Terminus these feelings bubble up again, knowing exactly who the man was who imprisoned them. Maybe Weaver now feels some great responsibility for what happened at Terminus for the last 5 years. This sets up such an easy plotline where the entire game and his emotional arc is centered around him getting to Richtofen and coming face to the face with the man whose life he seemingly ruined. Maybe then he can make amends, or maybe he can't, but it would provide some well thought out tension that is exactly what the Shattered Veil's mid-game IGC attempts to elicit, while still providing a narrative framework that is consistent with what previous lore has presented. It should make it harder for him to kill Richtofen because he knows exactly what he's done and why he's been locked up. The only time this turmoil is tackled is in a piece of Citadelle intel. But now the narrative has been rewritten so that Weaver doesn't understand why he's been locked up, and the reveal of Samuel and Mary is used against him in Shattered Veil. This causes the narrative to become messy, overbloated, and confusing. The main point I'm making here is that the way that BO6 continues plotline seems to actively ignore information set up in Cold War, and easy storytelling beats are disregarded for more confusing ones that fail to understand why previous ones worked. Kruger is a man we never put a face to, and is mentioned at the literal final hour in an effort to remove any stakes or responsibilities from Weaver's character. Don't worry, Weaver, it wasn't your actions that got Samuel and Mary killed, it was some other guy who we've never mentioned until now. The plotline fails to follow up on what was set up in Cold War, and fails in a vacuum in BO6. And also, how does Richtofen react to this information? Well, he just doesn't! Richtofen has no reaction to his mentor killing his wife and son. Like, guys, come on, this is the easy stuff! In a perfect narrative world, the Reckoning is a map where Richtofen and Weaver reconcile with one another, and Kruger is a character used throughout the entire game as a high-up representative of Project Janus. Sure, Weaver still loses all that guilt and responsibility, but at the very least you can turn this into a cathartic conclusion for one of the game's primary protagonists and antagonist.
Weaver, there's something very important I need to tell you.
Kinda busy, Sam.
Just listen. It's about the man who recruited Edward Richtofen into the CIA, a man named Kruger. They first met in Vietnam. when Eddie was a fighter pilot.
And?
Kruger saw something in him and put him to work in the Directorate of Operations. Kruger's secretary, Mary, would eventually become Eddie's wife. She noticed things about Kruger, troubling things. He was secretly funneling weaponry to the French syndicate in Avalon, pocketing the funds and covering up their human trafficking operations. She gathered evidence against Kruger, but kept Eddie out of the loop for his own good.
What's this got to do with me?
Mary sought whistleblower protections. Kruger learned that Maxis was the case officer assigned to secure her and young Samuel at a safe house.
Holy shit. Do you mean?
Yes. Kruger silenced Mary by arranging the hit you carried out. He lied to you about the target. It was not your fault. You and Maxis were set up, and Kruger made sure his friend, Eddie, blamed you.
This whole time, all the shit Richtofen put us and himself through over a fucking lie.
I just thought you should know, regardless of whom you decide to help today.
Secure connection. Established.
X-Ray 1 standing by for instructions.
Weaver, what I'm about to tell you is sensitive, compartmented information for your ears only.
Copy.
Do not speak about this to any company assets. You are off the grid until the deed is done. Understood?
I said copy.
Target is at a safe house maintained by the BND in Bremen. Coordinates are waiting at your usual dead drop. Target is accompanied by a young male child. I've arranged for him to be away with his mother during your operational window.
Yeah, good.
Approach under cover of darkness, eliminate the target, torch the place. Simple as that.
Any intel I need to retrieve?
Negative. Make the hit, light the fire. Do not search the premises. Am I clear?
Fine. I'll make it quick. Is this you, Maxis? Because this cloak and dagger bit is not your usual mode of operations.
Terminating. Secure connection.
This fucking job.
The story of Black Ops 6 has constant plot holes, rewrites, and contradictions at every turn. Characters haven't acted normal all year, plot points are brought up and discarded like nobody's business, and conclusions to long-ass questions aren't given or are extremely underwhelming. The narrative has been the weakest part about Black Ops 6, but at least they didn't seemingly kill off Samantha Maxis, who resides in the Dark Aether. Right? And for one final gut punch in the narrative department, we have the reveal that Samantha Maxis was seemingly killed by the Forsaken. As stated by Sam, and backed up by Richtofen and the Forsaken, during the events of the titular map, when Samantha Maxis dove into the Forsaken, she didn't just dive into the Dark Aether to sever his connection. She only dove into the Forsaken once inside, she was able to weaken him. This allowed Requiem to suck both of them up, and into the containment orb where she was subsequently killed by him. Wow. What annoys me about this is that this is simply not what happens, both literally and thematically. Samantha Maxis dove into the Dark Aether. This is supported by characters, dialogue, and text in the Forsaken ending, and even quotes on Terminus further back up this story.
You let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken? Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
Is that computer back to badger me? When she touched like that woman I devoured.
She's gone. Back into the Dark Aether. Back into the Dark Aether. Back into the Dark Aether.
As for thematically, Samantha going into the Dark Aether to sever the Forsakens' connection is meant to mirror Zykov going into the Dark Aether to cut off the Dark Aether tear that was created at Project Endstation all the way back before the events of Deep Machine. The story of Cold War zombies is a Pyrrhic victory, and while disaster is prevented, it's bittersweet because sacrifices had to be made. But only on the Reckoning has the story changed to Samantha becoming consumed by Zykov and sucked into the containment unit. I understand why this was done, as it gives Weaver and the gang even a modicum of a reason to choose to support Sam, and at the end of the egg, as according to the map itself, she's all that's left of Samantha Maxis, and by killing Sam, they would kill Samantha Maxis forever. I can't even begin to get into the reasons why this plot point doesn't work, but no matter which way you slice it, the interpretation of Forsaken's ending is wrong at best and brazen at worst. It's a wide swing at a story beat that attempts to elicit some kind of reaction from the audience, but just leaves all of us turning our heads. It's a conclusion to the game's main narrative that falls right on its face in service of the double boss fight. And that's the main story beats of The Reckoning. We'll talk more about the rest of them in the egg and the game's conclusion soon, but it's easily the map's worst aspect. I'm harping on it so much because the story is the vehicle by which the gameplay has purpose. Black Ops 3's narrative about 4 men and their struggle to save the multiverse wouldn't be as strong if both the gameplay and story didn't work in tandem to tell one epic adventure. In Black Ops 6's case, the story actively hurts the overall experience, and a stronger game knows how to balance these two aspects together. But from the story, let's finally turn our attention to something I do like about the map, which is the level design and flow. The Reckoning is primarily split between two separate towers, with each floor and landing representing a different vignette. I'm always a sucker for these unnatural zone-like levels, and the Reckoning is no exception. Spaces shift between the cozy reception to the Terminus-inspired mutant research lab, then there's the Klaus android factory, the foreboding Forsaken, the out-of-this-world feel in the Pack-a-Punch room, and finally, the gorgeous overgrown quantum computing. I actually really like how The Reckoning pays homage to nearly every map in the game, and I feel it could have been perfected if the map had a section that resembles Citadelle and the Tomb, like some kind of crypt area full of Dark Aether stones. I love maps that feel representative of the games that they reside in, with Revelations and Beasts from Beyond immediately coming to mind, even though I don't particularly like Beast. And I love how different rooms play based on unique mechanics, or how the verticality comes into play, like the anti-grav in the particle accelerator room, or just being able to fall through the central tower from the executive suites. Ideas like these breathe life into the gameplay, and when you need to go up and down the towers in order to complete the Easter egg, being able to jump straight through the map is a really nice touch, especially when paired with the no fall damage stamina up augment. Although, to play devil's advocate, this is no Drak or even Terminus, and The Reckoning feels like another facility map with very little to actually elevate it, especially if you're not into the story. It's a set of Project Janus towers with Dark Aether elements. The Dark Aether in general both isn't used for dynamic settings and is a tiresome overused concept, and The Reckoning does not do enough to utilize what makes this world so unique, like a lot of modern zombies. Then there are the enemies. The Reckoning features undead vermin, parasites, and doppelgangers for returning foes, and as for new ones, you have the Commando Klaus, which is basically a flying boom Schreier from Vanguard, and Uber Klauses. The Commando Klaus is a special round only enemy, and is kind of whatever. They show up in small coordinated waves, and are made mincemeat by any weapon using cryo-freeze. The most notable thing about them is their use case throughout the egg. It helps spice up quest progression without ruining core gameplay. But the real star of the show is the Uber Klaus.
Is Klaus not friendly? Conquer me.
Being just as deadly as a Black Ops 2 Panzer Soldat, the Uber Klaus is another iteration on the fan-favorite enemy that actually takes into consideration many of the criticisms special enemies have been receiving since the Megaton and Mimic back in Cold War. The Uber Klaus sports high amounts of HP, summon defensive shields that prevents them from being taken out in 30 seconds, can fire projectiles that deal true damage and pierce through armor, can punch you if you get too close, can fly across the arena to close the distance, and is strong against player mutant injectors, knocking you out of them early. The Uberklaus is the best elite enemy we've ever received, and I love the way the game took the criticism it received and made a really strong enemy. It allows the Uberklaus to have the most unique player-enemy interaction in the entirety of Black Ops 6. And for the final map, I love how it's actually a challenge to take them down. To defeat the Uberklaus, you need to destroy the shield generators on its shoulders. In the high rounds, this makes having the Death Machine score streak invaluable, especially when you consider the HP this thing can climb to. When defeated, the Klaus inside of the Uberklaus jumps out and becomes its own mobile attacker. The Uberklaus core is a weaker special enemy that sports similar high damage range attacks, a powerful jet foot melee attack, and similar generative shields. While it lands on the weaker side, the Uberklaus core just adds more spice to an already dynamic enemy. The Uberklaus is fantastic. Also, I love all the little details about its voice lines, its sound design, and the overall look. The Uberklaus feels like a proper elite enemy, and not just some bullet sponge if you attack it correctly and with strategy. Like the Abomination before it, you could simply unload all of your ammo into it. But unlike the Abomination, the weak points to which the Uberklaus has are always present, making for cleaner player-enemy interactions that feel more satisfying due to the enemy being killed as quickly as you can skillfully aim for its weak points. Also, I'm just biased, I think it's a stellar design.
Sorry, mate. You're obsolete.
And now from enemies, let's talk about the game's final wonder weapon, the Gorgafex. Sporting genetic and metal materials, the Gorgafex is an otherworldly being that fires out shots that deal heavy damage to undead foes, and is also capable of charge attacks that lift the undead that survive the initial shot into the air, dealing increased damage upon impact. The weapon has a surprising amount of ammo, and it's an interesting choice that the weapon only takes one bullet to produce said charge shot. On its own, the weapon is okay, and it can't be upgraded at the Pack-a-Punch unless it's upgraded to one of its two variants. So let's talk about it. As mentioned earlier, Panos and Blanchard make their grand return from Liberty Falls, and sadly their only purpose here is to help you upgrade the Wonder Weapon, with neither having any real impact on the egg itself. To upgrade the Gorgafex, you need to align yourself with one of the two sides, with Blanchard helping you create the Gorgafex N, and Panos helping you produce the Gorgafex C. If you side with Blanchard, then you need to complete a small side quest where you deactivate an elevator, turning Panos back into a Dark Aether orb, where he can be charged back up and sucked into the weapon, killing him for good. The most notable part about this quest is how goofy Blanchard's lines are, and the fact that Panos accidentally gets turned back into ethereal energy, which is probably really confusing for most players if you aren't paying attention, considering that he was just ethereal energy back on Liberty Falls.
Seriously? How the hell do you arrest a ghost? He'll just slip through the damn bars.
To the flesh! Don't forget my body! I swear!
Panos died doing what he loved, making hollow threats like a spoiled kid. Enjoy the hand cannon.
The Gorgafex C is very underwhelming. All it does is produce an additional shockwave of energy with each blast, and zombies that float in the air seem to damage and kill undead that run underneath them. Its effects barely seem to work half the time, and when it does, you can't even tell if I'm being honest. But then there's the Gorgafex N, which requires straight up ethereal murder. To complete the quest, you need to assemble a life essence extractor and murder Blanchard. Hey, I don't like it as much as the next guy, but sometimes to create the better Wonder Weapon variant, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. So after gassing Blanchard, I never thought I'd say those words, you consume his essence and create the Gorgafex N. Which produces puddles of Nova 5 that damage undead that run over them. This weapon is actually really good in high rounds, and once you find a good corner, it's great for camping. Although the weapon is not that good against the Uberklaus, and against high round Doppelgast, it clearly struggles. Altogether, the Gorgafex is a ton of fun, but is missing that wow factor that truly elevates it. And it doesn't help Pack-a-Punch levels are locked behind the two variants. So that makes the initial Gorg effects feel extremely weak upon first impressions. And if you're not camping, it can feel awkward to use. I wish it had a slightly bigger range and the effects were flashier as well. But beggars cannot be choosers. Overall, a cool wonder weapon, but mediocre, much like a lot of stuff on this map. And even though you are locked into one of the variants depending on who you choose to kill, the other variant does appear in the box, allowing both to be used at the same time. Speaking of, just like Tog der Toten, the Reckoning is another map where you can seemingly only hold one wonder weapon, and that includes the options of the ray gun, the Mark II, the base Gorg effects, and its 2 variants. Why there's a restriction like that on this map is insane. Also, it's just really inconsistent considering that you can carry both the Mark II and Wonderwaff on Shattered Veil, you know, one map ago. And then there's just the name. Gorg effects sounds extremely similar to Chord effects, and this damn thing has nothing to do with it! Now, is that my fault for getting my hopes up? Yeah, probably. But again, just seems like a missed opportunity. Also, as an honorable mention, let's go over the Aether Blade. Making an unceremonious return from MWZ, the Aether Blade is a near 1-to-1 copy of this impressive killing device. In MWZ, the Aether Blade always managed to stand out due to its ability to effortlessly kill 3 undead at a time. This worked in the context of that game because of the way it sent powerful undead in groups of 3 to 20. The Aether Blade acted as an amazing support item in the player's arsenal. With groups of upward of 6 to even 24 players, undead density was much more manageable. But in BO6, you have a player-enemy dynamic of upward of only 4 players and nearly 50 zombies. It still manages to work as an amazing support item, but can be easily forgotten about, and in the context of Black Ops 6 zombies, lethals like Semtex's just have better horde clearing potential and availability, which leaves something to be desired from the Aether Blade, and is again another underwhelming factor that the Reckoning has going for it. Although I really do like the side quest. It's nonsensical in all the right ways, and battling an HVT Elder Disciple is a nice touch. Speaking of nonsensical quest, let's segue into that Easter egg. The main quest of the Reckoning takes a lot of the criticisms thrown at the mode and tries to answer them. Maps like Terminus felt like a roller coaster where you were walked through the events of what's happening. Maps like the Tomb only have 3 steps, and maps like Shattered Veil are designed entirely around an overpowered wonder weapon, making it easy to steamroll quest objectives and boss fights. So to solve this, we have an Easter egg that doesn't hold your hand, has multiple steps, and the wonder weapon can't be obtained until a mini-boss is completed. It also helps steps are difficult to solve due to their obscurity, but easy to replicate, which is what the development team was trying to shoot for all year. While the quest falls on the complete nonsensical side, it accomplishes almost everything it set out to do, with the hunt lasting over 9 hours, which is the longest hunt that we've had since Tog der Toten. And while Kevin Drew assured us in the past we wouldn't have to solve any Revelations rock-like steps, some of them definitely feel like that. The quest features steps like needing to push a janitor's bucket underneath sprinklers to fill them with water, collect a specific unspecified undead head high outside the playable space, and restore a teleporter by doing completely nonsensical tasks, like putting yourself into a prototype Newton injector, charging a teleporter with quantum energy, and calibrating said teleporter using Dark Aether energy by capturing Dark Aether objects using Casimir Pokeballs. At this point, narrative consistency is just not even in the room with us anymore. I don't hate the main quest. In fact, it's quite fun if you know what you're doing, but my issues with it come with the fact that it barely does enough to involve any of the playable and non-playable characters into the story. Strauss, Peck, and Ravenov are all left on quip duty. Richtofen and Sam are constantly bickering, and Panos and Blanchard are only available during the Gorg effects portion of the quest. And the main cast is largely uninteresting, which is such a shame. Terminus started out pretty strong in terms of how it got its whole cast involved in the events of the main quest, but there are key moments and characters where the impact is so rarely felt. Facing off against Zykov and the Forsaken is a fantastic idea, especially when you consider the Requiem crew are finally able to do combat with an old foe. And there is, I think, a single quote that can be said, and it's the most inactive dialogue imaginable. Then there's Peck, Ravenov, Strauss, and Richtofen. It's pretty jarring that these characters hardly do anything in the main quest. Like, why not have Peck, Richtofen, and Strauss work together with the Frankenklaus to fix the portal and stabilize the facility just long enough so that no one dies? You could even build upon the story of Peck always cheating death. And maybe this time he doesn't do that, with the Reckoning providing a crucial moment where he gives up his own life for a chance to selflessly help someone else. This would allow Peck to have something to do and have his story come full circle since Firebase C, where he actually gives himself up and sees a greater cause than besides himself. And then there's Strauss and Raptor 1. Why not make them try to have an emergency exfil during the boss fight sequence, only for them to get shot out of the sky by whatever boss you are currently fighting? I don't know, I feel moments like these would help elevate the quest, because without them, it's painfully by the numbers. It made the hunt last longer, don't get me wrong, but I'm of the opinion that story and gameplay need to be working in tandem for an experience to really stand out. And in Black Ops 6's case, the gameplay is much stronger than the story. It's why Forsaken doesn't work. For all that it tries to do, the story portion is carrying the map on its shoulders, while the gameplay portion is honestly nothing special for Cold War. The same can be said for The Reckoning, but with opposite opinions. The gameplay team is clearly experimenting, listening to feedback, and trying new things, and most of it works really well, with the verticality being a ton of fun, the Uberklaus feeling extremely unique and difficult, and the main quest featuring 2 distinct boss fights. The problem is how the narrative services and supports each of these ideas. Because if the narrative and writing isn't relatively strong, but the gameplay is, then you get great ideas with no support. But if the gameplay isn't all that compelling, but the story is, then you have some fantastic world building and immersive qualities, but none of it translates to actual gameplay, which is an issue when gameplay is the medium by which a video game thrives best in. I bring this up because during the main quest, as much as I love the map's mini-boss encounter and 2 boss fights, all 3 scenarios are killed by the writing's inability to make them feel impactful. I've already gone over the Forsaken ad nauseum, so let's talk about Sam and Richthofen. After having repaired the teleporter, you can make your way to Tower 3, where you are given the option to side with the 2 forces. The choice is completely up to the player and provides some amazing replay value, which is something main quests and zombies have notably struggled with. Neither ending is currently considered more canon than the other, and the map's main narrative supports both despite how poorly it does it. Let's start with siding with Richthofen, as that's the easier of the 2.
You're going to deny me life? I'm going to deny you yours first! Edward tried to break you, and now I am going to finish the job.
Someone's not happy.
You ascend up the tower, and once at the top, you can begin the Sam boss fight. This fight is painfully easy when you compare it to how difficult the Z-Rex was in Shattered Vale. Sam fires a barrage of lasers, summons Doppelgast, fires a concentrated beam of plasma that causes her to temporarily overheat, and unleash a fury of electrical strikes. While producing most of these attacks, her shield will temporarily go down, allowing you to attack her with the plasma beam specifically revealing weak points. The fight has 3 phases, and in between each phase, a Sam trial will appear. Completing it will reward you and your team with a free perk, but failing will cause the game to use griefs from the titular mode against you. I really like this mechanic and the way it manages to shake up the boss fight, and also it's nice that there's something to do in the interim besides just fight zombies and refill your specialist meter. Thankfully, unlike the griefs from grief mode, Weapon Carousel only lasts for 30 seconds and is not permanent. Thank goodness. And finally in phase 3, Sam will launch you high into the air in an effort to shoot you down. Thankfully, this can be bypassed by just turning off auto parachuting in your menu and bringing the no fall damage stamina up augment. Sam is definitely the easier of the 2 combatants, but if you ask me, she's no final boss. It's like the Forsaken fight in, well, Forsaken, but with none of the enriching storytelling to back it up.
I just wanted to go home.
I will be your true friend. I will protect you from people like Edward. I am indebted to you forever. You are good, true friends. Once the reactors have attuned the artifact, I can escape this horrid prison.
Sorry, Sam. Change of plans. I'm going to murder your true friends and fry your circuits.
Snakes, murderers. You side with a machine who leave me with nothing. I will break you!
Oi, pisshead! This next bit's for Nathan.
Then there's Richthofen. His fight primarily features the Klaus trio, including the Commando Klaus, hordes of Uberklaus cores, and an Uberklaus or 2. These enemies offer a much more dynamic combat experience compared to Sam's fight. And then there's Richthofen himself, who sports a massive Uberklaus suit. Why didn't he just use this to murder Sam? The Uber suit phase of the fight is pretty simple, and it plays out just like an Uber class encounter, but with deadlier attacks and greater means of damage. But once the suit is destroyed, Richtofen pops out, and phase 2 begins.
You thought I would run? I've got a jetpack, motherfuckers! Max ammo.
Richtofen Phase 2 is no joke. The man uses his Wonder Waft to pierce through your armor, and fires a barrage of explosives, shock charges, stuns, and blast traps to disorient you in order to get a quick and decisive kill. This fight is easily the most difficult in the game, but I wouldn't exactly call it fair. Try to round corners and you'll die. Attempt to fire at Richtofen and you just given yourself a one-way ticket to hell. Go into Aether Shroud, well you better hope that you can take down enough of his health to force a phase change before it runs out. The fight is way tougher than it looks on paper, especially in solo where all it takes is 3 hits and you're out. The problem with this boss fight is where do you draw the line between it just being flat out hard and unfair? Well, let's take a look at a fight with a similar vein of lethality, Mephistopheles, so I can give you a better idea of what actually well-designed boss fights look like. What makes this fight so iconic is 1, its level of lethality, but 2, the ways that you can improve upon it. Mephistopheles, funny enough, rarely attempts to sucker punch the player. Nearly all of his attacks have extremely unique animations and audio tells, and the fight progresses in waves, giving you time to learn each move before introducing another one into his set, with the final phase being a test of everything that came before it in one last flurry of desperation. It constantly builds on top of itself, and victory has never tasted sweeter, and deaths rarely feel unearned. In Richtofen's case, the fight presents a similar lethal dynamic, but where it fails to stand out is in its core design. Richtofen doesn't grow and change as the second phase goes on. It's a very simple fight from beginning to end, so if you can defeat the first third of the health bar, you can probably defeat the last third of the health bar because it's the exact same. The problem is the fight isn't satisfying. You're either dead, or you need to be invisible 90% of the time to basically avoid the fight entirely, which is some poor game design considering how well most of the other boss fights have been throughout the game's lifespan. It reminds me a lot of the Keeper and its shockwave attack from Dreisendrach, which was designed to down players on their first attempt. It's shock value, no pun intended, and Richtofen is no different. But once he's defeated, the outro cutscene plays.
Samuel, I'm sorry.
If you help Richtofen, Sam is defeated, and he reunites with a reborn version of Mary and Samuel. And if you side with Sam, Richtofen is killed, and Sam creates a body for herself that looks exactly like Samantha Max's from Forsaken. It remains unclear what she will do with this unlimited power. As for Requiem, they are sucked into the Dark Aether by the Sentinel artifact, and are met by the Dark Aether iterations of the original 4. And that's the current conclusion to Black Ops 6 Zombies. Wow, what an ending. I have literally no idea how to unpack this. But if I had to pick a place, I'd start with the Requiem crew. Just like the cutscenes before it, our group of heroes has literally nothing to say. They are unceremoniously dragged into the Dark Aether and strung along another obscene plotline. No final goodbyes, no true impact or reaction on their decision to aid Richtofen or Sam. The map just wraps itself up in a matter of 5 seconds. This isn't like Forsaken where the lack of dialogue is an artistic choice. Here it feels rushed and lackluster. I guess we'll have to wait till Black Ops 7 to truly hear their thoughts on any of this, if it even comes back up again. Then there's Richtofen's ending. While it's sweet to see him reunite with Mary and Samuel, wasn't the whole thing that instigated this story Mary attempting to whistleblow on Kruger due to his relations with the French Syndicate? Because if we go over Richtofen's track record in the past 10 years, we have... Yikes. And finally, there's the painful reveal of the original 4 characters, but if they were some kind of Dark Aether variants or from other worlds. What do you even want me to say here? It comes off as desperate and a last-ditch effort to attempt to regain its core audience. I guess we'll find out in November, or hey, maybe you already know what's going to happen since you're watching this video in the future. And that's the main quest of The Reckoning. I decided not to go into a step-by-step breakdown of this quest because what do you want me to say? Tasks feel random, the map is continuing to add new characters at the final hour, and things just happen. For example, to stabilize the teleporter, you need to shoot a random zombie out of bounds in order to retrieve its head, wash the head using a filled mop bucket with a sprinkler system, fill the head with souls, avoid Dark Aether entities that are trying to kill you if you hold onto it for too long, and then insert the head into the teleporter to seemingly correct it. Like, sure, why not? They're not even bad steps, just ones the developers designed so that we, the audience, could have a longer Easter egg hunt. And at this point, it's up to you whether or not you like that approach. Personally, I prefer a quest like Terminus, but what do I know? We've only been here for over 5 hours now. I really want to commend the double boss fight concept, but with a whole load of asterisks. The Sam fight is too easy, the phase 2 Richtofen is way too difficult if you don't cheese it, and the story bends over backwards to justify both without making either satisfying. No steps during the main quest dictate which ending you're going to get, and choice only appears at the final few seconds based on which D-pad button you press. The ending rivals Revelations with how quickly it ties itself together, and the conclusion leading into the next entry continues to give each map this feeling that it's content meant to string you along to the next $70 yearly installment, rather than a fully fledged experience that can stand on its own. I sound rather cynical here, but I feel I have to call it like I see it. And if you watch my videos, you know I'm always willing to give the developers the benefit of the doubt, and try to view things with a fair point of view. But Richtofen and the gang walking out of the shadows being our big reveal just makes all this fall flat. So, who knows where that's going? But let's close out this review with an overview of the natural gameplay and those little things that usually get overlooked. The Reckoning has a pretty good gameplay loop. Early rounds are all about quick progression, and an ascent up the tower is a great thematic way to represent progress, unlike Die Rise, which has players going every which way. Player progression is really easy, and I like the addition of trash cans which have a small chance to award you with random loot, including but not limited to points, score streaks, perks, Aether wrenches of all varieties, and salvage. One thing I really enjoy about the mid-game of the map is a wide selection of perks. The map features Double Tap, Vulture's Aid, Elemental Pop, Deadshot, and PhD. This selection alone pretty much covers all offensive bases the entire game has, and throughout the entire mid-game, you can pretty much put all of your resources into perks rather than pack-a-punch and armor, and it goes to show how strong this game's core selection is. Enemies like the Uber Klaus are great combatants, and Commando Klaus rounds are great for shaking up gameplay and giving you a much needed reprieve. The endgame is surprisingly fun. Sure, you still have to deal with BO6 super sprinters, but with the right combination of perks, equipment, and weapons, you can find some insanely creative strategies. It's also interesting how in the high rounds, only 2 Uber Klauses are spawned in solo, as opposed to the usual 3 of an elite enemy. That just shows how imposing these guys are. To further talk about the endgame, there's the round 101 boss fight. Just like Shattered Veil, the Reckoning features a unique variant of the boss fight if you attempt to pass round 100. The Sam boss fight is relatively unchanged besides the addition of amalgams to the fray. Sam has all of her attacks from the get-go, and you're dealing with super sprinters, but the fight is honestly still a pushover, and I completed it on my first try. Richtofen round 101 was a different story. While Sam introduced amalgams, Richtofen's fight introduces the Maintenance Klaus, who is a special character that makes a guest appearance during the Gorgafex C upgrade. Initially, this enemy was an ally, but now is a special variant of the Uber Klaus core that doesn't self-destruct, spawns in droves in places of the weaker Commando Klaus, but doesn't spawn with a defensive shield when its health is low. Alongside this, Richtofen's primary attacks have been buffed to two-shot you, and you have to deal with super sprinters. All of these additions alongside the fight taking place 4 hours into a match makes it infinitely more difficult. It might seem easy on paper, all you need to do is play keep away, but man, when you're in the thick of it, it's easy to take such a dumb down, especially when you're me, who is crazy and doesn't want to use gobblegums. Once you beat Phase 1, Phase 2 remains relatively the same difficulty, you just need to beat the nerves. This boss fight really got me good at the map's high round strategy, and because I played it so much, I'm happy to report I really enjoyed it, which is different than most of my other reviews because I so rarely go for high rounds. and with how much I had to attempt this round 100 to beat this fight, I think this is now the map I have the most round 100 completions on, so that's fun. Overall, the Reckoning is a good time, but most of the heavy lifting is done by the gameplay loop of Black Ops 6, rather than the heavy lifting with what the map uniquely brings to the table. The verticality is a blast to utilize, but if you're not completing the main quest, it's easy for it to go ignored in normal gameplay. The map can sometimes feel like a maze when you're first learning it, and specific set pieces aren't utilized to their fullest. And finally, there's all those little things. Needing Mr. Peaks for a side Easter egg, and not having the ability to earn Mr. Peaks for over 3 weeks after the map has launched, is certainly a choice. I love the voice lines of the Uberklaus. It's menacing and sounds cool in all the right ways.
I intend to purge you thoroughly.
I like the little detail that the Forsaken has a microphone stand next to him, as if the previous Overlord of the Dark Aether just needs to speak up a little. Then there are the unmentioned caster turrets, which are a really cool trap, and them being upgradable is a really cool idea. Although I think it would have worked better if the trap had different upgrade paths depending on if you killed more regular enemies, was used on Commando Klaus rounds, or if it was used to eliminate elite and special enemies. I really like the idea of an upgradable trap, but I felt this would have made it much cooler. It's really neat we get a model for Blanchard, even if his jawline seems to be way overly exaggerated.
Okay, team. Time to catch the bad guy. Panos can do the most damage in quantum computing, so I'm betting that's where he is. This may be our only shot. Make it count.
Blanchard is a narrow-minded.
It's also weird how his portrait switches between the Liberty Falls one and the updated Reckoning one, and nobody at Treyarch has yet to notice or fix it. You can repurchase Dr. Fowler's unique mutant injector if you fail to use the free one correctly. I like the usage of the Elder Disciple and Toxic Zombies on this map. Cute cameo, and they don't overstay their welcome. I really love the idea of how the first tower is laid out, and appreciate its complexity. Stuff like this should be further investigated on how it can be used to make map design more complicated. Even if at the end of the day, it's a modern zombie circle just given a vertical spin. The access to Panos' lab is a neat puzzle, and I like that the game gives you 2 chances at guessing the code before it resets, because if you read the words right and understand the puzzle, there can only be at most 2 permutations. Fun fact, until you upgrade the Gorgafex into one of its 2 variants, it cannot be obtained from the mystery box. This is great for preventing the hunt from being completed so quickly. But also, we all wasted so many wonder bars, and that's kinda cringe for not telling us. I love how psychotic the Uberklaus is in its death animation. It doesn't even put you out of your misery, it just had to break your limbs first. Love that guy. It's also really neat how enemies like Richthofen have 2 distinct death animations whether or not you die during Phase 1 or Phase 2. Also, it's weirdly inconsistent how this map doesn't have an armory, but Shattervale did. Like, I don't mind, it makes the feature more unique on the maps that it's on, but it's strange that they brought it back one time during the DLC and then just never again. I love that the name of the Klaus you repair is called the Frankenklaus, because you give him spare parts and bring him to life using electricity of the Uberklaus attack. The music on this map is amazing. Themes like Dr. Panos' Still Lament, I Was the Nicest One, Samantha's Wrath, and Remember Us are all hardcore bangers. And Elena Sigmund reprising her role in a Kevin Sherwood Easter egg song as a special guest is amazing. Fun fact, last time she participated in a vocal role in this capacity was Mystery all the way back in Black Ops 4's Dead of the Night back in 2018. So this one was long overdue for her, and it was a treat to have her back. I like the way the entity containment chamber is designed. I just think it's a lot of fun, and the way the map utilizes the Forsaken chamber as the arena centerpiece and basing all routing and elevation around it is a cool idea. No new Gobblegum is strange, the Grim Reaper is so painfully okay, and the combat bow should have been here since day 1. The Mr. Peaks field upgrade is cool, but a tad lackluster outside of a few niche things that it can do. I like how many different salvage tables and arsenal stations there are scattered around the map, makes it easy to find what you're looking for without having to traverse the entire play space. It's cool how the Uberklaus cores attempt to blow themselves up if they get too low on health, which is a neat touch to their arsenal of attacks. Fun fact, the last time Vulture's Aid and Double Tap shared a map together was buried. The Uberklaus and Richthofen doing true damage is, in my opinion, a really good concept. I hope they do more stuff with that in the future, with specific enemies, because it worked really well to make the Uberklaus an actual threat. Unlike Cold War's Krasny Soldat, who was unable to affect players in any significant way. In the map's directed mode, you need to upgrade the Gorgafex despite the upgrade never actually being required for the quest. Because of this, you can technically just ignore the Gorgafex upgrade and complete the directed quest before the second Klaus wave at round 12 spawns, allowing you to enter the boss fight much earlier than normal. I love the small detail that Peck knows the scientist Mortimer Hawkins, the head of the person you must use to stabilize the portal. Like his knowledge of Dr. Modi on Terminus, it's a cool little piece of world building that makes Project Janus feel a bit more real.
Be useful, Hawkins. These guys have been carrying your stupid head.
Also, this intel of Dr. Modi, with an email of her being Employee of the Month, looks really bad. Like, seriously, like, really bad. This is kind of embarrassing. And finally, I like the small detail that Peck gets the most lines in a match if you play as Maya. It really adds to their unique friendship, although it then sucks because if you don't play as her, Peck gets 1 to 2 gag lines and is then never heard from again.
Oh, look. His dead noggin is still more useful than yours.
And that's The Reckoning. This is a map I feel has some really good ideas, and takes into account feedback heard throughout the year really well. But it's one that fails to stick the landing. The Reckoning is another map in the game's catalog, and due to a mix of narrative decisions and directed quality, the map hardly feels like a conclusive finale, especially when you compare it to Revelations and Forsaken. Besides the verticality and the Uberklaus, the map has a painfully tough time standing out from the crowd, and going all in on one specific aspect of the facility, like the Klaus assembly line or the particle accelerator, would have gone a long way. The Wonder Weapon isn't strong in standard gameplay, but when used right is quite effective, and it lands in this strange middle ground where it has terrible game feel despite being really powerful in extremely specific scenarios. The narrative is some of the worst the franchise has ever seen, and that's a tough bar to reach when you consider what's come out. The entire setup feels completely devoid of what was started in Shattered Veil, and the 2 endings are painfully lackluster. In execution, the idea could have been accomplished better by having a canon and non-canon ending, giving the narrative a chance to fully expand upon what was set up in Shattered Veil. At times, it almost feels like the story hates that it pigeonholed itself that way and is now actively fighting to justify both endings, when it didn't need to do that in the first place. The main quest is an homage to quests of the past, but the steps are relatively easy to replicate, and the boss fights are cool despite the story trying to make both outcomes possible. Sam ends up being too easy, Richtofen ends up being too difficult, and the Uberklaus is surprisingly the one enemy on the map to feel like a constantly fair fight. For the characters, you have what feels like plot lines that were dropped, misplaced, and barely acted upon, and a more experienced writer would have known how each of these characters fits into the narrative puzzle long before the first map was officially released. Panos and Blanchard are the biggest examples of this, and their presence on the map exists for nothing more other than to upgrade the Wonder Weapon, which isn't even required if you're going for the main quest. The Uberklaus is a fantastic enemy, and its primary ability to pierce armor, deal true damage, and knock you out of the Mangler suit is a chef's kiss. And finally, there's the ending, which wraps itself up in the span of 30 seconds, has no conclusive catharsis, and continues as if the last 11 months of Zombies was nothing more than setup for the next game. I go back and forth with this map, but at the time of me writing this script, I'm not looking too positively on it. It lacks the scale of Revelations, the beauty of Tog, the catharsis of Forsaken, and the standout qualities of Moon. The Reckoning is almost a failure by all accounts, and is only saved due to how much fun Black Ops 6 gameplay is, but that's a quality that can be given to any map on this game rather than this map individually. In moments where it shines, feels like it only did because a specific developer had their hands in making something magical rather than a unified team all working together on a unique vision. I wouldn't call it a bad map per se, but it's a map that fails to inspire players towards the future, and that can be seen by the apathy produced by the outro cutscene. But what will happen to Weaver and the gang? Why are there different versions of the Primus crew in the Dark Aether? And why have they been sucked in there? Well, I guess we'll have to find out in Black Ops 7. So strap in, because it seems this story isn't over yet.
Welcome to the party.
Being first introduced to zombies during Cold War, LTMs, or limited time modes, are live service events that present to players a game of zombies with wildly different rules and restrictions. Black Ops 6 saw an increased rate of them compared to the few that we got during Cold War, and new to the concept is rewards, with gobblegums being awarded to players depending on the map and challenge completed. I actually like how they implemented gobblegums into all of this, and it helps give players rewards without time-gating specific content like skins or weapon camos. Now granted, are gobblegums a good reward? I don't know, that's for you to decide. Personally, I really like the idea. And with that, let's talk about if any of these LTMs were worth it. Psst, spoilers, no they weren't. Jangle Hells are released with Season 1 Reloaded, and features a revamped version of Liberty Falls. I love the look of the town, and the redesign of the enemies was a real treat. Unlike its Cold War counterpart, this mode allowed players to complete the main quest, which makes it a marketable improvement from previous iterations. During special rounds, also, you need to sit inside or freeze to death. And of course, as always, undead drop presents which provide you with naughty or nice rewards. To be frank, I did not play this event. This was the only time of the year I wasn't home, so I couldn't properly give my review of it. I think the concept is cool, the map redesign is a neat idea, and I love the small visual changes that the enemies get. And of course, who could forget the fact that you can do the main Easter egg while in this LTM, which was unprecedented at the time. But guess what? I missed out on all of it because it was a limited time mode, and it may never come back again. Next up was the LTM for the Squid Games event, Dead Light Green Light. Coming in during Season 1 Reloaded alongside the Squid Games collab, the mode was introduced originally on Citadelle Day More and was added to Liberty Falls over time. As long as it remained green light, you earn permanent double points. When the color turned red, you couldn't move without losing said points, and undead temporarily stopped giving you them as well. And during Dead Light, the undead gained increased speed and aggression alongside the other red light debuffs. What was strange is that when the mode first came out, the only option was Citadelle, and you immediately exfilled after round 10. This was up to 20 in a later update, and then increased to 50, but only on the Liberty Falls variant. What's also strange is that to coincide with the collab, you'd receive special bonuses if you played as various paid Squid Game collab characters. Depending on who you played as, you could receive stuff like increased starting points, Deadshot Daiquiri, which is funny because it's literally one door out of spawn on Citadelle, and decreased point value reductions during Red Light. Maybe these are supposed to incentivize you to buy the collab skins, and if that's you, I'm sorry, just put the credit card down. It also doesn't help that you couldn't even do the main quest on these modes, so the bonuses provided were superfluous at best and redundant at worst. Overall, Dead Light Green Light is the biggest anomaly out of all these LTMs, and felt like a desperate attempt to have some kind of zombies related content that tied into the current collab. Following this up was Cowabunga Cranked, a rendition of the Cranked game mode from Cold War with a few distinct changes. Cranked is all about zombie killing and quick decision making. Once the game starts, a timer will begin to count down. If it reaches 0, you're dead. But by killing the undead, the timer is refilled. As the game goes on, the maximum time limit becomes lower and lower, forcing you to kill undead in quicker and quicker intervals to survive. This specific variant of Cranked came with unique voice lines, an exfil helicopter, power-ups, and bonuses should you play as one of the 4 turtles or Splinter. This mode is quite difficult, especially if you're going for the main quest. To aid you, there's the Slice of Pizza drop, which refills your timer, the Pizza Party drop, which slightly increases the timer, and the Turtle Shell drop, which locks you into a tier 3 melee weapon and gives you 100 additional health. Alongside this, the player's specialist ability is replaced by a Time Stopper field upgrade, which is quite helpful, especially in moments where no undead spawn in, because this mode wasn't properly QA tested, and the timer not stopping in distinct points where no undead spawn is unfair and stupid. Anyways, gobblegums like Timeout and Power Keg are very useful here. And to the game's credit, undead rounds feature Rampage Inducer intermissions, mostly putting you in situations where if you play smart, you'll be fine. But for completing the Easter eggs, you're rewarded with a bunch of XP, a unique calling card, an Ultra Gobblegum, and various Gobblegums of lower rarities. Again, I feel this is a smart incentive. Make sure you're playing the egg somewhat worth it and doesn't time gate content. But it does raise the question, why are these modes so limited? Easily the most fun of the bunch, but clearly needed more time in the QA oven, which I doubt they have anymore. Like, the timer should not be going down when the Guardian is in between phases. Circling back around to the characters, by playing as one of the turtles, you receive damage reduction to hits you receive on your back, and if you play as Splinter, you'd have a higher likelihood of seeing the time refill power-up. Despite its issues, Cowabunga Cranked was still the most successful of the 3 LTMs thus far. Seeing the success of Cowabunga Cranked, the mode was immediately re-upped and retooled outside of the collab setting. Team Cranked forces all players to share the same timer. While eggs are still enabled, the rewards this time are granted for reaching round 50. This mode also changed the power-ups to better reflect a more neutral, non-IP collab setting, and your specialist just becomes a generic time stopper. A fun time filler, but nothing groundbreaking once you played it a few times. Following Cranked, we have the 420 event known as Zombie Snacks. In this mode, health regeneration is disabled, movement causes health drain, and you refill health by eating gobblegums, picked up food off the ground, drinking perks, using stim shots, and using light mend. The aim of the game is smart movement economy, and completing the Easter eggs all over again. As a special bonus, if you manage to maintain a kill combo without taking direct damage, you'll receive a damage multiplier of 10, making your attacks way too powerful and completely destroying most bosses if you position yourself correctly. Seth Rogen is also the announcer, there's a fridge power-up that drops you additional food because weed jokes, and lo-fi beats play when you're in this multiplier damage state. Unlike Cranked, this mode is a lot easier, and even included a directed variant for each map as well. While Seth Rogen annoys the hell out of me, I think the mode is alright, but ends up on the easier side. But I gotta give it credit, it didn't feel all that unfair, which is an improvement from what we saw in Cranked. Coming in Season 3 Reloaded, we have the Abomination Challenge. This LTM is paired with the Beavis and Butthead collab, and sadly, because of it, the mode has the god-awful cell shade filter on it. The visuals look awful, let's get that out of the way, but the mode is actually kind of fun. It challenges players by basically forcing the Rampage Inducer to be active at all times, disabling health regeneration, bringing back the Zombie Snacks pickup, bringing back Flow State, and throwing just about every single enemy at the player in the higher rounds. But none of that compares to Mo, the abomination that you must kill. Mo sports a large health pool, rushes at players all the time, teleports whenever he wants because the game's respawn system is a joke, can knock perks out of you, and can receive damage reduction if you use the same weapon on him for too long. Sure, you have to deal with the absolute clusterfuck of enemies, including the Amalgam, Doppelgast, Shock Mimic, Elder Disciple, and Toxic Zombie. I really enjoy this mode's gameplay, and once Mo is defeated, he drops a ton of loot, and you can play the game normally from there. And with Flow State, you're basically unstoppable. Sadly, the Easter egg is disabled, so once you defeat Mo, there's not much left to do besides attempt an extremely boring high round. A lot of fun, but is ruined by the cell shade filter and the Beavis and Butthead voice lines, which are incomprehensible and barely fit into the theme of the LTM. Following shortly after the Abomination Challenge, we have the Spawn Room LTM, which pits players in each map's respective spawn room and asks you to get to round 40, or besides Terminus, which says just get to round 30. And you're given access to various features depending on the spawn room. Different maps have different mechanics, like Liberty Falls having a mystery box and a trap, Shattered Veil featuring a mystery box, a trap, and level 2 armor, Citadelle having an arsenal, mystery box, crafting table, and Wonder Fizz, the Tomb featuring a mystery box, an arsenal, and Pack-a-Punch, and finally Terminus sporting none of that and just having the tentacle trap. This LTM is a true test of skill, and with each map offering different features, it brings variety and gives players replayability and challenges to strive for. The Tomb is a relaxing time, Terminus is butt-clenchingly hard, and Citadelle falls somewhere in the middle. The variety is what makes this mode stand out so much. Also, I love the cute little detail of the round change music being the OG track from Noct, and the zombies periodically offering perk can drops, which is an amazing idea and adds a lot of spontaneity despite it being a simple mechanic. Sadly, because this mode is strapped on alongside the American Dad collab, it has that same ugly Beavis and Butthead cell shade filter, so it has that going against it. But I feel this should be a permanent mode going forward, and is a great way to experience fun, challenging, bite-sized zombies action. And finally, we have Team Cranked 2.0. This mode plays similarly to the original Team Cranked, but there are a few changes, which mainly help quest progression, like entering the water on Terminus completely stops the timer, attempting Sam Trial stops the timer, and in Shattered Veil specifically, the game auto-spawns in the 3 Sam Colton items that are typically found in Aether Shroud. But then there are still some gaps in logic, like the Guardian fight initiation not stopping the timer, despite the boss not spawning in undead for a specific amount of time. This is crazy because especially in the Reckoning, the timer just completely pauses for the entire boss fight, so I have no idea why they didn't just make it do that in Citadelle. But overall, Team Crank returning is a cool idea. At least they're bringing back the ones that worked and expanding upon them. My only issue is, if you played the first 2 variants of Team Cranked, the only thing that changes this time around is the addition of Shattered Veil and the Reckoning. It's cool the other maps are included, but ultimately redundant outside of that. Oh hey wait, actually there's one more. Coming in at the final hour, we have Halloween Havoc, a return of the classic Cold War Zombies pumpkin event. While only Liberty Falls has been retrofitted to fit the seasonal theme, all 6 maps have the game mode active. To complete it, you simply need to complete the Easter egg to earn additional ultra rare gobblegums. While completing the eggs, you'll need to compete with the Rampage Inducer always being active, and Undead dropping pumpkin containers, which grant players weapons, Aether tools, and Pap crystals. Sometimes, however, the pumpkin will turn out to be a shock mimic, which introduces the fan-favorite enemy onto all 6 maps for added challenge. While it is really cool to see the event return after so long, the experience is brought down by the abundance of mimics and the pumpkin rewards being lackluster. The game showers you in weapons, but due to the way Black Ops 6 is built, why would you pick up more than one additional weapon when the gameplay best thrives when you put all of your resources into min-maxing your highest DPS weapon? Regardless, like in Cold War, the mode can be a ton of fun, but just feels a tad too lackluster for Black Ops 6 this late into the year. And those are the LTMs in Black Ops 6. These modes attempt to offer players a unique gameplay experience, but ultimately end up as a mixed bag of good ideas, bad ideas, easy ideas, and way too difficult ideas. The mode's biggest weakness, however, is the limited time nature of them. Just like in Cold War, it's possible none of these modes will ever see the light of day again. Now, that may be debunked due to the continual revival of Cranked, but an effort needs to be made going forward to rotate these modes in and out every week. Or better yet, just never get rid of them. Many of these modes only exist for at most a month and a half, and if you're not playing during that period, you probably won't ever see them again. Dead Like Green Like, Cowabunga Cranked, Zombie Snacks, and Abomination Challenge are probably never coming back, especially when you consider most of these are tied to very specific collab IPs. So all we have left is footage I and many other YouTubers recorded. Take for instance the pumpkin event during Cold War. It was heavily beloved and was requested by players to return year after year, yet we haven't seen it since the 1 month it debuted. Or take Jingle Hells for instance. A decent amount of time probably went into retrofitting the town of Liberty Falls to look more Christmas themed, and this sentiment of FOMO in live service development takes these concepts and ideas away as soon as they're introduced. In the grand scheme of things, these modes exist for at most 1/12 of the year, and as time goes on, that 1 month it occupies becomes of smaller and smaller significance. This section is honestly more of a time capsule for these modes than a review, and it's a shame because some of these are a ton of fun. But now we're at the home stretch. To the victor goes the spoils. What do we get? Finally, we can talk about the rewards. As stated at the beginning of the video, some odd 6+ hours ago, for completing each map's main quest, you can obtain a calling card, 5000 XP, a weapon charm, and a character or wonder weapon skin depending on the map. Alongside that, if you completed the main quest before the map's directed mode was released, you could earn a special calling card, which is a color shifted variant of the normal quest completion with a gold skull on the side. And then there's the LTMs, with some offering special calling cards for completion, like Cowabunga Cranked and the Abomination Challenge, while others simply reward you with gobblegums. But finally, for completing all 6 main quests, you unlock nothing. And that's how Black Ops 6 Zombies goes out. While I appreciate the effort made to reward the player with basic quest completion, not having a super Easter egg for their most dedicated players is a letdown, especially when it be something as simple as Director Richtofen being an operator and a universal unlock of the Pack-a-Punch camos. But who knows, maybe it would get in the way of the precious shop bundles. Its absence really is a great way to surmise the entirety of Black Ops 6, and whether it be developer resources or just a simple choice not to include it is a huge letdown. And on that sour note, let's wrap this up and go home. What truly is Black Ops 6 Zombies? Black Ops 6 Zombies is a difficult game to discuss. It's one caught between live service models and a myriad of sequels that muddy the foundation built upon the series by Cold War. It's a title that stands in complete contrast to what Zombies originally started out as, and feels both incredibly by the numbers and lackluster, even though it has plenty of moments of charm and clear hard work put into it. The entire framework is a spruced up version of Cold War's gameplay loop, and it's difficult to deny the improvements made. But it's a game less defined by its sweeping creativity, rather one where small moments and passionate developers uphold it through mediocrity. The game is by no means awful or bottom of the barrel. It holds its own in contrast to its contemporaries, and is all around a great time. The gameplay is fantastic, the boss fights are consistently some of the best we've ever seen, and there are a ton of small moments I've tried to point out in this video, where the game manages to wow the player. The locales are a step up from Cold War, Vanguard, and MWZ, but it's hard to ignore the ever-approaching sense of content that pervades the entire title, and much of the variation in map experience is left up to special enemies, wonder weapons, and quest design. And when you have maps like the Tomb, which feature a plethora of previously used enemies, wonder weapons, and story concepts, it's hard not to feel like you've played it before in better places. The narrative is easily the worst the team has ever produced, and it's painfully obvious how much the absence of key voices has affected the overall product. The characters range from okay to near useless in the grand scheme of things, and the inability for the directors to decide between going all in on the zombie-specific cast or making the narrative accessible to all players using non-zombies oriented operators has only seeked to further hurt what they can do with the story. Then there's the dialogue quality, which bounces between passable to groan-worthy, and if there was any department I would say was not firing off on all cylinders this year, it was said writing department. Music and animation quality were the clear stars of the show here, and I hope those people know that they've done an amazing job to deliver an experience like no other. The main quests range between roller coasters and Revelation-style egg hunts, and as much as I enjoy them, they all still fall on the shorter side. Wonder weapons are a grab bag as well, with old friends and new friends, and even a Gorg effects. But the game's biggest failure is simply how it continues Cold War and attempts to carry players into Black Ops 7. Black Ops 6 hardly feels like a title that can stand on its own, and with the game immediately leading into Ashes of the Damned, it's not difficult to shake that feeling why. I know I sound quite cynical in the final minute of this very long review, but I want to truly break down how I feel about the game, and that's not even getting into the myriad of other issues experienced all year, including but not limited to bugs, live service elements, crappy leaderboard challenges, changes in quest skips, terrible battle passes, black cell mini passes, collabs, terrible LTMs, AI voice strikes, Julie Nathanson leaving the project, the inability to pause while in co-op for longer than 15 minutes despite that feature being present in both BO4 and Cold War, the awful handling of chaos storyline elements, the game being all around buggy and centered around trying to get you to purchase gobblegums and bundles, modes coming out with lackluster rewards, blog posts coming out with consistently incorrect information, like Peck showing up on the Tomb and Citadelle with a Dark Ops challenge coming out despite neither of those being true with their respective maps launched, and who could forget the AI-generated items like loading screens, stickers, and calling cards. All in all, COD exists in a constant state of corner cutting and crunch development, and unlike the underdog story of Cold War, it's getting harder and harder to shy away my feelings from it nearly 5 years of games in a row. I really do like a lot of what Black Ops 6 has to offer, and how it challenges players, but it's difficult to ignore the type of game that you're getting when you truly dig into many of its deeper issues. The game is all about accessibility without exception, style with no direction, and content with little substance. And if you like Black Ops 6, that's amazing! If you ask me, there's still so much to love about this little side mode that can. I just feel it's important to break down all the areas where the game is cutting corners, and as seen throughout the whole review, where those cut corners have affected the overall product. Although, like Cold War, there is so much to appreciate about all of its little details and why they're so integral to the series. To help make my point, I like to pull out a quote from Jesse Snyder, one of the original creators of COD Zombies. The context of the quote specifically is about the precarious development of zombies, but I still felt it's applicable here. So that's it, a simple design with a cool theme, lots of luck, passion, and hard work from various team members who went out of their way to try something different. Sure, we didn't get everything we wanted in there, but I'm fairly sure there'll be more Nazi zombies in the upcoming months. I couldn't be happier with the way that Nazi zombies turned out, all things considered. COD Zombies will always be a mode fighting an uphill battle. It's simply in the DNA of its creation. Every year it manages to avoid the chopping block, and that's not because of a few cut corners or because a few people bought Black Cell or the season's pass. It's because there are passionate developers out there, ones who take the mundane and make them magical, ones who understand how to inject life back into a product made to increase shareholder value. and ones who are willing to make any sacrifice so that we, the players, have an amazing experience. Black Ops 6 is one of those games. It doesn't excuse the product as a whole, let me be clear, but it's why I continue to fall in love with the series and support it, even a title as cryptically and soullessly made as Black Ops 6, because I just don't see it that way. To some people, the passion of the game left when Jimmy Zielinski walked out the door, or when Jason Mundell was supposedly fired, or when the series went modern and began integrating Warzone mechanics. And to those people, that's perfectly valid. Zombies is all about having an experience with the game. It's what sets the mode apart from so much on the FPS market. And despite all the crap I'm giving it, I still had an amazing year-long experience. One I'll never forget. Is BO7 going to be much of the same? I don't know. But with Black Ops 6, I'll always remember those special moments and the people I had the pleasure of sharing them with. What do I think of Black Ops 6 Zombies? I still really enjoy it. It definitely misses the mark in one too many places, and in many of those places, it flat out fails to have a connective direction, but it's those handcrafted moments that'll always have me coming back for more. Whether it be the music by Brian Toohey and Kevin Sherwood, the Z-Rex fight by Andrew Hoyt, or the Mecha Klaus designs and concepts by Peter Lam, Zombies will always be about the people at the bottom that create the magic that shines through to the top. To all the developers, those I mentioned, and to the many, many that I didn't, that truly wanted this experience to be the best it could be, thank you. Black Ops 6 Zombies is best defined as an entry that is bigger, it's better, but it's also a blunder. That's Black Ops 6 Zombies. When I first started this channel, I never thought I'd be able to make a video like this, much less one as extensive as this one has been, and it's been all because of people like you that I was able to do it. I really hope you enjoyed this exhaustive review. If you made it this far into the video and haven't already, why not leave a like and subscribe? It truly goes a long way. Also, if you made it this far into the video, leave a comment with the hashtag 6HourSurvivor. This project was a behemoth to work on, but if you like this video, why not check out my other reviews of IW, AW, World War II, Cold War, MWZ, my IW re-review, and Extinction. We're finally halfway through the entire catalog. Before we leave, a huge shout out to Lashin Richtofen for his work on the thumbnail. This project was easily the most difficult one I've ever worked on. So of course, we're going to be doing this all over again with Black Ops 7. Because just like the series itself, the fun never dies. Thank you all so much for watching. And remember, keep on slaying.